Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We are presenting this fortnightly program of presenting to us convincing arguments that a goddess or a god exists. Welcome, everyone. And just a moment there. Sorry about that. The
Everything good, Randolph?
Okay, there, my microphone issue. Thank you very much for joining us, everyone. We have a number of people on the panel who will be responding to these challenges. I'll start with TJump, or Tom Jump. He's an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality, and so on. TJump's YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/TJump. J-Mike is joining us hopefully this time. He was in the last at the previous presentation. He is one of the co-hosts of the famous Talk Heathen show. Jefferson Spatchcock is also an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. Jefferson Spatchcock has a YouTube channel, which is linked in the video's description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviours that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. The Bridge the Divide YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/JLWARREN. My name is Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada, and I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, an organization that advocates for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking. You can find out more about the Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. The IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former Atheist Community of Discord administrator who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is self-described as a middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Arn Roz, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. Peter's YouTube channel is at www.youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. King Xerxes is an atheist activist and political commentator who has extensive knowledge of the Holy Bible and the history surrounding it. He has a YouTube channel, which is in the YouTube video's description. Taco is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a debate in his life. He's also the organizer of this event. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. And did anybody have anything you wanted to announce before we begin our presentation?
Not
Thank
much.
you for handling the intros there. I just linked Peter's because I forgot to do his earlier, so I got that pin in there too.
Before we kick off, how's everybody? How are y'all doing? It's been a couple of weeks, or it's been like a month since I've seen y'all because I had to miss the last one because I was out of town. But how's everybody doing?
Well, I did notice you popped in for a few seconds there last time. Thanks for doing that. Doing pretty good. I was just in a debate with a Muslim on Friday, just 2 days ago, on Modern Day Debate. and he was. We were arguing debating whether Islam or atheism is better for the world. So there's, of course, people on each side think that one of us won. Some think I won, some think he won, and as it is with debates, I always learn from them. So I'm looking forward to reviewing it later. And so, what's new with you?
Not much. It's been busy. The podcast and the channel are seeing some good spikes, and of course, getting content out. But just been busy. The podcast side of it, the horror film podcast that I do is kind of blowing up on the production side, and it's requiring a lot of my attention as far as writing goes, and doing stuff I can't talk about just yet. But hopefully, we'll be able to do some big reveals. But just busy. But it's a good problem to have.
Well,
So.
Please let me know if I can help promote it or be helpful in some other way. Even coming on as a guest, I'll be happy to do that. TJump, how are you? What's new with you?
Tired. Suggestion, though, we could probably do the intros last when more people are here, more likely to get people to actually go to our channels. So I would suggest that.
Okay. All right. Hey, I see we've got Otangelo here. You've remember last fortnight you were here, and it was suggested that you perhaps review a few things, and I'm wondering how you're doing. Hope you've been having a good weekend so far.
I'm fine, thanks, guys. What's up?
But the sky and the rent. But
Doing well, Otangelo. We're glad to have you here, man.
Thanks.
So, what do you have for us today, Otangelo?
Okay, the argument for God's existence, which I'm most familiar with, which I most study, is the teleological argument, and in special, what relates to the origin of life. And what I am learning is that the fine-tune argument doesn't relate only to the origin of the universe and the requirement of fine-tuning, but it extends down to the molecular level and to biochemistry. And there is a book which came out in '96 from David Goodsell. The book name is Our Molecular Nature. And he describes here an enzyme. The name is aspartate carbamoyl transferase, and that enzyme is employed in the biosynthesis of the nucleobases in DNA. And he goes into the details to describe this enzyme, and he says, I quote here, the entire complex is composed that in regards of that enzyme of over 40,000 atoms, each of which plays a vital role. The handful of atoms that actually perform the chemical reaction are the central players. So he describes in details, I will not go into it, that even on an atomic scale, each atom in such an enzyme has to be at the right place and finely tuned. And it is made of about 40,000 atoms. Now, a neuron cell has about 175 trillion.
You don't need all the examples.
Atoms. Okay.
We're pretty familiar with the
I don't think so
argument.
either. So, Otangelo, you come here every week with the exact same argument. And so I'm curious, other than I don't know, therefore God, have you found any evidence that there is a God?
Well,
yeah,
I would say what
I'm actually kind of curious, like to piggyback off of that, Otangelo, how is your argument, no matter what you add into it or what names, you actually mispronounced that transferase, but how is it that no matter what you're saying there, how is it not just an argument from incredulity?
What
yes,
is
I
the
am
fine-tuning
actually,
argument?
Okay, first, I am actually incredule that non-intelligent mechanisms can arrange atoms to make a molecular machine that has to be even finely tuned on an atomic level, and then performs a reaction which you cannot explain by evolution because it is required to make DNA, which is an abiogenesis problem. It is So you cannot invoke evolution. The only alternative that you have is actually chance or unguided random events. So I'm incredulous that chance would be capable to make a molecule or an enzyme of this sophistication by unguided means. And then what does it do? It makes nucleobases, which also have an atomic arrangement, which is
Okay,
one in a million.
Atangelo.
And
All of us,
finally,
Atangelo, all of us have heard this before because you present the same thing every single time, and it's always going to go back to the original question. And I'll have to ask this: how many times did the process? Because you say you're incredulous to how this could just come about, how the system that currently propagates life. You are incredulous to the idea or to the possibility that this could have arisen by random chance. Okay. Because in your mind, it only happened once. Like it occurred once, and it's like you roll the dice one time, and you roll Yahtzee with all the dice standing on top of each other, and that's what you're equating the odds to. But I have to ask you, how did you determine that the process by which life propagates, that these things conjoined, how many times did it fail before it succeeded on the planet? As the planet was forming and all of these elements were together and they do what they do naturally that we've observed in nature and in the lab, we know what it does. Okay. So how many times did the process fail until the parameters of the environment were just right to where it could finally succeed and then take off from there?
Well, what I'll say now, JL, I've said that previously in other interactions. What scientific experiments demonstrate is not the complexification of atoms and molecules, but its disintegration.
No, that doesn't answer the question, Otangelo. I'm saying that the parameters by which these elements could come together and do what they do naturally within specific parameters. The parameters don't come around all that often. Okay, that essentially the laboratory environment has to be pretty much perfect, or within very, very specific parameters in order for these things to take place naturally, to facilitate the production of DNA and result in life. Okay, but the Earth wasn't always in that state. But it doesn't mean that the elements weren't there. And I'm talking about the elements that compose DNA, or that will lead to life. It doesn't mean that those elements weren't on the planet and that they weren't trying to bond and do what they do naturally, but the parameters weren't right. It was too hot. Maybe it was too cold. There wasn't enough moisture. There wasn't, whatever. There were things that precluded it. So what if the process basically it tries to do this naturally, but the window isn't open yet? So how did you determine that it only happened once? How did you eliminate the possibility that it wasn't always trying to do it and the window just happened to open on Earth very briefly, life got started, and then life does what it does. It self-replicates. And then it just goes until it can't self-replicate anymore. How did you determine that it only happened the one time? Because if it happened consistently and kept failing until all of a sudden the window opened, boom, life got started and went, and then that was it.
I don't think that would go against his argument, because his argument is the fine-tuning argument, which states that the possible combination of states, the ways the universe could be, only a very small number of those would allow for life, and most of them would not allow for life. Right, Antangelo? That's the argument?
Yes, that's correct, TJump.
Okay, so why do you think that God would prioritize that particular state over other particular states? Like God might want a universe of nothing but rocks or helium atoms or YouTube, or just YouTube. That's it, just a universe of YouTube. And so who fine-tuned God to make it so that he would choose this universe of this particular fine-tuning over infinitely many of the other ones? Like he could make it so you don't even need fine-tuning. So for each different kind of way the universe could be, there's a kind of God who could want that universe. So for all of the different ways that the universe is fine-tuned, God must also be fine-tuned, because for each different kind of universe, there's a kind of God who could want that universe. So God has the same kind of fine-tuning problem as the universe. Who fine-tuned God?
Well, TJump, since God is not made of physical parts, he doesn't have to be fine-tuned as a spirit. He can, of course, conceptualize machines which are
Untangelo,
finely tuned.
One sec. Go back. So the fine-tuning was, remember, there's a large spectrum of ways it could be, and only a small amount of those ways allow for life. Nothing about that says physical. So even if it was all supernatural and there's a large number of ways it could be, and only a small number produce life, it's still fine-tuned. So fine-tuning just means large spectrum, small amount produces life. So there's a large spectrum of gods, only a small amount would produce life. Why? Who fine-tuned God?
Well, we are talking here about physical life. We are talking about cells, which originate.
Well, it would still apply to supernatural things. So there's lots of different ways the supernatural world could be. Many of them wouldn't allow for souls. It would just destroy all souls, and only a small number of them would allow for souls. So the fine-tuning problem applies to any state that has a large number of ways it could be, and only a very small number of ways that allow for life, which includes God. God has a large number of ways he could be, and only a small number of ways that allow for a life-permitting universe. So the fine-tuning problem applies to all of these things, not just cells and not just atoms and not just chemicals and not just the fine-tuning. It also applies to the spiritual world and to God. So this is why physicists don't really take this as an indication of God, because it applies to literally anything that has multiple states. And so who fine-tuned God? Why is God fine-tuned in such a way to allow for the universe? And if you want to say that, oh, it doesn't apply to God for some other reason, well, then we're not talking about the fine-tuning argument anymore. The fine-tuning doesn't matter. You're saying, oh, well, what matters is he's non-physical. That's what matters. The physical stuff is really all that's there. It doesn't matter that it's fine-tuned. It's physical, and all the physical stuff needs an explanation. So if you want to say that the fine-tuning problem is itself evidence, then you would need to explain, how can the universe be fine-tuned in a way that God isn't fine-tuned? And simply saying that one's physical and one's not doesn't answer the question. There's infinitely many ways the universe could be, and there's infinitely many ways God could be, and only a small number of both could allow for life. So both are fine-tuned.
Well, TJump,
I think
since
we're
my
skipping a
argument,
step. The reason that we're here is that someone convinces us a God exists. We can all agree that all the building blocks for life are present on the planet. The planet is present. Nature is present. The only one thing in Otangelo's example that isn't present is a God. If he doesn't exist,
Antangelo's argument is
if he
that
doesn't, hold on. If God doesn't exist, he didn't fine tune anything. He didn't start off life.
Peter, he's making an argument. He's arguing that the things we see, the life we see, can only come about if God designed it. It's so complex, only God could have done it. That's his argument. So he's making
that is his argument. But for that argument, the first thing he has to demonstrate is that there is a God who can design.
No.
And then we can take it from there and see what God did. I don't care what his argument is. If God doesn't exist, he didn't fine tune.
His argument is trying to show God did exist. He's saying only God could have done this, argument. Therefore God.
It's every week the same argument. Let him start with God.
Oh my
Let's
God.
see where
that's
God
what he's
is.
doing. That's literally what he's doing, Peter. Peter, if you make an argument for something, you're trying to show the thing exists. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, but ultimately, it's the same thing. It's an argument from incredulity. He can't see it any other way. So the argument itself is fallacious, just because he's saying that it's so incredibly complex that it couldn't be anything other than God.
Yes, and we'd like to explain that to him. So that's why I asked him the question: who fine-tuned God?
There's no God to fine-tune.
Go ahead,
well, TJump, since my argument isn't that God as a spirit is fine-tuned, but that physical life and cells are fine-tuned, I don't have to respond to what you try to object, because you are not objecting my argument. You are just
wait. So Antangelo, when you say the physics is fine-tuned, what you mean is that there's a large number of ways the physics could be, and only a small number are life-permitting, right? That's what you mean when you say the physics is fine-tuned.
That's correct.
Okay, so there's also a large number of ways God could be, and only a small number creates a life-permitting universe. So that would also be fine-tuned, wouldn't it?
Well, again, you are not addressing my argument by
No.
resorting that God must be fine-tuned. That's not what I
No,
am saying.
no,
I am
no,
saying that
it's
physical
parody,
life
parody,
needs to
parody.
be fine-tuned.
Well, no. So remember when I first asked, I said that what you mean by fine-tuning is just that there's a large spectrum of the ways things could be, and only a small number produce life. Like that's nowhere does that say physical. Physical doesn't exist in there. Suppose it's the supernatural.
Okay.
Suppose
So
there's supernatural life.
I am adding TJump to what you said, physical life.
Okay, so suppose there's a supernatural world and it has life, and there's a large number of ways it could be, and only a small number allow for life. Would that also be finely tuned, or would you say that's not fine-tuned?
That's not my argument. Let's keep to
No,
the argument
I'm not.
I'm making.
I'm trying to explain to you how fine-tuning works. So let's try to work with me here. So imagine that there's two worlds. One is a physical world, exactly like ours, where life is fine-tuned. And one is a spiritual world. And the spiritual world has equally as many ways it could be as the physical world, and it has an equally small number of ways that allows for spiritual life. Would you say that is fine-tuned? Would you call that fine-tuned? Could the beings in that universe say, our universe is fine-tuned, therefore God? Could they use the same argument as you, even if they're not physical?
TJump, as I said previously, I don't think that spiritual life needs fine-tuning because it's not made of physical parts.
Just imagine it. So imagine that there is a world where there's a large number of ways the spiritual world could be, and like all of them are just spiritual black holes where it just eliminates all spiritual life, and only a small number of them allows for spiritual life. So a small number has the right conditions to allow for spiritual life. Could they say they're fine-tuned? The inhabitants of that world say they're fine-tuned. They have an equal justification as you do.
Well, I keep saying again, TJump, I don't know what you don't understand about my answer. I think it is non-reasonable to talk about the spirit needing to be finely tuned.
And Tangela, this is not hard. Imagine a different kind of spirit than the kinds you believe in. A different kind. So there's physical stuff, there's non-physical stuff, there's super uber physical stuff. There's different kinds of ontologies. So for every kind of ontology that is physical, that is not physical, if they have a large spectrum of possibilities and only a small number allow life, every version who has that condition could claim fine-tuning equally, right? It doesn't need to be physical. That doesn't matter. What matters is if there's a large spectrum of possibilities and a small amount produce life, right? Like you can just imagine there's a different kind of a world that isn't physical, but it's not spiritual either. It's a different kind of new ontology. And in that world, large spectrum of possibilities, small amount produces life. Could they also say they're fine-tuned equally as much as you do? Equally justified?
To me, your thought experiment, TJump, doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Does this make sense to you guys? Are you guys following Randolph, JL, Taco,
Yes.
Peter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tangelo, TJump is extending off of what your argument is as far as the fine-tuning assertion is what he's doing. And you keep trying to keep it into one particular field but TJump is addressing what your argument entails.
The fact that there are more options and you skip all of those options to get to your specific option.
Well, no, I just gave the parameter in which I think my argument applies, and the parameter is that it applies to physical life.
Yes, but the question is why do you think it only applies to physical life? It could also apply to supernatural life. The argument for fine-tuning only means all it says is lots of possibilities, small amount produce this outcome. That is the extent of the fine-tuning argument. It says nothing about physical. And in that case, it also applies to God, it also applies to the spiritual, also applies to everything.
Mm-hmm.
So like in the spiritual world, do you think
maybe I can help in your own words, Otangelo. Maybe I can help clarify in your own words. If you have a factory that isn't fine-tuned to create life, then we don't have life. This is your example of the factory. If there's a factory that can't create life, then we can't have life. So what fine-tuned the factory to create life?
Well, hang on a second. If God produces things, if God creates things, then God is analogous to a factory that creates things.
Yes,
No,
that's
because
what I'm
he's
trying
spirit.
to
I am
explain.
It
my
doesn't matter.
my
They
thoughts
both
are
create things. They're both creators. So if God exists and God creates things like universes, planets, life, whatsoever, if God is a creator thing and factories are defined as things that create things, by that rationale, they're both analogous because they're both creators of things. Now you can
I,
go a
I,
little bit deeper
I
and say like,
used
well,
it
one is
because
a
it's
physical.
Otangelo's analogy. Maybe that's a better way to explain it to him. It's his own analogy.
yeah, spirit is not a factory, Peter. A spirit is not made of parts which constitute a factory.
I believe
That's
that's
what
called
I'm trying
special
to
pleading.
explain since the beginning.
So now,
TJump's
now
correct
it's
on
special
that.
pleading because according to you, everything is a factory. You equate
I've never
everything to a
said that,
factory.
Peter. I've never said that, Peter.
What? So he means
I'm-
that everything has a
It is
spectrum.
just me trying, in your words, to explain what TJump means. And just for the fun of it, you should run with the idea. Maybe then you will figure out what TJump means.
And of
Because
course, this
for
whole
now,
thing,
it's all special pleading.
and of course, it's Angelo. The whole thing falls apart if we discover life in some other part of the universe, like if we find it on another planet.
Yeah, that is a materialism of the gaps, GAL. If
It's not.
we
It's not.
find
It's not.
something.
That is a possibility. If life is possible, given the mathematics of the universe, if life is possible on this planet, then it is. Given the mathematics, it's almost certain that life is possible on another planet, or was possible on another planet, or will be in the future possible on another planet. So all it
if
takes
you
is
have
that
the
window.
right, yeah, if you have the right circumstances, but
Right.
the odds to have a life-permitting planet is also in
Wait,
the realm.
why do we need the right circumstances if it's a God doing this? Can God only do this under the right circumstances?
So you need to have the right circumstance. You have to have a life.
So God is bound by circumstances.
Yeah. So what we're
That's
basically
cool.
saying, Otangelo, is that window that allows for life to occur on a planet could open on another planet, somewhere else in the universe, given the vastness of the cosmos, mathematically speaking, and the number of systems that are in it, the number of planets that are in it, the number of planets that sit within the habitable range of their star, that allow for this to take place. They don't have to be Earth identical, but life could pop up somewhere else, or it may have already done so and long since gone extinct, or it may have done, or it may do it in the future, given the breadth of time that the universe will be here. So, life could pop up long after we're gone. So, were there to be life somewhere else, your entire argument falls apart. So it literally is precluded. And we're just saying, we're not saying that this is what will happen. We're simply saying we can't say that your argument is the certainty when you haven't eliminated the possibility that life could be somewhere else, or has been somewhere else, or will be in the future somewhere else.
I can put here in the written chat which one do you guys suggest? General chat, is that okay? I'll put a link here.
Garbage chat.
Put it into the Heathen Hangout, please. Then I can reshare it to YouTube as well.
Let me check
I
here.
wanna ask one more question because I find it fascinating that Otangelo is admitting that God cannot create if the circumstances aren't right. That
Peter,
to me is fascinating.
I give you an example, Peter. Let's suppose you are an engineer and you have the purpose or the goal to make a car. And it needs to have certain functions.
Yeah,
I
get your example. No need to explain.
With God, it's
what
the
you're
same
saying,
thing.
if I'm an engineer, I can only do things with the materials that I have. And the same thing goes for God. He can only do things with materials that are there. So he didn't create the universe. He didn't create the materials. He didn't create the environment. He didn't create any of this. He just found stuff and started mixing them. That is your God. So your God is not the creator of everything. Your God is just a guy who walked into a factory and found the materials that he needed and created life. That is not the God that you've been proposing all this time, Otangelo. So for me, that's new. That's a step forward, because that means that your God is no longer omnipotent. Your God is no longer the creator of everything. Your God is just a guy who found materials and figured out a way to create life. That is a very, very limited God. It's also not the God of the Bible. So I'm curious, what kind of religion do you adhere to today?
I'm not proposing anything of what you just said, Peter. Of
You
course, I
do.
believe. Of course, I
You do.
believe in the. Can I answer?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So I believe, of course, in the God who created the universe, life, consciousness, everything physical that we observe around us, and not, as you are saying, that He is a God which just find matter and things and stuff on planet Earth and then made life. That's not what I am saying. But my
That's
only
what you're
argument,
advocating for.
my only argument, which I presented in the beginning, is that life has to be fine-tuned. The fine-tuned argument doesn't
Berserker's pretty
relate
good.
only.
It wasn't my favorite anime.
That's all well and good, but
Not the
JL
worst.
just
Pretty
gave
good.
you
Like a
an example
6.5,
of how
6.5
life
out of 10.
can form on another planet, and you completely dismissed that because now it's no longer possible.
Yeah,
Well,
That
actually,
means
actually,
and you said
one sec.
specifically to JL, everything has to be 100% perfectly right in order to create life on a different planet. That is the argument that I'm attacking right now.
And that comes down to actually an extension off of that, Otangelo. One thing I think that we can pretty much suss this out. So I need to ask you, are you saying, Otangelo, are you saying that life anywhere else under the random circumstances, under like, you know, like just things coming together and happening, that life is impossible under those circumstances? Or are you just saying that it's extremely unlikely or highly improbable? It's possible, but highly improbable. Like the odds are stacked against it. Or are you saying that it is flat out 100% impossible?
I mean, this is a conversation which I had many times, JL. And of course, the question is, up to one point, is it reasonable to say that the odds, they are so astronomically huge that it is warranted or justified to say, well, we can put that chance in the realm of the impossible.
Well, no,
And
I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you. Are you saying that it is impossible? Or are you saying that it is possible, but highly unlikely? Which one are you saying?
well, in order to not put a dispute here, JL, I stick to the second option. It is extremely unlikely. It is not
Okay.
impossible, but extremely unlikely.
Good to go. Then let me. That's you. But that's intellectually honest. Because even though I don't think that you have the sufficient mathematical functions to, or the probability functions to actually determine that, but you recognize that it is not impossible. It's not 100%, bar none. Boom! It requires a God to exist. So that's good. That's important. And you side on the God side because you've somehow declared it to be like so highly improbable that it require an intelligence to make it happen. We're just saying that there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of that intelligence. There's no evidence to conclude that there is, and that the best conclusion, given the evidence at hand and given what we see in the universe, is that this came about by random chance when the window that allows for life to take hold and start self-replicating and going, that window opened on this planet. And it will be open temporarily, cosmologically speaking, and will eventually close, and life will no longer be possible on this planet. So it literally opened up, life began, life will propagate, and then eventually, by virtue of our orbital mechanics, life will eventually die off, and this planet will not be possible on this planet anymore. This is just the natural state of things. This is how the universe works.
Yeah,
We just happen to be able to live on this planet for a very short amount of time, and that could happen somewhere else. So
yeah, I would agree with you here, JL, in regards that I am too incredulous to believe that what you're proposing is a reasonable option to stick to.
Okay, and I can say that in response to that, that your incredulity is irrational because you haven't eliminated the possibility that it could occur by random circumstance, because you only have the sample size of one life as we know it here on this planet right now. So to be incredulous is just kind of like I said, that's irrational. Because we haven't eliminated the possibility that it could occur somewhere else. Now, if we were to somehow be able to scan the entire universe, all of it, and be like, well, life doesn't exist anywhere else, it's here, that would be a step in your direction. But we haven't been able to do that. We can't eliminate the possibility. So we can't say it's specifically one or the other. We can just say, this is the conclusion we have based on the evidence that we have at hand. And the evidence we have on hand is there's no evidence of an intelligence that came around and made the life magically, conjured it out of nothingness, or conjured it out of the earth or whatever. There's no evidence that an entity didn't come along and use natural process to do it as well. There's no evidence of this intelligence out there. So we can't say that it exists, but we can say that from all the evidence we have, these things did occur naturally. They do occur naturally, but the parameters have to be just right for them to occur. And that's it. Once we get more evidence, we can change that position. Like if we were to find evidence of your God or a God or any God or whatever. But until we do that, we can't conclude that it's a part of the conclusion. We can't say it's a part of the conclusion because we're being intellectually honest in that. And just saying, well, it's so, virtually impossible that it must be this. That doesn't work. You understand where I'm coming from on that?
Yeah, I think there is no evidence, JL, that no intelligence or no mechanism whatsoever instantiates the universe, life, and consciousness. And there is no evidence, in my understanding, that no intelligence is capable to instantiate molecular machines, blueprints, factories, computers, transistors, energy turbines. These things we know by our own experience that we are capable of to instantiate them through our intelligence. So we don't even need to test that hypothesis because we have already with us the example that intelligence is capable of doing it. So the inference that God, which is a much more intelligent and powerful being, can do all this is logical in my understanding, and it is not logical to conclude that no mechanism whatsoever can instantiate all these things.
Yes,
but
that
you agree that this God could only do this once, and it's highly unlikely that he's going to do it again somewhere in the universe on a different planet. That is a pretty limited God. I really think, and I was intellectually honest of you.
Maybe he can do it.
Well, actually,
can I
this is
finish
interesting.
for once? I wasn't
Peter,
finished.
Peter, this
Yeah,
is actually interesting because Otangelo, and I have to agree with him on this one, that you can appeal to deism to get a sufficiently powerful enough entity that kicked the football and everything and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence. You can reason yourself to that. So I couldn't disagree with you on that. Yeah, we haven't eliminated the possibility that it was the sufficiently powerful enough entity. So you can get to deism on that, of course. But you say specifically it's the Christian God.
Yeah.
So how did you eliminate the possibility that it's just deism alone? And what justifies your leap to the Christian God?
Yeah,
and the Christian God would be able to create life on other planets. It would be easy for the Christian God, and you claimed that this is highly unlikely, and therefore limiting, and therefore limiting your own God. These are your words. People can roll this back and listen to what you said. You said it's highly unlikely. So your God could only do this once.
Hang on a second,
not
Peter.
again.
Yeah, let me address both of you quick. JL, I agree with you that the teleological argument does not necessarily lead to the Christian God, while I actually believe that the Kalam leads to the God of the Bible, but that's another argument. And to Peter's objection, the God of the Bible could maybe intending to create life on another planet in another galaxy. Why not? And that's not what I claimed would not be possible. What I am saying is that in order to have life-permitting planet, you need very specific parameters which also need to be fine-tuned. And if you don't
Why?
want a
If
God
your
to
God
be-
exists and he can do anything he wants, why do we need that? He could just poof it into existence. We don't need anything. We don't even need a planet.
well, if we are talking about
You
physical
just
life,
argued against your own God. You just argued that your God can't create a planet. Your God can't create the building blocks of life. He needs all of that to be in place in order to create. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Either your God can do anything he wants or he can't. If he
I've never
can't,
said that. I've never
if
said
he
that.
can't,
You're
he's
strawmanning
not the
me
God
again.
of the Bible.
You're strawmanning me again, Peter. I've
No,
never
I'm not
said that God
strawmanning
can
you
do
again.
anything.
You said for the third time now, it could be possible, but we need a planet in which all the parameters are there, and all the parameters are just perfect for God to create life. Those were your words. Don't tell me that I'm strawmanning you. I'm actually steelmanning what you just said.
Oh, you didn't steelman me, Peter. Let me say that very clearly again.
I did.
In
So
order
God
to
can
have
create life anywhere in the universe. He doesn't need the building blocks of life.
Okay, just
That's
a
not
sec, folks.
true.
I just need to intervene for a moment. There's we've put a fair amount of time into this conversation, and there are a few people in the audience who are waiting. So perhaps we should try to keep this at maybe another 5 minutes or so. Would that be okay?
Up to you, Randolph. You are the guy here.
Fine with me.
Taco's the organizer, actually, but I'm just kind of suggesting we try to maybe keep the points a little bit more pithy, as some other people like to say, short and pithy.
Yeah, so just let me quick respond to Peter. Of course, God could create another planet in another galaxy in the universe, and which would be life permitting, but it also needs to have the parameters which are necessary to have life. What I said is that whatever physical life that we are talking about, it requires a planet which is finely tuned in order to be able to host life.
Well, ultimately, it would have been fantastic.
It
would have been fantastic. Ultimately, I think we can put this to bed, is that it would have been fantastic if that God, in all of its power and wisdom and knowledge and everything, had communicated this effectively when it was inspiring belief. That it would have explained all this instead of forcing human beings to appeal to magic for it to happen, because that's where I was going with this. That's where I was essentially going with this, is that you got it to deism, which I don't have a problem with. But making the leap to the Christian God, that thing dies on the logical entailments. Because
yeah, I'm not going to claim that the teleological argument leads to the Christian God, JL.
Well, I understand that, but it's like, but I mean, okay, so you agree that it could just be deism.
Yes.
So that's why I was asking you, how do you make the leap to the Christian God? Because the Christian God dies on the logical entailments of everything about it, basically all of its attributes, all of its nature, all of this, the evidence of the evidence of what the universe that we observe, as opposed to what this entity is. It dies on those entailments, and I'm curious as to how you make that leap. Okay, and what Peter was talking about actually falls into that. It's like, what justifies you making that? Because even the Kalam only talks about a prime mover, like a first mover, an unchanged changer, which essentially could still be deism, because it doesn't make any claims as to like the omni properties of the Abrahamic God. Okay, they were just fitting it around that, because that's all they had to work with at the time. So I'm saying it still could technically be deism, but how do you make the leap to the Abrahamic God is my question, and I think that's something you need to look at for the future.
Well, JL, that of course would be an entirely different conversation. But I'm quick to give you
Why aren't you having
parameter.
that
Can I finish,
conversation?
please?
Isn't
Can I-
that more important?
Peter, let him finish.
Peter, let him finish, please.
Yeah.
So just because we are at the end of the stream, I'll give you some attributes, and if you find anything which would be logically inconsistent, JL, then you have a point. So the God of the Bible is omnipresent, omniscient, spirit in a league of his own, immortal and invisible, the creator, unchanging, sovereign, one yet he exists in three persons, loving, gracious and merciful, righteous, holy, just, forgiving, and compassionate. That's about, there are some other attributes, but if you find some kind of illogical attribute here, then you have a point.
He's not invisible. He showed himself to Adam and Eve. He showed himself to Abraham. He showed himself to Satan. God's not invisible.
Didn't he get drunk in the Bible too?
Yes, and
That's
he
not
wrestled,
an
and he
material
wrestled,
concept.
and he lost. So yeah, God's not
Peter,
invisible.
so if he is visible,
According to the Bible.
That's a Christian concept. That's not Old Testament, from my
so
understanding.
if he is visible, Peter, you don't believe him because you are a mesotheist,
Not what I said.
or are
Well,
you
no,
just
actually, and
That's
sorry,
not what I
guys,
said. I
guys,
just corrected you.
The big one on that, the big one on that, Otangelo, is that you claim that God is essentially omnibenevolent, that he is all loving. And I didn't hear you say morally perfect in there, which would have been more problematic. But if you think that God is omnibenevolent, then the problem of evil is logically
I
inconsistent.
didn't say omnibenevolent. I just said
So-
God is loving.
So are we going to move on to the next speaker?
Yeah. Let's go and do that. But there are a lot. I mean, there are lots of logical issues with the things you brought up, and it's all the classic stuff that you're already well aware of, Otangelo. So, but I agree with TJump that I think we need to move on to the next person because we've been on it for a minute.
But Tangelo, we do appreciate you coming up. I'm going to go ahead and move you back to the audience. Feel free to come up at the tail end, though. I did invite Twitty up. Twitty's having issues raising his hand, so hopefully you can hear me there.
Taco,
What's
can
up?
I make one last remark? Next
Yeah,
time
sure.
Otangelo comes up, I would suggest that he starts out with the evidence for a creator God first, and then we can go from there and see whether or not he created anything. Because we're rehashing the same thing with Otangelo over and over and over again. I think it's a waste of time.
Twitty is not accepting, so I'll go ahead and invite up Mr. Ahmed, who's been waiting for a little while. He's begging to speak in DMs.
Hello, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you for joining us. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Welcome.
Thanks for inviting me.
Hello, sir. So you said you could convince us a God exists. You said a God specifically.
Yes.
Okay, so what have you got for us?
I have some questions. Does science answer everything?
No.
Why do atheists care if people worship God?
Could you say that more clearly? What?
Why do atheists care if people worship God?
I can answer
Because
that.
they crash
Because
planes
the
into
worshipping
buildings.
of God entails other things, including the fact that people who worship God tend to force their belief on other people, tend to make legislation based on their belief. That is why we care. If you would just worship a God in the confinement of your own house, there's no atheist on the planet who'd have a problem with that.
They crash planes into buildings. That's why.
Can nothing create something?
No.
And no one says that.
So how do you know that God doesn't exist?
That wasn't the question. The question is how do you know God does exist? Do you have any evidence? Because if there's no evidence, it's probably just a figment of your imagination.
Okay.
And some of us.
Then tell me, what is the origin of life?
Okay, so
Abiogenesis.
you're shifting over to us because what's happening is you're claiming with your God that there is the origin of life caused by your God. So the onus of justification or burden of proof actually belongs to you because you're the one who's making that claim. Myself, I'm not claiming that I know how the universe began. There are some ideas out there that are being discussed in scientific circles. But there's also I'm not siding with that, so I don't actually hold an opposite position, and it's possible that there could be multiple positions that are that contradict your position. So now it comes down to which one. But you are making a specific active claim that the universe started because of your God. So the onus is on you to demonstrate why that is the case.
I have another question.
Do you have any evidence?
Why instead of having questions, why not present, as TJump just said, present the evidence for your God, because that would get us to your God a lot faster than trying to find questions for which our answer would be we don't know, and we would be honest if we said we don't know. Apparently,
is your God immaterial?
You do know. So tell us what you do know.
Sorry, I just need to clarify. I just need to clarify, add to one thing Peter said. It's honest to say we don't know when we actually don't know.
Exactly.
Nobody knows. All we know is that life emerged somehow and then it began to flourish and propagate. Some scientists think they are getting close to an answer. Others say we may never figure out this problem. Ideas abound though.
I think that's
model
correct and
has
reasonable.
evidence. One model has evidence, one model doesn't. So abiogenesis has tons and tons of evidence. Intelligent design has zero evidence. So one is reasonable, one is unreasonable.
And UFO actually exists, right? Do you think we were created or something? Is that what you're saying?
I just want to acknowledge one thing Mr. Ahmed said, and it was that he's saying that we don't actually know. That's a reasonable approach to take. So carry on.
You are made from a sperm.
Okay.
But do you think that something that isn't natural created us?
Yes.
Can you show that some category besides natural exists?
And are you aware that there are forms of life that are not created by a sperm? And also, we are not created by a sperm. Just wanted to put that out there because we definitely,
Peter,
most definitely
come on,
are not.
Let him answer, bud. Go ahead, Ahmed.
Some have suggested that life emerged, for example, sun. Others suggest that the mystery may have an answer rooted in thermodynamics. But if an answer does come around, I will believe it, accept it with evidence. That is, when I see it. In the meantime, God did it is an empty statement full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
A little butchered Shakespeare there, but so do you think that God did it? That
Do you apply the exact same rules to your God? So no one knows if your God did it, and we will wait until the evidence comes around to even consider that a God did it. That is the difference between us and you. You have special pleading for a God. You won't accept anything else if there's no evidence for it. But your God, you're going to accept him without any evidence. Why
Let
is
me
that?
tell you something. Do you live according
answer my question, please. Why is it that you don't apply the exact same set of rules to your God? Why are you using special pleading to shoehorn him in?
Because I'm telling you that God created us all. This is just proved by many
just
scientists.
restating the claim. That's just restating the claim. My question is, you were very specific when it comes to science. If there's no evidence, you see no reason to believe it. For God, there's no evidence, yet you do see reason to believe it. Why are you using special pleading for God? Why does God not have to follow the exact same rules everything else has to, in your opinion?
The problem with this question is that it presupposes a belief in an invincible thing that will gush out of me
It's
at
not.
my death.
I made no claims about an invincible thing. I just said you need evidence for everything except
Yes.
for a God, and you still don't answer my question why you do not need evidence for a God in order to accept that he exists. Why are you
Because
using
because
special pleading just for your God?
because we are smart enough to understand.
But
I'm sorry,
because
can you
the
say
only
that
thing
again? I didn't catch that. I didn't catch that.
I told you we are smart enough to understand that God exists. You are dumb enough.
No, no,
well,
no. I'm not smart enough to understand that God exists because there's no reason to conclude that God exists because there's
so
no evidence for a God ever existing. And
Ahmed, so
you
he's
came up here saying that you had evidence for God, while the only thing is that you're now claiming is that God exists and there's no need for any evidence that he does,
so
which is the
Ahmed.
question that I'm addressing.
What he was saying was you were special pleading to your God, and then rather than trying to justify that, you just go and say it's self-evident, right? Is that what you're saying now? That it's self-evident?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
how is it self-evident when the only thing that appears to exist is the natural?
It is natural because atheists don't believe in gods, which means we don't believe in the supernatural trappings.
No, some atheists do believe in the supernatural, but so how is you saying God created the universe any different from me saying a magical farting leprechaun potato created the universe? Like, what is the evidence that shows that you're true and the potato leprechaun isn't?
I think that covers it. I have no doubt that some will accuse me of engaging in scientism. Should that happen, I will refer that.
What? So the question is what is the evidential difference between God and a magical farting potato leprechaun?
You don't simply understand. And I have made my point clear. And I will
Mm,
definitely get back to you after some time.
okay, once you can answer that one, let me know.
I noticed something strange. Did you guys notice that some of the points that he appeared to be trying to make were like the opposite point, like he was reading from a debate script that he was reading the wrong side of it or something? Like the last thing he just said, he literally just said, some will accuse me of scientism. Like,
Yeah,
his
I noticed
Shakespeare
that.
quote,
I
his
noticed that
quote was saying that God doesn't exist, that the claim that God created everything is empty.
Yeah, I noticed that he was not really answering questions. He just kind of moved on to the next question he had, and TJump and Peter both asked, "Well, do you have an explanation for this?" At one point, and he just kind of bulldozed onward to the next questions. So he just wants to ask questions.
All he did was shift the burden of proof. If you can't prove that God doesn't exist, then I win. That's not the case.
but just specifically, the last thing that came out of his mouth, it sounded like he read the wrong half of a debate script. He literally just said, "Some will accuse me of scientism," right? Like, anyway, so I suspect that was trolling. I could be wrong, or just that he was reading from a script. I could be
No,
mistaken.
I don't think he was trolling. I think he was sincere, but I also think that he hasn't had conversations like this before because he's still in the mindset that everyone believes a God exists, and there are only a few atheists who start doubting and then come up with other options. I think he was sincere, but he just
We
maybe
can move
knew
on
it.
to the next speaker.
Yeah, maybe he just
I think
misspoke at the end. But
I agree with
the
you, Pete.
So
last thing you said made no sense, and then he just like exited, like he was embarrassed or something.
Angst has been in queue, so I'm going to pull up Angst right now. Hello, Angst.
Hello.
So, what's going on? Can you
Can you
convince us
hear me?
God, or we can? Can you convince us
Okay.
God exists, or what? How can we help you out today?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask TJump a few clarifying questions about his position before I get into that, if that's okay.
Okay, hurry.
All right. So, let me see. So you said that like you advocate for the best of all possible worlds, but if you have the best of all possible worlds, you still need some sort of normative claim. And I was watching a video of yours where you said, "No, I don't need a normative claim. I'm making a descriptive claim." But then we're not talking about morality anymore.
I've already covered this like many times. Normative doesn't necessarily refer to ought claims, and so if you mean by not claim, no, you don't need not claim.
Right. So you're getting rid of the oughts, and you're just saying
Yep.
morality is a
And
description.
my morality is literally not the only one that does that. You can see others at moral naturalism on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. If you're just ignorant on that, that's your problem.
Well, I don't care about what other people have to say. I'm focused on your position. So you're getting rid of the oughts. You're not talking about morality here then. You're talking
No,
about
that's
descriptions
you're
of
an
the
idiot.
universe.
There are lots of different versions of morality that do that. That was the point I literally just addressed. There are many versions of morality that do that. If you think that's not talking about morality, you're just an idiot. So go
Okay, that's
check out
fine.
the other models of morality that talk about that, like moral naturalism.
That's fine. And you still hold that any imposition on will that's immoral, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the passage of time is immoral. You still hold that.
Yep. If you don't want the
Okay,
passage of
that's
time,
fine.
if you don't want to age, if you don't want to get hit by a rock, those are all immoral.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's consistent. So I was gonna ask you, TJump, do you accept the principle of sufficient reason?
No.
No? Okay. Can you motivate the view that contingent entities exist?
It's not even a coherent sentence. It just needs to be possible that a brute fact exists. If it's possible a brute fact exists, then the PSR is false.
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking if you can motivate the belief that you
I don't
hold.
know what the fuck you're
around
even
that.
talking about.
So you do have a belief, right?
Motivate the
That
belief.
you have a belief
Like if I
that
shock you in
brute
the
facts
brain enough,
exist, right?
probably.
Do you have a belief that brute facts exist?
No, I have a belief that brute facts are possible.
That they're possible. Okay. What justifies that belief?
There's no logical contradiction in brute fact.
No, I'm asking what theory of epistemic justification do you appeal to?
What? There's no logical contradiction in the existence of a brute fact.
Do you understand what I'm asking you?
No, because you're an idiot. So
okay, do you think
if
rational
it's logically
principles
possible, if it's logically possible for a brute fact to exist, then there's no logical contradiction, and that is an epistemically justified belief. Therefore, the PSR is false.
Okay, TJump, you're making an inference based on your belief. I'm wanting to know, is the relation between that inference and the belief propositional or non-propositional?
Okay, well, if you ask that in a coherent way, then maybe I'll answer it.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's incoherent. I'm asking you a very clear
It's
question.
incoherent because you're using a bunch of technical language that means absolutely nothing. So if you're not intelligent enough to be able to simplify that, then that's your problem. I'm not even going to waste my time with you.
So it would be angst. Sorry, it would be propositional if TJump was phrasing it as a proposition. So I guess it doesn't qualify as propositional.
Well, I just want to know if that's what TJump holds. If that's what he believes.
He was pretty clear. He indicated there's no logical contradiction, so he's not objecting to the possibility of brute facts existing, if I understand him correctly.
Okay, so TJump, is there some sort of awareness condition that allows you to know the process by which your beliefs are justified?
Get rid of all the technical language. I'm just going to shut you up.
You don't understand what I'm saying? Just to
I
clarify,
do.
I can simplify it. Well, I can simplify it for you. I just want to make it clear on the record. Yeah, but I'm just trying to make it clear on the record. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Get rid of him.
You don't know what I'm saying?
Bye-bye.
You do this for a living.
Can you simplify it, Angst?
If you can
or no?
simplify it, just simplify it. Great.
Yeah,
You've got a bigger vocabulary. Just simplify it.
I just want him to clarify that he doesn't understand what I'm saying.
Yes, you win the gold star of the day. You've got a big vocabulary.
Well, you do understand, so why can't you just...
Wait, we're not arguing about that. Just simplify moving forwards. A global warming skeptic is on a short time frame, and he was in queue earlier. I'm going to pull him back up. He actually pulled out, but he went back up in queue now, so I'm inviting you up.
So what you're saying is with global warming, we don't have a lot of time.
Exactly. Just like global warming.
Hello, global warming skeptic. How are you?
Hello. What you got for us today?
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just kind of want, because there is a little bit of a way you could turn this on its head, because, like, you can prove God's existence simply by disproving the existence of naturalism. At least
Like,
yeah,
there
that's
could be a
one way you could do it. So I'd kind of like to start with that.
One sec. So just to clarify, there can be a supernatural without a God. So even if you disproved naturalism, that wouldn't be evidence of a God. It'd just be evidence of the supernatural.
Well, are you going to assume that the supernatural exists for the case of argument? Because, I mean, we can do that.
Well, there's many atheists who do believe in the supernatural. Supernatural doesn't mean God. So simply disproving naturalism wouldn't be evidence of God.
The dichotomy isn't naturalism or God. The dichotomy is naturalism or not naturalism in that case. And so that wouldn't prove your God.
Well,
that and naturalism and God are not mutually exclusive concepts, because the naturalistic way that we observe the universe could be the very mechanism by which God operates. So they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah, well, they're not quite mutually exclusive. I would say it's close, but we can kind of get to that point. But I'm kind of curious, though, and I'm not trying to flip the burden on you guys or anything. I'm just a little bit curious of, like, if the supernatural is not God, then what form would the supernatural take that could drive nature into existence?
Karma, dharma, ki, feng shui,
Brahma,
yin and yang. There are lots of different forces that are non-gods, which just are in different religions that could permeate the universe, and those are only some of the infinitely many ways the supernatural could be that don't entail a god.
The force.
Yeah, but from what I understand about, like, things like Buddhism and stuff, like, these things already presuppose existence, right? So yin yang is like referring to energy that already exists.
Presuppose existence, like God also presupposes existence. Do you think God doesn't exist?
That's kind of true, but like energy is a part of nature, though, and that's kind of the big problem, I guess, with this. Is like with Buddhism, I guess there could be like a supernatural type of energy, but yeah, I guess there could be a driver that is like some supernatural, non-physical form of energy that doesn't abide by any like natural laws, I guess. But like, if we're gonna presuppose that the supernatural exists, because that's, I guess, where we're going with this, like, how can you explain a universe or any verse with a very specific level of entropy that we have that allows for clumps of matter and an increasing amount of complex information, i.e. things that could be arranged in a certain way to describe something, right? You guys understand thermodynamics, right?
It can be determined by other laws of physics.
Yeah, but one of those laws is like the second law of thermodynamics that says that information actually decreases.
That law can be determined by other laws. So that law is fixed because of other laws.
Okay, I'm not talking about the existence of the law. I'm talking about the prevalence of the law, right?
So the reason that law is the way it is because a different law determines it to be that way.
What I don't understand what you're saying here. Like what law determines the second? It is a law in itself, right?
Right. Not all laws are equivalent. Some laws, like space and time, are emergent from other laws that exist before space and time. So entropy is an emergent property of other laws that are more fundamental in quantum mechanics.
I'm still, but I mean, we have the law. Like here's the thing: is like when we're talking about a universe that forms without a deliberate driver, right? And Penrose has gone into this, and there's other people that have gone into things from the probability of life to the probability of a universe.
No idea what you're saying right now. A driver, like all universes have to come into existence from a driver. None of them come in from nothing. They don't pop into existence from nothing.
Well, okay, but if the driver is not sentient, then it would almost have to be random, right? Like
no,
like there's no like how could it not be seemingly random?
Because it could be determined. So like if there's a quantum field that can only produce one kind of universe, then every kind of universe that it produces will be the exactly the same kind. Won't be random.
Yeah, I don't like we're talking on two different hang on. Okay, how about this? How about like explain to me, like I'm not saying, again, I'm not trying to shift the burden of proof on you, but just to kind of get a better idea of your thought process, could you explain to me like what your best either tradition or quantum theory is as to how the universe possibly came into existence, or how nature came into existence?
Casimir effect,
shifting the burden of proof.
It's the Casimir effect, but they're all better than a god. Literally any quantum theory you make up that's based in math and physics is better than a god. So
it's also shifting the burden of proof. Why not start with
I'm not,
and come up with the evidence for your explanation, global warming skeptic?
Well,
it'd only be shifting the burden of the proof if he said that if you didn't get it right, then mine's right. But so I don't know why he brought it up. So Casimir effect. Casimir effect is my answer. What's the point?
That's a little bit too simplistic, I guess. Like I don't think the Casimir effect, I think
is the Casimir effect a better explanation than a god because it's something we can demonstrate exists? Yes.
Well, the Casimir effect requires that there be empty space, right? Because that's what
no.
Yeah, because the Casimir
fields.
effect, if I understand the Casimir effect right, it
requires quantum fields. Quantum fields exist. Quantum fields are the fundamental thing. That's better than a god. So my explanation is better than a god.
Yeah, but quantum fields require empty space.
No, empty space is a result of quantum fields. Quantum fields exist before and outside of empty space.
They really don't. Quantum fields do require empty space.
No, literally, space is an emergent feature. It is not the most fundamental thing in the universe.
Like the quantum foam though exists, like it creates space from within. It expands space, I should say.
No. Space itself is literally emergent. Google emergent space time. Emergent space time. Space is not fundamental. It's not the most fundamental thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is a little bit too simplistic. But the point is that without a deliberate driver, you can't get a universe.
Deliberate drivers can be deterministic forces. Deterministic forces can be the driver. You don't need a conscious agent ever for anything.
Well, again, you're not going to get a universe with a low level of entropy, right?
Yes, you will. If the deterministic driver is a force that determines that, then that's exactly what you're going to get and the only thing you're going to get.
Okay, but what's the probability of that?
If it's deterministic, the probability is 1 because it's determined.
Okay, but there could be an infinite number of other...
And there could be an infinite number of types of gods, too. That doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, but we're arguing that any God exists, right?
Well, global,
like any,
global.
like
That's
you can
also
call God
global. It's also an issue because you only have a sample size of one to operate from. You have one universe here. So
yeah,
there are
but
no
we
other examples of universes. I mean, we can hypothesize other possibilities, but we only have a sample size of one. So obviously, it's 100% because it happened.
Yeah, well, obviously reality exists, but we're talking about how do we explain the specific reality that we see.
That's what
and the
TJump
thing is,
did.
again, I can pull up Roger Penrose's probability of like a universe with life popping up, like, you know, without it being deliberate. Like
the number of
Penrose is an atheist. He
configurations.
doesn't do that. He doesn't say that. So no, what you can do is you can say, given the probability of the laws of physics we know about and the variations we know about, that's it. But guess what? If there's some determining force we don't know about and it causes everything to be exactly as it is and it can't be differently, the probability is exactly 1. Exactly 1. There's no difference. And so if there's a force that we don't know about that causes everything to be exactly the way it is, then guess what? Probability is 1. And if there's a God that determines everything to be exactly as it is, the probability is 1. But either way, it can be done without a God. You just need a force. If there's a force that determines it, that problem solved.
Well, the problem is that scientists have found that there are numerous configurations of the universe that were
They
possible.
found that we don't know of a determining force that makes it be the way it is. That's all they found. They haven't found that it can be different ways. They found that we don't know of anything that determines it yet. But if that applies to a God too. So we don't have any reason to think there's a God that determines it, just like we don't have any reason to think there's a force that determines it. Both of them are possible.
Well, I'm not talking about what I'm talking about the number of possible configurations, whatever determined. I don't care.
The number of possible configurations is the amount that is possible given whatever determines it. So if there is a law that determines it to be exactly the way it is, there are no other possibilities. It cannot be different. It must exactly be this way with no possible variation. So if there is a law that forces all of the laws to be exactly as they are right now, they can't be different.
Okay, but that's not what the scientists are saying. That's just
we haven't discovered it. There's no God. We've never discovered God. We've never discovered this determining force. Both of those things are undiscovered. Both of them are possible. Both of them explain the data.
Okay, well, I can post a link right now, or I can find it in a second.
Just tell me what the link says.
Configurations that are possible.
No, oh my God, I've literally answered this. The number of configurations is based on whatever caused it to exist, whatever designed it, determined it, whatever. If there is a law we have not discovered yet, that means they can't be different. So what we think can be different now, we could be wrong, and they can't be different. So if God designed it in one way and it could only be that one way, or if a law forced it to be that one way, those both explain the fine-tuning.
Okay, so what we have is, right, a lack of knowledge. So we can use an inductive probability in this case, right? So we have something we don't know about. We don't know if it's God, or we don't know if there's this other energy or whatever voodoo, I guess you want to call it. So
law of physics. That's
if you apply the inductive probability to the case, you can either have a sentient thing that put things in the exact way where there would be life, where there would be Bibles talking about this entity, or this random law that you're talking about that we have no idea that even could exist.
Definitely could exist. Like that's the consensus in physics.
Right, so
physics.
I would say as an inductive case, like your probability is next to nothing given the amount of human knowledge.
So you've got it backwards. The probability that there is a mind that is outside of the laws of physics is next to nothing. That's why literally no one in physics thinks that's the case. And the consensus in physics is that there are more laws that are more fundamental than the ones we've discovered, which is every single model of physics. So given induction and all of the evidence we have of every field of physics, the law model is the better one and the God model is the worse one.
I think in this case, I would go with over half of the planet observing God over, like, just pretending that something
global warming.
And I think I'll just end it there.
It's an argument for popularity, just because people look for the easiest explanation. Oh, he left. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. It's also a little bit tricky that half of the planet believes in different gods, and if you really boil it down to the basic things, literally every believer believes in a different god. So I don't think it's a good argument.
So once again, an argument from incredulity.
Yeah.
And we're going to point out that if you have chirping smoke detectors like that, it means you probably should change the batteries to save your life.
I would vote for smashing it with a baseball bat.
Yeah. Some people in our YouTube audience are noticing the chirping sound.
So intentionally, Blank is actually second in queue, but I'm going to pull him up because Twitty is like let him go up in place of me. So I'm pulling him up right now.
Right. Hello.
How's it going?
Hello, welcome.
Pretty good. So I just want to sit there and create some backgrounds for the argument I'm about to come through. I guess I could be closely related to like a deist. And in TJump. So from what I got from your worldview, do you believe in determinism?
So in the case of free will, yes, there's no such thing as free will. In the case of physics, there is indeterministic random forces.
Right. So okay, all right. So that's gonna make this a little bit harder for me. But anyways, so and just a little bit of outline too. In nature, in humans, in everything, you kind of see this top-down order to everything. Can we all agree on that?
I don't know what you mean by that.
So let's just look at the animal kingdom as an example. In all throughout, like all animals we've observed, you see like you have a very clear hierarchy. You usually have an alpha male running a, let's just say with lions, running a tribe of lions, right?
Sure.
And then you see
with bacteria, though, not in all of nature.
It's funny you should mention lions, because in lions the male is not running the tribe; it's the female. But carry on.
Lion prides are matriarchal.
But
that's beside the point.
My point being, you see this top-down order to it, and then you see the same exact things in human beings. Everything has this. It ends up becoming this almost strict, orderly way it's organized. Can we agree on that?
Only in like biological animals, like bacteria don't have that, rocks don't have that, oceans don't have that, fish don't have that.
So let me specify it a little more. Animals with a complex ability to think, like a complex functional brain.
Well, jaguars don't have that. So even
you
like
only see it in
social
social animals. That would narrow it down, I think.
Okay. Social animals, usually social animals, mammals.
Right.
Social
Well,
you
you say jaguars don't have that. But jaguars they still have like they might be kind of I guess you could say an introverted sort of animal. They're on their own and everything, but they still have like their territory. They mark their territory. They are territorial. They don't. They try to stay out.
What's the point of the hierarchy thingy that you're trying to say?
So then now let's apply that to a more universal scale, right? In the universe, can we all agree that there are universal truths and absolutes that govern like the existence of our universe? Say like physical laws, like you were saying before.
Sure, but none of them are the hierarchy thingy. That's not one of them.
Well, I'm just saying it like as the order part of it. Like that's my point. The order in organization. Right?
What? Yes, the universe has order to it. It's not completely random. Okay.
Yes. So let's just I'm just going to point out mathematics specifically. So I don't want to get this into like a crazy thought experiment right here. I just want a simple yes or no. Do you believe mathematics was discovered or created?
It was invented by humans. It's a language to describe reality.
Okay, but I'm not like, so you think it was 100% invented. You do not think that mathematics are universal laws.
Mathematics is a language to describe the way the universe operates. The way the universe operates is like a law, but the math isn't. The math is just describing that.
So you don't think that like I understand like so it doesn't matter the language you put to it. Like no matter where you go, like mathematical laws are going to be constant, right?
No, math is a thing we make up. So we can make up mathematical language that doesn't describe reality. Like if I say F equals MA times 37, that does not describe reality. F equals MA describes reality. So some combinations of math describe the way reality is, and some combinations of math don't describe the way reality is, and some are self-contradictory. Like if I say 1 + 1 = 7. So math is like English. English, if I say the sky is blue, that describes reality. Doesn't mean it follows the law of English.
Right. So then like saying 1 + 1 = 7, you're disobeying like what we know as mathematical laws.
Right. That's no, I'm disobeying the laws of the language. So if I said there is a round square, that is also disobeying the laws of language. So it's just
right. And I want to, and I'm trying to what I'm trying to do is differentiate here. I'm not saying like the laws of language. I understand that like language and how we define things and how we define things and the words we put to things, like that's a social construct, right?
Math
Everyone
is
knows
the
that.
same. Math is the exact same. Math is a formal language. If you just Google, like in the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, math and logic are formal languages.
So so then the laws that describe that mathematics is used to describe, you think those are just, they're not universal laws.
No. Like if I say a round square is not a thing, that language can describe reality. So reality is a thing. And so if I describe reality with a language, the description is correct.
Okay.
So
and
the mathematical law, like gravity equals mc squared, those are accurate, but math, it's not a law of math. It's a law of reality that we describe with the language of math.
right. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I mean, I know it doesn't sound like it, but like we like, you might sit there like, okay, yes, I mean, mathematics is a language, but I mean, we have known and we have observed that this language we're putting to reality are constants and absolutes, like you just said.
No, most of them aren't, but what about it? So there's a pattern in reality. Yes, pattern in reality.
So yeah, it's pattern, it's ordered, it's very structured, right?
Yes, it's not absolutely random. So what?
How can you sit there and explain like how ordered and structured it is without coming from a view of creationism?
God would also have to be ordered in construction. Anything the way the reality could be would have to be ordered and like constructed. So like if God has a nature to it, is God himself? Yes. Is there one God? Sure. So God would equally be as ordered as reality. And so if your argument is oh, you can describe the object with numbers, well then you can describe God with numbers, and that would be equally as God must have been created by a different God or something. So the fact that that reality can be described by numbers isn't evidence of God.
But so you sit there and say like I'm like that, and that's just one example. I'm talking about like everything, like universal laws in everything, physical laws we have observed, all of it's extremely ordered. We all know it's extremely ordered, right? Again, how and then you sit there and say like,
God would have to also be extremely ordered. So if you're going to say that anything that's extremely ordered must require a God, God must have been ordered by something.
So right. And do you believe do you believe physical and metaphysical laws are equivalent?
What, I don't know what a metaphysical law is.
Like philosophy. Do you think the physical and the metaphysical, like, do you think they follow the same rules?
What?
So do you understand that God can exist as a metaphysical concept?
It doesn't make any sense. So metaphysics is just like what's the fundamental nature of reality, which could just be physics. So metaphysics doesn't mean not physics. It just means the fundamental nature of reality.
What?
Metaphysics is the fundamental first principles of reality. That's what metaphysics means. So if physics is the fundamental first principles, then that is metaphysics.
That is not true.
Literally it is. It's literally the definition on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Metaphysics is the fundamental first principles of reality.
Abstract theory with no basis in reality.
That's like the Google definition.
The branch of philosophy that deals with the first principles of things, including abstract concepts such as being, knowing, substance, cause, identity, time, and space.
Yes, so the first principles of things. So like the space-time thing, those are wrong. We know those aren't fundamental now.
Okay, right.
So it's the fundamental first principles of reality, like I said.
So can you tell me what those fundamental first theories of reality are?
No, I can guess, but like no one knows what they are.
So it's all conjecture essentially, right?
Well,
Yes.
no, can you conclude that it is this entity that you speak of that you call God? I mean, can you with any intellectual honesty, can you say that it absolutely is this? Or wouldn't you also be in the position that you also don't know? You're just assuming that it is.
I'm not going to say it's assumption. I come from the view. I'm not saying like true. Like it's because again, like God is a metaphysical concept. It is something that cannot be empirically proven. But
that's not what metaphysics means. So like, why do you think God is a better hypothesis than quantum field?
Because if you look at the order of the universe and everything, and you look at like the order and the structure of the world we live in, and it's all created. The structure and the world we live in. Huh?
So in physics, quantum fields explain everything we see perfectly, and there's evidence that they exist. There's no evidence of a God. Why do you think when you look at them and you feel created, how
do quantum fields prove existence in and of itself?
What? That doesn't even so God must also exist. God couldn't
No,
prove existence in and of itself.
I'm just like how does like I'm not very well. That's a legitimate question. How does quantum physics prove existence in and of itself?
It doesn't make any sense. You can't prove existence in and of itself. That doesn't make sense. So anything that exists must exist. God, if God existed, he must also exist. You can't prove existence in and of itself. It's not a property like that. Existence is not a predicate.
I think we should quote Aaron or Aaron Raw here. Truth is what the facts are.
Right, and the facts point to like everything is completely ordered. So let me go back to like looking at just look at our society.
Why do you think order indicates God? Because order can indicate quantum field. You doesn't need a God to explain order.
Well, what about the because there is random chance in quantum mechanics. Am I wrong?
Sure.
Because like the Pauli exclusion principle, you cannot.
Yes, there is some randomness. So what?
So how are you using a quantum mechanic concept to prove orderliness when it's proven that there is random chance in there?
Randomness doesn't mean literally everything is random. So like uranium decay randomly, it decays randomly. That doesn't mean uranium is random. Like all of the particles, uranium still has a particular number of protons, particular number of electrons, particular number of neutrons. It's not random. The fact that there are some random things does not mean everything is random. So the fact that quantum mechanics can have some random features does not mean it doesn't also have ordered features. It also has very ordered features. That's why the equations work so well.
Right.
So quantum fields have order. They order things.
So again, if how does it explain the orderliness of like everything?
They're deterministic. So if the quantum fields have these particular properties, they will create a universe exactly like we see it.
So what's the driving force behind it?
It's nature. It has a particular nature which causes it to do these things that we see.
So what is the proof behind it being just nature? What's the difference between you saying the driving force is simply nature and me saying the driving force is a God?
Quantum fields have a basis in reality. They make novel predictions. They've been confirmed with empirical tests.
Right. I'm not denying the quantum fields part. I'm saying you're simply saying nature driving force behind it. That's it. What's the difference between you saying nature and me saying God?
We have evidence these things exist and do stuff. We have no evidence of your thing that does anything.
It's evidence. Is that what TJump did?
But you just said
blank. There's two systems. There's two systems. One that you're proposing God for. One that TJump is proposing nature for. There's evidence to support TJump's conclusion or the conclusion, the prevailing hypothesis that we currently rest on. There's none to support the existence of this metaphysical entity that you're proposing. So it's the intellectually honest position.
So, but I still don't understand with it. So you want to sit there and say like it's intellectually honest position, right? It's oriented more towards truth and everything. Which
don't you understand?
Right. So the driving force, like where is the driving force? And like you were talking with the previous guy about how like, and I'm not denying the existence of what you guys are saying. Like sure, like quantum fields could be and might be the explain the existence of our universe and might be like the explain like determinism and stuff. But you said like there are like more fundamental laws that we simply do not know and have not discovered, right? And
could be.
Yeah, there could be. Okay, there could be. So what is the driving force behind those laws? And again, like, your answer is going to be the same exact thing. Nature. So what? Yes, nature. What is the difference between you using an abstract concept such as nature and you're just going to say, it's all quantifiable? Well, in this sense, like you can't simply say like you can't simply say, oh well, so, I'm just going to sit there and
let me try to
natural...
explain. So like, if we see a hoof print in the snow, imagine we're like walking in snow. I'm in Minnesota, so there's snow here all the time. We see a hoof print, and you say it's a unicorn. I say no, it's probably a horse. The difference between those claims is that one has a basis in reality. It's a combination of principles and particles and laws that have been verified to not be a part of our imagination. So if you have a theory that is a combination of principles, particles, and laws that have been shown to not be a part of your imagination, that theory is better than one that has any kind of parts or principles that have not been shown to not be a part of your imagination.
Right.
So if we want to say, what is the fundamental nature of reality? What is the fundamental driving force behind everything? And right now, the most fundamental thing we can possibly verify is quantum fields. That's the best explanation. Anything else we add on after that is just making shit up. So the best, most rational explanation is quantum fields are the most fundamental thing, and there is nothing more fundamental than them. And if you add anything after that, you're making shit up and it's less rational.
Okay. Still like so you don't think, do you think there's a further explanation that's more fundamental than quantum fields?
There could be. I don't think there's any reason to believe that yet. And so the rational conclusion is that quantum fields are the most fundamental thing, full stop.
And so, therefore, you completely discredit any other worldview because not worldview, I shouldn't say, any other sort of like creationist viewpoint.
Yes, because they have no evidence. So quantum fields have evidence. Everything else doesn't have evidence. Quantum fields are the best one because they have the evidence.
So you believe physical evidence reigns is the only true way to signify something that's true?
Evidence is the only way to signify something that's true. Evidence is anything that can differentiate imagination from reality. So it doesn't need to be physical evidence. Physical evidence is just the best kind we found so far. So if you have a different kind of evidence, that's great, but there isn't any. All of the evidence indicates quantum fields.
So can you empirically and without any reasonable doubt prove to me the existence of an equilateral triangle?
What? You can't prove anything with 100% certainty. I'm not sure what you mean here.
So we know equilateral triangles exist, right?
They don't exist. They're imaginary, abstract.
Oh, it's an abstract concept.
Yes, they don't exist.
That goes back to the language that we use to describe something that has three angles, a shape that has three angles that are equal. That's pretty much all it is. That goes back to that language that TJump was talking about beforehand. It's
Right.
Descriptive, not prescriptive.
Okay. Right. But so you well, my point being is like we sit there and we can think in abstract. Like we can think in abstract.
Yes.
What you in like thinking of the driving force behind, say, like quantum fields, that's abstract, right?
No, that's
how is that not
empirical.
Abstract?
Quantum fields are empirical. They've made novel testable predictions that we can empirically verify.
What causes quantum fields?
No, the quantum fields are the most fundamental thing. Nothing causes them. They are uncaused. But the quantum fields can be empirically verified.
What is the proof that the quantum fields are the most fundamental thing?
No, that's the most evidence we have, is that they are the most fundamental thing. We have no evidence of anything more fundamental. They create everything else. They create space and time. They create everything.
Right.
So if you go beyond that, so there's evidence of quantum fields. There's no evidence for anything before quantum fields. So saying quantum fields are the most fundamental thing is the most rational supported position. Saying anything else is more fundamental is making shit up.
But you just agreed with me that physical evidence does not reign supreme for,
it's not the only kind of evidence. Yes, there are other kinds of evidence, none of which indicates that quantum fields are made by something else.
I can't remember what the, hold on, let me look this up real quick because I can't exactly remember the term for it. But it's the laws of causality, right? Cause and effect. Everything has a cause, right? So where's the cause?
The quantum fields are the cause. They're necessary uncaused things.
Where's the cause for that?
They're uncaused. They don't have a cause.
So you don't believe in the laws of causality?
I do. Well, there's no such thing as the laws of causality. Causality is a term we use to describe actual laws, but So in the theist model, they say God is the ultimate cause and God is uncaused. They don't say literally everything was caused. The laws of causality don't mean literally everything is caused. There can be uncaused things like a necessary being. And so in the quantum field case, that would be the necessary being that was not caused, that caused everything else.
So the theist argument is my theist argument coming from like I'm more of a deist sort of viewpoint, right? God doesn't exist in any sort of way that we can even comprehend. Again, he's a metaphysical being. He does not follow the universal laws. There is no evidence that we have that says everything within existence has to follow universal laws.
Well,
just because,
hang on a second, Blank. If that's how you define God, then how does that differentiate from completely made up?
Because again, in my opinion, if you look at the orderliness and the structuredness of the universe,
no. I said, how does that differentiate from being completely made up?
Well,
TJump's universe creating potato leprechauns.
Yeah, I mean,
what's the evidentiary differentiation there?
Again, like I'm not speaking from like a simple like specific like religious perspective. Like if someone wants to sit there and believe like, you know, potato eating leprechauns created the universe, okay, you cannot empirically prove the existence of a god.
So the
question is what's the difference? What is the difference between your hypothesis and potato farting leprechauns?
Well, essentially, there isn't one. I mean, if you want to break it down to a very basic stance.
Yeah.
Okay.
Given this, why would we believe that it was a god?
Laws like the causality. Like why is it that there is not that there is no driving force behind like what we can like empirically observe, you know? Well, why do you believe like why is there not a driving force behind that?
Intentionally. It really is simple. There's two arguments there, okay? As far as like an uncaused thing.
Yes.
You're saying that it's God, and you're saying it's God. TJump is saying that it's the quantum field. Okay? It's quantum fields. So it's one of the two. All right? Now the problem is that there's evidence for the quantum field, as TJump has laid out very succinctly. There's no evidence for the God. We have two uncaused things that everything comes from. One has evidence for it, the other one does not.
And again, so why isn't there a driving force behind the quantum fields?
The very same reason why there's no driving force behind your God.
Well, God exists in the metaphysical. That's my explanation.
Well, there's nothing metaphysical. We don't need to appeal to anything metaphysical when it comes to the quantum field. It's there. We have evidence for it. Anything else that
the quantum field is metaphysical also. The quantum field is the fundamental first principles. There you go.
So there you go. There's your fundamental first principle. So it matches it. It's equal to it. But there's evidence for the quantum field and none for your God. So why would you fall on the side for which there's no justifiable reason to believe it? Other than a psychological, utility that it provides for you, but that doesn't make it true. So why would you fall on that and claim that it would be the case?
Why do I believe in that?
Yeah.
So all right. What if you're wrong?
Well, okay.
Is there more to that question? Because that's
that's it. What happens if you're wrong?
Okay, then he's wrong, and eventually science figures out the right explanation.
There was a point in time when humanity didn't understand where lightning came from, and people said that it was God. But now we understand where lightning comes from, and we understand the mechanism behind its existence. We understand why it happens, and we understand that it pretty much happens all over the universe. So. Mm-hmm. So now that we understand it, we were at one time wrong about it, and we attributed it to gods, but now we know that it's not, and now we know it's a completely natural thing that occurs. So we were wrong there, but now we're right. If we're wrong now about the quantum field, that means probably in the future we'll figure it out, and then we'll be right then when more evidence comes along. That's part of being intellectually honest with it. That we get more information. Hang on, Peter. We get more information, and then we add that to it. If that evidence is if it's good, if it's sufficient, then we will change the position because we now know more and we understand more about the universe. But until that point comes, jumping to other conclusions is not rational. So how do you get to that? Like, why would you side with the thing there is no evidence for instead of the thing that there is evidence for?
Because if you sit there and if you want to live an atheist, like, again, that's completely your choice. But if you sit there and you live an atheist life, that you don't follow any sort of like moral code or any sort of. I'm not. Hold on.
Whoa! Jump into conclusions there.
I'm not saying an absence of morality. I'm saying you're not following some sort of Oh my gosh!
Atheists have objective morality also. Moral realism is the majority view of atheist philosophers. So you still have objective morality without a God.
Right, and I didn't say that, but what if you're wrong and you sit there and you live, you go about your life, you
Pascal's
live.
wager.
Yeah, you're gonna Pascal out of this, really?
What?
I got a question. I got a question. What if we're wrong and we don't get 72 virgins in the afterlife, and you don't get 72 virgins in the afterlife? So now what?
It's up to 72.
Are you saying I'm Islam? I already said.
Okay. Are you saying that you are right and Islam is wrong? What if you're wrong?
I mean, if I'm wrong,
have you considered all the religions on the planet that you don't believe? So what if you are wrong? Which hell are you going to go to, and which hell are you most afraid of?
Which is why I say I align closely with deism. I believe in a God. I believe there's some sort of. I believe in creationism. That's
not an answer to my question.
Right.
Still not an answer to my question because what if you are wrong?
So you're just going to
keep interrupting me. What if you are wrong? Which hell do you think?
Peter. Hold on, Peter. Please let me talk.
Peter, let him finish. Peter, let him finish. Go ahead, Blank.
Okay.
Right. So that's why I prefer to look at it from more of a general creationist viewpoint. If you live your life, in my opinion, if you live your life along a pretty a more generalized moral code, you live it with like obvious values and virtues that are generally seen as good, then you'll likely be seen as like a good person in the eyes of the creator.
I get that. And what if you're wrong and a religion that doesn't adhere to what you just said is right? How much time do you spend on thinking about what if you are wrong? This is the dumbest question you can ask someone.
So
what if you're wrong? If you haven't considered the exact same thing for your position. So what if you are wrong?
My position.
What if you are wrong?
So what?
Which
so
hell
what
are you
if
going
I'm
to
wrong?
go to, and which hell would you prefer?
Let him finish. Ask a question and stop talking.
I wasn't finished with the question, but I'll
asked it like 3 times,
concede.
then paused, and then asked it again.
So again, you're asking the same question. If I'm wrong, if you look at the code, the moral codes across most religions, they generally have common trends.
Mm-hmm.
They're not all exactly.
What if you're wrong if it's not most religions? What if you're wrong if it's the religions who do not fit into the most? What if you're wrong?
So you're saying, say, like something that
I'm repeating your question back to you and pointing out how silly it is to ask this specific. I wasn't
You're
finished.
doing a terrible job.
I'm pointing out how silly your question is, and the fact that you keep dodging the question points out how silly your question is, because you ask us what if we are wrong while not having considered the fact what if
let me try to explain. So if let's suppose you die and you go to heaven, that's what you think might happen, and you're saying if you live a moral life, you're more likely that the God will see you in a happy light. But
exactly.
maybe it's the case that if there's no God, there's still an afterlife, like karma, dharma, chi, ki, yin, yang. There's all kinds of different fields and religions who don't believe in a God, but still have an afterlife. So those are possible too. And those you don't need to believe in a God for any reason. And there's a God who only lets atheists into heaven. He only cares about rationality. That's it. If you're rational, he'll let you into heaven. If you're not rational and you believe in God with no evidence, he'll send you to hell. So it's possible that every different kind of belief you have could get you into heaven, and its alternative could get you into heaven. And so there's no way to assess the probabilities of one belief getting you into heaven and another that won't. Also, atheists live by a moral code. You don't need to believe in a God to live by a moral code. And so atheists would also get into heaven by what you said. You don't need to believe in the God to get into heaven. You just need to be moral to get into heaven.
So in my viewpoint, it's better to look at it from a perspective of someone coming, like being observed, right? Because ultimately, we don't know what's after this life. Like it's something that will forever be unproven, right? Well, can we agree on that?
No,
not necessarily. We might be able to prove it one day.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's also good that you said it's in my viewpoint. And again, what if you're wrong?
So let's go back to the evidence thing. Do we have any
You
sort
don't
of
want to
evidence?
answer that question, do you?
Why
did you ask us?
Peter,
Why did
Peter,
you ask us the question if you
Peter,
don't want to answer the question yourself?
Peter, I have already explained, like, what if I'm wrong? If I'm wrong, then I am wrong. That's why I'd rather live a generally moral and follow specific values and virtues in my life that are seen from a wide perspective of humanity in general.
Yeah, you can do that without
and that's where you and I differ. I don't need a what if I'm wrong in order to live
Peter,
that life.
So Peter, in essence,
to live a moral life.
He's taking the Aurelius approach to it.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that I don't need the what if I'm wrong. I don't need a scare tactic to put me into leading a moral life. It's my choice. And even if my choice would get me into some kind of hell, I would still lead a moral life. I would still prefer to lead a moral life. And then the God can do with me whatever he thinks after I'm dead.
I'm still lost on the part of the belief in God. Like, I don't. Living a moral life is great. That's fine. I'm totally okay with it. Atheists do it too. But you don't need to believe in a God to live a moral life. Those are two separate things. So there's no reason to believe there's a God.
Exactly.
And believe and live a moral life. You can just live the moral life, skip the God belief, and you'll be fine.
Exactly.
Well, then that just comes to a difference in opinion, man. Like,
what is your opinion on that?
I mean, I've said it like the entire time. Like, I'd rather sit there and have that belief. It's not in something else. Peter said.
Okay, so blank. Like I brought it previously. So it provides a psychological utility for you, correct?
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's a psychological utility, but I guess we can put it that way. Go ahead.
So yeah, so you can believe in what you want to believe in, which is no problem. I was like, if it provides a utility for you, then that's fine. But claiming that one particular thing is true over another one, or is demonstrative of reality over something else, especially when there's no evidence to support that becomes problematic. And so the matter of it is like I said before, is like being intellectually honest about it. So let's say that this entity exists and everything. So if this entity exists and it created everything and it created human beings, okay, what doesn't matter how, and we have the capability to be rational, to be critical thinkers, to evaluate evidence to the best of our ability, and to be honest when we approach these things. If the conclusion that is come to honestly and critically through an evaluation of the evidence, okay, and not accepting something out of fear or probability or out of, I'm kind of hedging my bets or trying to Pascal's wager yourself out of it. If the objective is to be critical, to be rational, okay, to use our functions, the functions of our brain that apparently have been given to us, then if there's no evidence for a thing and accepting that thing based on fear or because it feels good or it's a security blanket, whatever, would be intellectually dishonest.
So what if the outcome is that we need to use the tools that were given us to come to the best possible conclusion, and not accepting something just because, oh, well, I'm afraid of this or whatever. So maybe it's better to accept the evidentiary part and not make assumptions about the universe, right?
That's an extremely good point.
It's worse. It's worse. If the only reason he leads a moral life is because there may be a threat after this life,
that's
then
what he was about
the
to address,
person,
Peter.
the God.
Peter,
No, hold
that's
on,
what he was
hold on.
about. No, that's
Let
what
me-
he was
let
about
me
to
finish.
address. I want to hear his response. Blank, go ahead.
Let me finish.
I don't want him to lose his thought,
It's
Peter.
one sentence.
No, it's
It's
like,
one
Peter, I don't
sentence.
want him to lose his thought. Blank, go ahead. Finish what you're saying.
I know, but I want to point this out so he'll get a different thought. If the God is the only reason for you to lead a moral life, then that particular God, who's probably all-knowing, will know that that is your reason. So it wouldn't get you into a heaven anyway, because you're leading a moral life based on a threat. And if it had been your choice, you would lead a different life. So no matter how you look at it, if the only reason for you to lead a moral life is a God, then that God will deal with you once you die.
Hold on. Can I just
Blank. What were you going to say?
I'll come back to you, Warren, because that was a really good point. And so, Peter, that right there is a huge assumption that my moral code is based off of my belief, which it's more or less the opposite.
I didn't say it was.
Well,
I didn't say it was. I said if that is the case.
That's my 2 cents, and I'm moving on. Warren, can you please repeat what you said before?
Yeah. So in essence, when you're looking at it from this perspective, and then TJump actually brought it up before, and I think this is pretty much the last thing we can jump in on, is that if there is a God and this God exists and it created us, and so we can say, it gave us brains, it gave us the ability to critically evaluate evidence, to think rationally, to come to conclusions based upon that evidence, and not jump to conclusions out of fear or speculation or supposition, or we can come to things intellectually honestly. When we use those faculties that were, if the God exists, given to us to the best of our ability. So the question that becomes, is that the point? So why wouldn't you use those faculties to the best of your ability and come to the conclusion? The conclusion happens to be right now in your lifetime, honestly, that there is no God, that this is what it is. And this is what I'm basing on, because that's all I've got to work with, instead of jumping to things out of fear or just hedging your bets or trying to Pascal's wager yourself out of it. What if that's the point?
That's an extremely good point, man. That's honestly that's part of what fuels my belief, and I'm going to twist it a little bit, because you're looking at it through rationalism, right? And I believe in like, with my views, the whole point of human existence of itself is to, because I also believe in objective morality, is to like, through metaphysics, through reason, through philosophy, find these metaphysical objective truths, right? And what you're saying essentially goes along with that line of thinking, and I honestly cannot give you a good rebuttal to that, because it goes along with what I think.
Well, I think as long as the approach is intellectually honest, and things are not just dismissed, for arbitrary reasons, that, the conclusions you come to are as honest as they can be, the evaluation of the evidence, and then I think you're heading in the right direction. That's why I think that, like I've always said before, when I'm having these discussions outside of these stages, you can rationalize yourself, or you can reason yourself to deism, and I have no problem with deism, because you can't eliminate it as a possibility. The sufficiently powerful enough entity kicked the football on the universe, pissed off with no evidence of its existence, doesn't really interact with us. It's just there. We can't defeat that. So sure, you can get yourself to that. I myself don't accept it, but that's just my personal position. I don't accept supernatural explanations for things, but you can do that. Going further than that, like, putting attributes to this thing, being, like adding things to it, then it becomes problematic, because then you run into the logical entailments of this thing. But getting to deism, I get that. I totally do. And I like that you hold to the Aurelius kind of position, live a moral life, if there are gods and they're just, then they will greet you by the values that you live by. And if there are no gods, then it won't matter because you lived a moral life. People will remember you by the life that you lived. And if they are unjust, then you wouldn't have wanted to worship them anyway. So it works the other way. And I think that's the best position you could be in.
Sorry, guys. I just need to point out that we've got quite a few people in the audience who'd like to also share their points of view, and so perhaps maybe we can wrap this up in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we're at a stopping point.
Minutes.
Like it's just a difference in like it difference in opinion, and like and Warren too. I think you were also looking at the wickedness that's kind of attributed to, say, like mainstream religions. Like if you look at like historically Christianity, like Islam, like there are atrocities within the past that have been justified through religion, and there are negative connotations to religion. I'm not gonna deny that. I feel like most people who sit there and do deny that don't live in a very reality-based worldview. But
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What motivates your belief that the afterlife is a thing? Because you've said at the beginning you're a deist, and there's just like metaphysical truths that are important to discover. But when you were asked, you mentioned that nobody knows what happens after you die. You said that you're concerned with being judged, and it sounds like you're betting on, hoping for, and have a feeling that you need a belief that gives you an afterlife. It sounds like it would be just to kind of assuage your fear of death. Is that the case?
Well, I wouldn't exactly put it like that. I'm not going to sit there and lie and say I don't have a fear of death. I think all human beings to a certain point have some sort, because like we're all naturally inclined to have a fear of the unknown, and death is one of those unknowns. And I wouldn't say, but I guess coming from, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I guess it kind of is, because it's like what if there is this afterlife? What if it is wrong? Like, again, like Warren was saying, the Marcus Aurelius viewpoint, coming at it from that perspective, like you live a good, virtuous life, then you will, like, and if the gods are just, gods are just, they will look down on you and smile.
But I could give you a lot of hypotheticals, like a what if, that you wouldn't put any stock in, right? It seems like you put stock in the what if something happens to you after you die and you're judged in some particular manner, particularly just because it scares you not to go somewhere, that non-existence is a scary thing. Now, like I think, on the other hand, a lot of people accept death is most likely just a fact, that you cease to exist, and they make whatever accommodation they can with that, but they don't force a worldview that just tries to give them a comforting, hopeful thought when there's no evidence to suppose that it's true, other than just that they have some like fear and desire for it to be true. Which is why I don't think you're really a deist, because you're more than a deist, right? You're kind of like an afterlifeist who's chiefly concerned with not having to face the possibility of non-existence being the most likely outcome of death.
Yeah, and I said at the very beginning, I like deist is probably the most general term, because I mean, I'm not huge into like the different definitions of, what, like, I guess religious belief.
But deism usually just means that God doesn't intervene, right?
Yeah, so, it's God exists, but it's more based around free will, is my understanding.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, if God does intervene and has like a soul hotel where all the souls go and so on, I mean, I guess you could sort of call that deism, because it's not in the physical world, but it seems like you're absolutely counting on God to have important consequences for your experience, to save you from suffering or torment or non-existence or something. And it's like there's not really, from an outside observer's point of view, a reason to suppose that's the case. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest that a mind independent of a brain doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense to bet on something any more than it does like a Nigerian prince who's going to give you $1 million if you just wire him $10,000, right?
Yeah.
And no matter how much I want the $1 million, I'm being tricked out of the fear that I have of not having $1 million. It's not a good idea to bet on the Nigerian, email any more than it is to bet on the afterlife.
Yep. So, and I mean, okay, that's a pretty reasonable argument, but I mean, I kind of lost.
We're running short on time. So
I just lost my train of thought too. So,
we can come back again and revisit more of this if you like.
All right.
Thanks, Blank.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Good time.
Appreciate you.
We've got other people in the audience. Sorry to rush you off there.
All right. So Bang desperately wants to come up and prove to us that a God exists.
Evidence, finally. He will do what no other has done before him.
I'm not even expecting to prove anything. I just wanted to discuss an idea, right? Which is why do we infer minds over things that we see around us that has certain characteristics, right? And
if there's no natural process that'll produce a thing.
Yeah, well, that's just the assumption behind it, right? Like if you see some sort of an artifact.
Well, that's you asked why do we infer minds? That's why. It's because if there's no natural process that'll produce this phenomenon, then we infer a mind.
Yeah, but that's only an ad hoc realization. Like if I see
that's why we
something,
do it.
whether it's natural or not, it should have certain characteristics that allow me to infer a mind. That me inferring a mind behind it is more reasonable than saying that this thing came from randomness, right?
I know of no such things. There's no such thing that like if there's an inherent characteristic of object X to infer mind. It's always if there's no natural process to produce this, we infer mind.
Can you define natural?
To be fair, all the artificial things that we observe are things that we created. So
can you define natural process? I don't know what you mean by natural.
As an unguided, a thing without a mind that just does stuff. Gravity,
yeah, well, how do you know that? What makes you think that thing is unguided? Like, what characteristics in that thing makes you think it's unguided?
Because we see things like hurricanes and we don't see any mind connected to them, so it's reasonable to infer there's no mind connected to them.
So you see certain just the same thing I said. You see certain characteristics behind a phenomena or an object that you don't see that is sufficient to explain them. To explain it by a mind, right?
We just be more reasonable
to be. Yeah, but
so like
a mind is not. You can't see a mind anyway. Like even if I do something.
No. So like we see tornadoes,
prove that I have a mind,
no
right?
mind. We see hurricanes, no mind. Gravity, no mind. We see lots of things that work in the reality with no mind.
You see my mind
involved. I see effects of your mind. Yes.
Okay, that's the point, right? You don't know, but nobody sees any mind, and the reason why I'm saying that, or I believe that inferring a mind behind the universe, right, is more or is best explainable by a mind, because we see the same characteristics in the universe or life as we do see in like things that we ourselves create, such as like the cars and stuff like that. Like obviously, it will be more reasonable for me to look at a house or a building or a car. Well, I see information, right? I see complexity.
Wow. Okay.
And I see patterns, right? All these
information, complexity, and patterns exist in crystals, hurricanes, galaxies, stars. They exist in all things that don't have minds.
Yeah, information and complexity and all that would also exist in whatever supreme mind created the universe. So then you would be begging the question as to whether or not that mind also has an additional supermind behind it.
I think TJump is the one making the question, because you can't say that those are things that exist in things that have no mind. We only infer things that we only infer a mind behind things because we see those characteristics.
You're saying a mind isn't complex?
So hold up. So in physics, information is physical. It is a physical thing in a system. It has nothing to do with mind. Like no one in academia thinks information equals mind. That's not a thing. So the consensus in every field of physics is information is a physical system.
Oh, okay. Why do you think a car has a mind behind it? Like, why do you think it's more reasonable to infer a mind behind a car?
Because we know the origin of a car.
Well, no, because the things that entail what makes up a car, there's no natural process that produces those features.
That's only an ad hoc. You haven't seen like
That's
what if you
literally
haven't seen
in
the
all
car
of
being
one
made
sec,
though?
one sec. In all of archaeology, in all of physics, and all in SETI, what they're looking for when they're looking for mind is a thing that is not produced by natural processes. That is the definition of how people search for mental processes in every field of academia. That is how they
You
do it.
haven't defined to me what a natural process is.
Like a physical force that is not guided by a mind that does stuff.
Okay, but that just doesn't make any sense the way you define it. Because how we create things, obviously you infer a mind to me, right? But I can say that I'm just a natural process, right? That like there's nothing necessarily that infers that I have a mind besides the fact that you
If
see
you are
certain characteristics
incapable
in
of
the way I behave.
understanding like wind, waves, tornado, not mind, then that's your problem. Like those are unguided natural forces. They are things not guided by a mind. If you think that they are things guided by a mind, you hold the burden of proof there. So we can, in physics and biology, say, oh, there's these processes that are clearly not guided by a mind. And is whatever we're looking at, is it a product of those things, or is it a product of a thing guided by a mind? And we can compare the difference between the two and be like, oh, look, the things not guided by minds do all kinds of shit.
Look, I think there's some miscommunication here. Look, I wanna make it clear that look, the reason why you infer a mind to me isn't because you see a mind in me. Isn't because there's this thing called the mind that you can test in me or prove it, right? You infer it because it makes more sense that I'm saying all these words and this complexity and order and pattern, right? That you assume naturally that I have a mind that I can use to communicate information with you, right? Now you can take the same thing that I'm doing right now, the same characteristics about the phenomena, which is me, right, and apply it to other things that we see around us, right? You can see the DNA.
Not right.
You can see how.
Do you want to play that game, Bang, and extrapolate induction and apply it to the entirety of the universe without modification?
I would really
You're
like
going to have some problems because minds don't exist without physical brains, so far as we've ever observed. You have absolutely no evidence whatsoever, nor even a rational argument to provide for us that would demonstrate it's even possible for a mind to exist without some physical brain to generate it.
Yeah,
but that's exactly what you believe
in. You're begging the question.
It's not begging the question. You were the one using induction and extrapolating from that to draw some ontological truth about reality. And we're pointing out to you why that is erroneous. But if you want to play that game, then you need to be consistent. If you're going to infer into the rest of the universe from your local experience with reality, then you would have to be consistent with that. You don't get to cherry pick from your inferences and induction. Have you ever observed a mind that was not the process of a physical brain?
Yes.
You've seen a disembodied mind?
Yeah, I believe in
Where?
That. Now, just let me just okay.
No, that wasn't the claim, dude. Don't jump. Don't
yes,
jump the claim, dude.
He has asked me.
You said you have observed
without
it
a physical brain, right?
No,
you've observed a disembodied
mind. Well, I observed the effects of a mind. I mean, no one can truly observe a mind.
No.
That wasn't what I asked you.
Bang. Contemporary neurophysiology. We can detect the presence of a mind. We're using technology. Okay, this is how we. So minds can create things. We understand this to be the case. Okay, so we see a car, and we can understand because we both observed that people have created cars. People have minds. We can actually detect the effects of a mind utilizing technology. We can also detect the lack of a mind using that same technology. So we have a brain. The brain has properties, and when the brain is functioning, we can hook it up, and we can understand when they have thoughts. We can actually see them demonstrated, played out before us. We understand these things. You just said that you observed a mind that was disembodied. A disembodied mind, you have observed it. But what you are observing are natural effects like hurricanes, waves, wind, whatever.
My voice
and then
is
you are
natural
saying
effect,
you're
My voice
observing
is only
natural forces.
Effect.
You're observing natural forces, and you are saying that they are guided by a mind. What is the evidence that supports this when you cannot detect the mind that is behind it?
Look, I appreciate you guys are very passionate, right? But I would really like to keep this on one-on-one because it seems like each one of you has your own idea and opinion, right? Like TJump told me, no one can observe any mind, even if you observe the brain. We can just infer that there's a mind because of the effects of it, and then other people are trying to like cover up each other's mistakes when they talk. I want to
so hang on a sec, just a sec, Bang. You're not going to find conformity among atheists because diversity is we're probably among the most diverse demographics
how
in the
am I
world.
supposed to discuss the topic then?
Oh, hang on. You're presenting an idea, and so you're getting responses from people. So if there's one of us that you think you'll be able to convince, then focus on that idea by all means.
Hey,
So the question
it's
still
not gonna
stands.
go
So
anywhere.
the question still stands, Bang. How did you detect the mind that you are asserting is behind natural phenomena?
How did I detect the mind? Well,
Yes.
by observing its effect, which entail certain characteristics and phenomena, right?
Which none of you haven't specified any, nor have
I
you
did.
argued that they're both positively indicative of and
I did.
exclusively concordant with a mind.
Look, when one of you told me that we can observe in physiology, we can observe the actual mind in the brain. Well, no, I disagree with you. We don't actually observe the mind. We observe that this mind has certain patterns and certain information that it can perceive and output, right? And because of that,
Bang.
we infer that this brain has a mind, right?
So,
Or
so
this
the
brain
question was, what
produces
did
a
you
mind.
observe that was indicative of a non-physical mind? That's what they're asking. What did you
Yes.
observe that was indicative of a non-physical mind?
Well, the fact that, I mean, this comes from different arguments, but the fact that the creator of everything, right, is a non-physical entity, and that it's the cause of everything that we see, and because what we see around us entails different characteristics, therefore the creator would have a non-physical mind.
Okay, so that can all be explained by quantum field, no mind. So again, you said you observed a non-physical mind. I want to know how you observed a non-physical mind.
You can explain anything with anything. I'm saying I see
No,
that
you
as the
can't.
most
That's such a
reasonable.
childish endeavor.
You guys want to move on to the next one?
Yeah, I'm saying that
I
you
would
can.
like to,
Well,
yes.
I'm not even done with the idea though.
It does.
You guys don't even seem to actually want to engage in it.
No.
I mean, it's
Bang,
fine if you can. If you can, that's fine.
Bang. There's
Move on.
systemic. There's problems all throughout what you're asserting, and you've been asked us a very, very simple question. You made the statement that you have observed a disembodied mind. Okay, and we are
No, I
asking
didn't say
you.
that. I said I observed the effects of it.
You
That's
The
fine.
same way you observe the effects of my mind. Right?
No.
You
If
observe
I
how
hook,
I'm
Presuppose
speaking
that-
to you in
no, sir,
English, right?
no, Bang. If I hook your head up to an EKG, I can see those effects.
Well, he
I
means
can
consciousness.
measure the
exactly.
output of
He
your
means,
brain.
he means
Exactly.
literal
Well, just
consciousness.
out of curiosity, I mean, I
They're
don't even
only
know like what Bang would be arguing for, because when we talk about minds in the quantity and like the quality of human minds and the way that we can measure, the cognitive faculties of a person, right? We're talking about physical interactions in the brain, electrical and chemical synapses, right? This is not what Bang is referring to. What Bang is
He's talking
referring
about
to is a
consciousness,
mind,
pure quality.
just
qualia.
but devoid of any of those other constraints that we associate with consciousness. He's effectively trying to argue
It's a
to us
philosophical
the
discussion.
existence of a triangle whose corners don't add up to 180 degrees.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Look,
That's exactly what
if-
you're doing. You're
look,
attempting to
you
argue
don't
for a
have
mind,
to-
and yet you're not. You're excluding all of the common characteristics of a mind, like the property set of what we would
I'm
consider a
saying-
mind,
You're
and you're not
engaging in bad
allowing us
faith,
to go
Bang.
through that.
Okay,
But Bang,
let me respond to
would
that.
this disembodied mind that you believe in not also be infinitely complex? I mean, you're talking about an emotionally and intellectually intricate intelligence that has the capacity to
No.
will things into existence out of nothing.
That's just
And you're telling me that wouldn't be complex?
No, I don't. That's just a straw man. Like, look, I don't believe God is complex or His mind is, and that has nothing to do with whether.
What does it mean for something to
mind-
be complex then?
Just let me reply to
What does it mean to be complex?
Well, what it means to be complex is have a mechanistic function, right? That produce some sort of an outcome. Yes. Well, okay,
No.
define to me what complex is. I define to you. What is
Means a
complex?
system with many functioning parts that could be differently.
That's literally what I just said.
Well, it doesn't need to be physical.
Okay, well, I don't believe God has parts. So why should God be complex?
Yeah, minds have parts. A mind is non-quiescent. It's never still.
a mind
it's a
has
constant, progressing,
qualities.
moving sequence of thought.
No, having qualities doesn't mean you have different parts.
That would still be complex. So if a mind can have different states, different thought patterns, different ideas, if there's a large number of different ways it could be, and they can produce different possible outcomes, that's complex.
No, that's not what the mind is. That's what the mind entails.
That means it's complex. So it
that's
entails
what
a
the fuck,
complex.
Bang?
It's a complex
that's
system.
That's what the mind
This
possesses.
is embarrassing.
That's not what the mind is. Right? If I know different facts, right? Like different distinct facts. If I know like 1, 2, 3, that doesn't mean that my
Bang,
mind.
what does our mind and God's mind have in common?
I can't even properly respond to each one of you before the other one comes in. It's just.
I just want to know: is there any common reference between the mind of God and the mind of human beings?
Yes, the certain characteristics that I just told you.
What?
pattern, information, and complexity.
So you're telling me that it is impossible for patterns, information, and complexity to exist without a mind to create them?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's not a genuine position to have, because if you're going on with your daily life, you're not gonna assume that you have to see everybody's brains and physiology to know that what they created, right, comes from their own mind. Like if you walk across
the
a
problem
building,
though,
right,
Bang,
hold on.
is that when
If
we
you walk
create
across a
things, they're
building,
efficient, not
you're going to
complex.
let me finish. If you walk across a building, right, and you see that this building is like maintained well, it has all these whatever, right, all these characteristics, you don't have to see the person anyway. Yeah, I don't have to see who made it to know that this person is intelligent. This person has a mind. This person willed this thing to be the way it
Bang,
is.
would you consider
It's not a
somebody
product of
intelligent if
random.
they create something that's intentionally redundant and ineffective?
Give me an example of that.
The universe, the galaxy, solar system.
How is
A
it?
state or a Vegas nerve.
How is it redundant?
Oh, just stick to the building analogy. You walk across the roof of a building, you see bird shit on the roof. Are you going to imply a mind, some complex mind, to
What
explain
do
the bird
birds have
shit?
to do with the building, though?
Well,
Yeah,
we're talking about
how is this
mind. We're
analogy?
talking about
what they're saying
witnessing.
is that the universe doesn't look like a building. It looks like a rocky mountain that just kind of fell together randomly. It does not look like a building. When you look at the universe, you don't see indications of design. You see indications of random forces doing random shit.
Really? Okay. How? So
Look,
let's say
you're
that if
you're
in
trying to
order
make
to
a
make a house, right,
comparison
a house,
to something that
you
we
need
can empirically see. Bang,
yeah.
listen, dude. You made
Bro,
the
let me respond to
comparison.
TJump, man. Like I can't talk, man.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, when you come across a building, you're gonna see certain characteristics that have to all be at um uh, built together at the same time to make that house a house and make it function and make it the way we infer that there's a mind behind it. You're gonna have to see walls. You're gonna have to see doors. You're gonna have to see all these things that exist together at the same time. The same way,
one sec.
the universe. I haven't even made the analogy though. Right?
Right, but
The
I want to
analogy here is that the universe
bang.
different.
I want. So if you come to a mountain, there are certain facts that have to be true for it to be a mountain. When you come to a lake, there are certain facts that have to be true to make it a lake. Like every object that you see, there are certain facts that have to make it the thing that it is. It's not just true of design things.
Yeah,
so what you're saying
I
is
think
just
entails a mind.
no, mountains don't entail minds. Lakes don't entail minds. Rivers don't entail minds. So if your argument is just that there are certain facts that entail it is the way that it is, everything has that whether or not it was created by a mind. So that's not an argument that the universe had a mind, is that because there are facts the way it is are required to be the way it is.
Okay,
You
I
guys hear
mean,
what I
look,
said before
that's
I
fine. That's
disconnected?
fine. I mean, I'm just saying, with your position, you're not going to be able to be consistent with the idea that I myself has a mind. Like I could for all.
I'm
for all-
perfectly consistent.
for
I
all-
can
for
infer
all-
you have a mind because I have a mind, and I can say my mind does certain things, and you do the same certain things, and they don't happen without minds.
That's the same thing I'm using. I'm saying
No,
I can
because there's
see
none of the things buildings
effects
exist
in
in
the
the
universe.
universe.
I can
There are
see
no
effects in the
effects in the
universe
universe
that
that
are
are
more
analogous to a
complex
mind.
than what
None
I
of them.
can do. I can see things in the universe that are more complex than whatever I can do. Right? Even if I had like 10 lifetimes, I would never be able to reach
Complexity
such
Oh my
is not a
god,
complexity
feature
Bang,
of
this
mind.
of doing something what I see
harping on
about the
complexity
universe.
is literally just
So,
saying I don't understand it, too hard, brain too small, must be a genie. Like that
well,
that's such a low brain
that's the same
argument.
thing you do with human beings, though.
No, it's
Complexity means
not.
nothing.
It is.
Complexity means
It
nothing.
is.
It's just the amount of parts involved in something.
So if I see a cave painting of a very bad ox, I don't think, oh my God, this is so complex. Only a mind could do this. What I say is there's no natural process that could do this. There's natural processes that do things far more complex, like the certain octagon shaped squares that are like covering a different beach that was all produced by a natural process. That's far more complex than poopy cave paintings. But the poopy cave paintings I know came from a mind because there's no natural process that produces those things in the area.
How would you
That's
know
what
that?
does it.
How would you know that?
Because we see the natural processes that do those things and they aren't there.
You're begging the question again. That's just an
No,
assumption
that's perfectly rational.
things
That's a
like that
perfectly
can't
rational
produce.
inference. It's called rational
Well,
inference.
okay.
It's called abduction.
Well, I'm doing the same. Right?
No,
Look,
you're not.
No, you're not.
Show the mind.
You're
Show the
literally
mind.
just inventing
I'm just gonna say
nonsense.
this one last time, and I'm gonna just move on because I don't think it's going. It's fine.
So, Bang, the whole
I-
thing that happened here
I'm-
is they asked you for evidence of an immaterial mind, and then you presuppose God, and then you said God has an immaterial mind, or you described God as an immaterial mind, and then presuppose it exists. and then said that
It doesn't matter if it's material or
somehow
not, though. It doesn't matter. It's
impacts
irrelevant whether it's
reality.
material or not.
But that's not what they were asking. They were asking, how do you know that immaterial mind is even a category? Because mind appears to be connected to physical.
Oh, that's irrelevant. Minds exist. I don't
No,
see
it's
anywhere
not.
in the definition of a mind that it has to necessarily be physical.
They were
That's
asking you
just something
Holy
you
crap,
both like
show
made
the
up.
that's so
category
embarrassing.
You
exists.
literally just made that up. Like there is no
Bang,
definition of
bang,
a mind where
bang.
it has to be
I
physical.
want you to listen very carefully. You are making an inductive argument, okay? You are observing a pattern or sequence within nature, and then you are extrapolating that to the whole of reality without modification. Barring the wild, inappropriate nature of that, I am asking you, based on your inductive reasoning, have you ever observed a mind that is non-physical?
That's just a dumb question. No one can observe a mind. No one can observe any mind. We can only observe physical phenomena that we infer minds
let
from
me
because we
clarify.
Okay,
see
so
the
the answer is
complexity.
no. We can move on.
He's saying that you're using
So you
induction.
haven't
He's
seen
saying
my mind.
your
So
evidence.
what makes you think you're not talking to a
Bang,
robot right
bang,
now?
bang.
He's
What he's saying
interacting
is
with your mind, dude, directly.
what he's saying is you're using induction. You're using induction to say that, look, there's this inductive pattern of things we see, and these are inductively often caused by minds. But if you
Yeah.
use induction as evidence, induction seems to indicate that all of the minds we see are produced by brains. And so if there's no brain, there's no mind. So if your evidence is inductive, then you have to include the other inductive evidence that goes against your hypothesis, which is what he's arguing.
Well, the reason why I'm saying it's an immaterial mind has nothing to do with whether it's a mind or not, right? Now there are other arguments to show why that mind, right, would be immaterial, but that's irrelevant to whether it's a mind or not, right? Now, even if I'm making the argument that there's a physical mind behind all of this, you're not gonna just agree with me and move on, right? There's no point of agreeing with that point.
Well, if you showed us that that was something that can exist, we would have no choice but to accept it because it would be true. Because that would be, well, true.
I mean, convincing you at this point is out of the question. So, look, I'm just gonna make this.
It wouldn't be if you presented. No,
conclude this.
bang. It wouldn't be if you presented evidence, which you have not.
Sure. I mean, I don't even know what you mean by evidence. Look,
That which can differentiate imagination from reality. Evidence.
And I'm going to ask you to define reality, and I'm just going to go on. There's no point.
All that exists.
What's
Which
exists?
present?
Yeah, look. We're just going to go in circles. Look, if you
have to ask stupid questions like what is existence, that means just you have failed. You have just failed at any intellectual honesty.
It's not a dumb question.
It's
Obviously,
a pretty dumb question.
Obviously, you think it's a very intuitive. Like, existence is a very intuitive idea that it seems
all things that are non-imaginary that exist in reality. Like, it's not a hard concept.
Yeah, we're just waiting for you to show that an immaterial mind is a thing, or a consciousness that exists outside of the physical is a thing.
The statement was that
totally
you
open.
said that you had evidence. So.
Yeah, we're totally open, dude. Just demonstrate it's true, and we'll accept it.
The evidence is the effect. Look, I'm just gonna. I'm literally just want to conclude because I know for a fact I'm not gonna go anywhere right with this. I just want to conclude, right? So, the reason why we as human beings in our day-to-day life, when we see a text on our phone that says, "Hey, come on to dinner at 8 p.m." We're never gonna even think for once that this message could have been an outcome of random processes, right? Because we see the effects of the message, we see the complexity of the letters combined together. We see that this entails comfort. We see that this entails information, right? So I don't have to see the person's mind or have to see his brain to know that this person has a mind and he intentionally sent me this message, right? So that I can do something about it, right? Now, when it comes to how I see the universe around us, I see that, for example, the DNA, the fundamental forces, physical forces, right, or constant forces of the universe, right? All of these need to be in a very fine-tuned manner, right? And they all need to be true at the same time.
Okay,
so you're going to look at the trees and that happens. Fine-tuning.
Yeah,
again,
so
DNA is God's text message to you. Got it.
I mean, if all of these nuclear, these universal constants don't exist, then there wouldn't be any tree. There would be nothing for you to even talk about.
All you're saying, Bang, is that if the universe were different, the universe would be different. No shit.
No, there will be no universe.
So you provided no
there will be
explanation for anything. You're just making claims. Can you show us some type of evidence, or you just
I think we
keep
should
making
move
claims?
on because
if the universe wasn't the way that it is, the universe
Take it
wouldn't
easy,
be the
Bang.
way that it is.
No,
Brilliant
there will be no
observation,
universe.
Bang.
There will be.
The universe
agree.
wasn't
I
the
agree
way
with
that it
you,
is.
Joe.
The universe wouldn't be the way that it is. I mean, where else can you go to get that kind of profound
I think,
revelation?
so his main argument is that complexity and information are indicative of a mind. Both of those things are just objectively false. So because like the big hex squares, I forget what there's like a beach of just a bunch of hex shaped rocks.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Those are super complex. Those are not a product of a mind. Information is defined as a stochastic physical system in Claude Shannon's information theory paper. Literally no one defines information as having anything to do with the mind. This is a stupid creationist definition. So both of his claims are objectively provably false. Therefore, his argument is debunked.
The other problem is that he continually compares things that we have designed, right? Things that we know are designed because we designed them. But, I've given him this analogy before, and he flailed around with it. But if you were walking down the side of a river, and you come across a dam, how could you tell the difference between a dam that was built by beavers and a dam that was the consequence of natural flooding? Cosmetically, they don't look they don't look very different from one another. But if you've ever seen a beaver dam before, you would know the characteristics or set of properties a beaver dam possesses, and you would be able to compare the present dam to what we know as beaver dams, and you would also be able to look around and see if there's any beavers to have created this dam. You would be able to find specific indicative evidence.
I think a better example is like if you're watching across a beach and you find a tesseract, would you infer the tesseract is designed or a product of natural processes? And how? What is the methodology you would use to differentiate between the two? So if you come up with an object that we've never seen before, we know no natural processes, no design process that would produce them, how would you infer one or the other? And that's where they kind of get caught. Like,
that's a great example, actually, the Tesseract, because a lot of people will probably immediately assume that it was somebody designed it and left it there. But yeah, there's so many things we can get into with that.
Argue something yet?
So Icarus has been waiting for you.
Icarus, welcome.
Hey.
What you got for us today?
I'll just put my basic statement out. I do believe in God, that is one thing, but I am willing to be convinced on, he's not the creator of all things. I mean, when you have a being that literally said, and if I remember this right, or killed a bunch of people with an asteroid and angels because they were too problematic for me to actually help, and then I sent my son to fix all the issues that I happened to forget humanity caused because Adam and Eve didn't seem to know, don't touch the fucking fruit I told you about. Then hey.
okay, do you have evidence or something? Like, I think it's all fairy tale.
Oh, I think of it more like mythology.
I agree. Would you agree God doesn't exist?
It's more, I believe in some form, but I am more or less like, hey, it's easier to take the Bible as a book of myths than it is about true history of what happened to humanity.
Okay, so do you yourself believe in a god or gods?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Okay, so why? Yeah.
It's just easier on my mind to think, there is something in the sky taking care of us, instead of, we're all left on our own to possibly die with no idea what we're doing.
So it provides that
nice.
It provides that psychological utility for you?
Yeah. That's why I think religion is so important. It's a way for people to not, freak out about it. It's one less stress on the person's mind on where will I go when I die. Who knows? But hey, at least religion says that you'll go to a heaven.
Or not.
Things
Or a
that you
place of
like
like
have an
infinite,
impact
incomprehensible
on
torture.
reality? Do things you like have an impact on reality? Is it just because you like to think that makes it real?
Icarus, how old are you?
20, I believe.
So you lived
I'm old
on
enough to
Earth.
be your father.
Okay, Jack, here's my point.
I love how
You've been
that's
alive
phrased.
for,
to be his
like,
grandfather.
20 years. Okay.
I love the caveat.
So,
20, I believe.
ostensibly, so
Sorry,
you had
sorry.
been born
I'm
in
trying to remember. Do I
2002
need
or
to be
2003,
precise?
right?
Because
No,
I
no,
am
no.
20 as
No,
of
no.
current.
You don't need to be
2001.
precise. It's just, I like the way you worded it. That's all I'm saying. It's really, really cool.
Well, hold on. I'm going to try to go somewhere with this. So, like, this idea of life after death has always befuddled me, right? Because, Icarus, were you alive prior to your birth? Were you aware of anything?
I mean, I can't prove it, so I'm not going to say yes.
Do you have memories prior to, say, 1995?
1995. That's a really specific year, but no, I
Well, if you're
don't.
20, you certainly weren't alive in 1995, so it would follow that you have no memories prior to 1995. I, for instance, don't have any memories prior to probably 2003, because that's when I first realized I was aware of myself. But I was born in 97, right? So there were thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years prior to my birth that I wasn't alive for or present for, and I was never inconvenienced by it in the slightest. But I've been alive for 25 years, you've been alive for 20 years, and you think that unless you live for all of eternity, this world that we have is just meaningless and scary, right? You have to be the singular infinite thing in a finite universe. Everything else dies, but you got to live forever. And you want to live for all of eternity. You've been alive for 20 years, and you think that it's not worth it without eternity. Never ending.
Oh, if I've been alive for 20 years and yet I want to live for eternity, is that it? Because sorry, I kind of was listening, but also gave myself a cup of water.
Okay. All
I
right,
am really
so
self-conscious about my voice too.
that's fine, Icarus. My point is that human beings have an incredibly meek perception of vast time. Right? It's difficult for us to conceive of a few hundred years, let alone eternity. Okay, this Earth, 4.5 billion years, and there were entire worlds of completely alien to us if we were to develop a time machine and go back to those eras, and it would be so foreign that it would be not comparable to anything that we've observed in our modern world. And different animals and creatures, and even some sentient beings, such as Neanderthals and Denisovans and Cro-Magnons, they all existed way back when. We've never had any experience with any of them, right? That's how great time is. I mean, we're talking eons and eons and eons and eons of time. You've been alive for 20 years, and you want to be alive for all eternity.
I mean, it's nice. It's a nice thought. That's all I can really say about why I want to live for eons or whatever it is.
It's
Why?
a nice thought. It's a nice thought. So Icarus, let's attack that. What's your favorite food? What's
Pizza.
your favorite pizza?
Pizza.
So now
cheese-
imagine that for the next 10 years, all you get to eat is pizza.
That would be fine.
Not
I would love
different
that. That's totally
pizzas,
fine.
and not different pizzas, but one specific pizza.
It'd still be fine.
How
with that.
long do you
That's pretty
think
good.
it's going to be your favorite food?
Still gonna be my favorite food.
Sounds
I love
like a good
pizza.
idea,
I would
man.
eat it
Maybe-
every day for like
I would
10
take it.
years. No
Maybe a
problem.
couple months, because eventually I would just get sick of eating pizza over and over.
Exactly. So if you're going to live forever, how long do you think it's going to take until you really want out?
Never. I would live forever, not a problem. That's not even a real issue. That's like such a silly question. Like I would want to live forever, no problem. But
Yeah,
I would
I
like
wouldn't.
to eat pizza
How long
forever,
would
no
I
problem.
want to
I
live
don't think
for?
anybody who says they want to live forever really puts thought into that.
No.
What?
Yeah,
Think
Yeah.
everything
that-
you
that-
can
that's-
learn and do.
A thing that
over
exists
That's
eternally.
exactly
a thing that exists eternally has no value. The fact that things
Yeah.
are temporary is the reason that they have value, and the reason
No,
that you
that's,
the
no,
reason
no.
yes.
No.
Yes.
Like if you're an eternal being, you
Hey,
still
Jump,
have
you're
value.
wrong.
If you're still morally valuable, regardless of the duration.
I didn't
you
say
live.
morally valuable. It says any kind of like value, because it's just there. It's always there. It's never going to not be there. So therefore, there's no supply and demand. There's no valuation to it. It's simply it's there.
like monetary value, like it still
any
has
kind,
moral
any
value.
kind, no, any kind of value, because it will
kind of
always
value.
be there. The reason that things have value is because they are temporary.
No,
It's because they will not
Yes.
always be there. So
no, it's literally false. Like
Yeah.
if you're eternal, it's not like you lose your value. Say you choose to be eternal, do you lose value? Like no.
You
still
don't
equally
lose
as
your
valuable.
value. Everything you experience loses value.
That's also false. That's simply a psychological state. There's infinitely many
not
ways
false.
to maintain value. Like you could just erase your
just
memory
because
where
it's
you
a
want.
psychological no, TJump, just because it's a psychological state doesn't make it not important.
I said it was important, so I'm saying it's important.
I was
So, like-
originally just going to ask what your guys' positions on this were, so I can actually work from there. But hey, if you guys want to continue arguing, go right ahead.
Yeah, let's get back to Icarus instead of bickering amongst ourselves.
Actually, that's why I was just kind of being quiet. I wanted to let you guys finish your talk, then you go, all right, back to you.
This is what you get with atheists. They don't agree on anything.
I know.
This is what they
Oh,
do.
are you all basically just atheists, or are you different kind of atheists?
It's a good mix.
Every atheist is different. That's
I am the
what
right
just pointed
atheist, and
out,
everyone else is the wrong
which is,
atheist.
Which is why we argue.
TJump is the right atheist. All of us are left atheists. So
I'm a deist. All these guys are just 14-year-old kids that are mad about going to church.
You know,
I like going to church. I don't know
I'm
why.
actually okay
Oh,
with that.
let me tell you this.
I'm actually okay with
I
that.
was basically the same for a good couple of years of my life. I hated going to church just because, I'm going here by force because my parents say I must believe in God, and I was baptized when I was like, 5, 6? So I just kind of went with it. Like, eventually I actually read the Bible and was like, oh, hey, there's some fun stuff I could use, if I wanted to draw.
Like
did you also read the part that? Did you also read the parts that aren't actually the fun stuff?
Oh, just mostly stuff from the Old Testament. That's currently where I am.
So all the
Testament, I'm just
genocide,
kind
the
of-
genocide, God killing off the entire planet. That to you, that's the fun stuff. Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't think genociding people is fun, but it at least makes a cool story.
Oof.
So
Well,
you
I think
think that
we've
killing
pushed this to the
people is okay as long as it provides you with a fun story?
Yes.
No, not really.
Oh, TJump.
It's just that I think it's
Background
because
noise.
I think it's just a story.
No.
I don't really have to feel any problems with it. If it was real, then I would have some issues like, oh, well, that's horrifying. But hey, we're not here to argue, is God
Hold on.
is God
That's
a good
important.
or evil being?
You said hold on, that's important. If it's real, so you don't think the Bible is real?
Again, I brought it up earlier. I see the Bible as a book of myths, not a true historical book.
So the God of the Bible is just a myth.
As much as similar to Zeus, you wouldn't want him to be the ruler. You wouldn't want him to be ruling you, now would you?
No,
I don't. What?
So what's the
I
God
don't-
you believe in?
I don't want anybody ruling me, actually.
No, so what's
Yeah,
the God
I
you
know.
believe in, Icarus?
At least not devoid of accountability. I mean, obviously, in order for a society to function, there needs to be some sort of governing authority, but they need to be held accountable by something.
Yeah.
Right? When it comes to deities, particularly the Christian God, what you're talking about is a cosmic tyrannical despot, accountable to nothing or no one, with complete and total sovereign control over everything. It's basically a celestial North Korea. But as Christopher Hitchens said, at least you can fucking die and leave North Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a fun description of God. I would have thought of him as an moody teen who has his son be his straight man.
What?
All right.
Oh,
Icarus.
Jesus
Well,
is
this
his
has been
straight man,
riveting,
keeping
but
him
as
from
we can
killing
move on.
men.
Icarus, you just said that the God of the Bible is a myth. So which God are you advocating for, and how do you know he has a son?
What do you call? I'm trying to remember what I call. which one I fall under. Protestant, I think. Wait, no. What is Protestant, actually?
So Icarus, do you believe in the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. So why
Christian
do you
God
believe
didn't
in
have
the
a son.
So why do you believe in the Christian God?
Well, I was raised on it, and I don't really have anywhere other religion I really want to go to.
Okay,
do you
so
think the Christian God actually exists, or is it? Do you believe in the Christian God as? I don't even know how you do that, but because you said it was mythology earlier, so I'm super confused now.
Don't worry, that's just how my mind works, and unfortunately,
Is the Christian
that's
God
not
a real
uncommon.
character, or is it mythology?
Sort of a mix in my mind. His actions don't make him a character. What I believe in is just the concept of there's something up there that I can believe in and not feel completely afraid that when I die, there will be nothing. Absolute and utter nothing.
Okay,
and I will be just staring at a void until the end of time.
I don't want to be the atheist that takes away your security blanket, Linus. So, if that works for you,
don't worry, I have no security blanket. You guys want to prove me wrong? Go right ahead.
If that works for you, I think that you have.
I love the
I think that
addition
there's
of
a
Linus.
lot of work that you still need to do and questions you need to ask. So, I guess keep looking up, keep asking questions. I don't think there's much more.
Oh yeah.
Because I mean, we understand.
Well,
I think it's understood. I think it's understood that the reason.
People,
No, I think it's understood
Gail,
that
I
Icarus,
have to
the
ask,
reason
how many
Icarus
people
believes.
do you think got the Linus thing?
Whoa! Hey, time everyone. You're kind of just jumbling together on my mic.
So I think we've come to the conclusion that Icarus believes in that you believe in what you believe in because it's what you've been taught, and it does provide a psychological utility for you, and that's fine. You got a lot of years ahead of you. You got a lot of years ahead of you. So, keep doing the work.
So I didn't really convince you guys that there is a God more than that I believe there is a God. That I believe in a God.
We already knew
but
that.
I don't think you're convinced because all you've brought to the table is that you like it to be, but apparently you don't care about what is real and what isn't. You just want to live a fantasy world in which things exist that you like to be there.
Icarus, we appreciate you coming up. We do have quite a few people in queue. It was definitely an interesting conversation, but we do need to move on. Skorak is next
Icarus.
in line. Thank you, Icarus,
Thank you.
by the way.
Sorry, Todd. Just give me a second. Sure.
You're breaking up.
Chris, thank you for joining us. Yeah, thank you very much.
We do appreciate you coming up in your time, and you asked good questions. Skorak, yes or no?
Randolph, I think you're breaking up. I can't really hear you.
Hello, greetings.
People are cutting me off.
Hey, Skorak. Give
Randolph,
us 1 second.
Keep cutting out.
Yeah, Randolph, you're breaking up quite a bit. I don't know if you can hear us.
I can hear you. Is this better?
That's better.
That sounds good. All right, Skorak.
Thank you.
What do you got for us today?
Hello. So before we start, as I said in the chat a couple times, I am actually an atheist. So this is just an argument I had, and I was like debating with myself for the existence of God. So I came here hopefully to either see it dismantled or have it maybe change the mind of some people. I don't know. So
sure.
All right. Okay. Let's see. So what I was thinking.
Skorak, if you have it in written form and you're going to read it out, if you could paste it in the Heathen text chat, just so everyone in the audience and all of us included can all see it, if you have it written.
Very well.
And I'll reshare it. I'll reshare it to YouTube.
I don't know how well written it is because I did kind of do it. But I think it's fine. Let me post it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. So
go for it.
But it's just
go for it.
All right.
Great, we can see it. Go ahead and.
All right. So, what I was thinking is that since I do believe in evolution, and usually most species when they evolve certain characteristics, it is with a cause. They don't usually just spontaneously evolve stuff that don't help them in any way, or if they do, eventually they get weeded out. Human sapiens, I haven't really found a reason why, like a convincing reason why that was a characteristic that had to be, developed. The theorem I found that's more leading is that it was evolved because of humans' social structures. Like social structures were too complex. And
Wait, which characteristic are you talking about?
Sapiens.
Sapiens?
Yeah.
Like, so which part of sapiens? Sapiens is just like a word for human.
No, sapiens as in the characteristic our minds have, where we think on a certain level that other creatures in our planet cannot really reach.
Sentience. Gotcha.
All right, sentience. Sorry, I'm Greek. But yeah, sentience.
You needn't apologize for being Greek. Yeah.
All right. Well, but yeah, that's what I was thinking, and I found that said that it's social structuring, but I don't know, that doesn't seem that convincing to me, because social structures had to come along as the brain was evolving. We have other animals in nature that have complex social structures, and yes, they are intelligent usually, but humans take it to a completely different level. Like, it's insane, And I was thinking that maybe in that case, since one of the most unorthodox features that sentience gave us was this ability to ponder the metaphysical and ponder something that we cannot touch or interact with physically, maybe that was some sort of this also has some sort of reason for existing, and there is a creature that can only be interacted with metaphysically.
So I would say that our sentience is a result of the fact that higher cognitive abilities gives us an evolutionary advantage. We can build tools and build things easier, and that leads to certain kind of mystical thinking, which isn't very beneficial. So like type 1 and type 2 errors are when if you hear rustle in the bushes and you think it's a lion, you run away. And if you think it's the wind and think you're going to go through the scientific process and wait for more evidence, you get eaten by the lion. And so humans who have this tendency to think it's a agent of some kind tended to survive more. And so we had this very powerful level of sentience, which has this ability to come up with certain ideas which are false but beneficial. And these false but beneficial ideas led to certain kinds of abstract thinking that are just don't correspond to reality.
All right. I am definitely inclined to agree with you, but I will kind of push it a bit further because, there are some ideas. Doesn't that seem a bit out of turn though with how we've seen evolution work for other animals? Yes, they have the path is similar, but why are we so far ahead?
So
because
there's
anything that
of...
if one slight advantage is given to one species, that species takes over, just kills everything else and completely takes over. And so the fact that we got there first just means that's why. And it would expect that anything that got there first would then immediately take over and get super, super, super far advanced. Because we're selecting for this feature, it grows at a higher rate than animals that don't intentionally select for this feature. And since we got the feature first, we took over first and started to select more for that feature, which caused an exponential growth and gave us a head start over everything else.
All right, so you do believe this is just another completely natural effect of evolution, and the possibility for spirituality is just a side effect.
Yes.
I would agree. Yeah.
All right.
It's
yeah.
more
No.
The claim that we're super exceptional is not as strong as it seems, right? So the areas that are primarily responsible for the things that we're supposed to be the best at, mostly language and the ability to manipulate abstractions through language, are Wernicke's area and Broca's area. There's homologous areas in other primates that are closer to us in evolution that shows it's a gradual trend. Like chimpanzees also have a more pronounced Wernicke's area and Broca's area, right? And so the sort of human exceptionalism, it's there just aren't any animals that can do anything like us, kind of falls apart when you look at, for example, crows solving complex, fairly sophisticated multi-step puzzles that require grasping abstractions about how machines work and what the consequences and cause and effect relationships of different machines are, where they do 12-step puzzles that are randomized every time. in the first try because they understood the properties of the machines involved, right? So there really are isolated examples of each of the capacities that we see in humans, other than like the highest level of language, which is, you know, grammar, basically. In one animal or another, you find them. And the reason that we think that makes sense is because they're going to develop these capabilities if they need it, right? So there's usually a selection pressure that will explain a given capacity. Otherwise, it's just not necessary. It's like a waste of energy to have a brain that's much more sophisticated than you need to survive, right? If fruit literally grew from every place in the world and was infinitely supplied and no animal needed to struggle to compete for it, you would expect less evolution of capacities that are sophisticated to get around problems that didn't exist. And one of the explanations for human development is that the environment that early humans settled in was increasingly difficult for them. And so they had to keep pushing their limits in terms of tools, constructing cave and then dwelling and garments and so on. And that's what we call the extended phenotype of the species, right? So we developed these external capacities to handle more and more difficult environments as we spread throughout the planet into environments that other animals couldn't spread to. And they stayed confined to a geographic region that was suitable for them. Once you have the ability to start pushing into new regions, you can just keep doing that. And the further you go to the Eskimos in the Arctic, and you have people who live at the equator, and that's the same species, that's a good explanation for how our capacities kept increasing, because we just kept pushing the envelope in ways other species didn't have to, right? Dolphins have so much fish to eat, there's no reason for them to take their brains too much further, even though they're very smart. Humans in the early Fertile Crescent area probably developed civilization because it was so hard to do agriculture. Like, it was actually a very difficult floodplain to grow food on because it would flood and the mud wasn't very good and so on, even though we think of crescents as being really good. And so agriculture developed aqueducts or canals, rather, to handle that very difficult climate. And what ended up happening was the birth of civilization. So there's an analogous kind of emergence in culture as there is to in biology, that difficult circumstances and the need to overcome them tends to drive continuous improvement.
All right, yeah, that does make sense. Is there an explanation as to why that phenomenon seemed to have happened with the same, let's say, speed, no matter where humans were, settled? Because I can't imagine that, like, living in, let's say, the Mediterranean was as hard as living, in Scandinavia, Like, why wouldn't the Scandinavian people be more advanced in that aspect?
Different selection pressure. So, like, Jews specifically, Ashkenazi Jews, the Jewish culture specifically selected for more intellectual features, which is why they have such an advantage on intellectual avenues of success, why they have such a disproportionate level of Nobel Prizes and are leaders in banking and art and industry. We didn't all select at the same level.
All right. Yeah, I think my query has been answered. Honestly, I don't think I have anything else to add.
Thank you, Skorik. Appreciate you coming up and giving us some challenge.
Yeah, same. Have a good one.
Take care.
Have a great day. Thank you for coming up. Next in queue is Zero Wing, who wants to argue the Kalam, it sounds like.
That's what he told me.
Oh, someone in the audience has been hoping this would come up, so great.
Fantastic. All right,
Hey, Zero Wing.
what do you have for us?
Main screen turned on. Somebody set a house bomb. How are you, gentlemen?
Zero, if you're on your phone, you may need to transition to a laptop.
What you say?
I could hear him just a moment ago.
Yeah, he's
I
muted
could hear
now.
our stream. I could hear our stream through his mic.
Main screen turn on.
Oh.
Somebody set up.
Yeah, we don't want the echoing. Zeroing. If you don't unmute, then we'll probably talk to somebody else and then bring you back after them.
You have no chance to speak without mic. Make your time.
Use hand signals and smoke signs.
All right, we're gonna go ahead
I
and
just
move on to the
messaged
next
him.
one.
Let's
Feel
see if
free
he
to raise your hand
responds.
again if you are capable of talking.
Blink twice
Morrow?
for yes, once for no.
Morrow, you're up next.
Try to get your mic working for great justice.
Hey, Morrow.
Damn, that's disappointing.
Okay, Morrow is muted. I don't know if the cat has hit your mute button there.
Oh, okay,
Is
okay.
this-
So,
Welcome.
Thank you very much. How are you?
Good. What you got for us?
Great.
today?
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
What have you got for us today? Are you presenting a
Okay.
god or a goddess?
Yes, I have an argument for God.
Okay.
Get out of the streets. People are honking. You might be in the way.
Okay, so my argument is about the Quran is mentioning the neutrino star. The neutrino star was discovered in
Where does the Quran mention this?
What it's chapter 86.
Verse
and
what?
But
what?
we're not all familiar with the Quran. Can you read the specific verse and especially the part where names the star?
Verse what? What's the verse?
Verse from 1 to 3, chapter 86.
Can you read it for us?
Yes, I read it in Arabic because I don't rely on the translations out there. Okay.
Well, I've got it pulled up now.
I can
It
read
says,
the
quote,
English. I've got the English pulled up right here.
yeah, by the heaven and the nightly star, and what will make you realize what the nightly star is? It is the star of piercing brightness.
Okay, so the translation is somewhat translated the name of the star to nightly star. Okay.
Is in the verse? Is there anything that specifies the location of the star?
Well, the location is not mentioned. No.
So how do you get from a star to a specific star if the location isn't mentioned?
Well, because it's as I'm making the point, the translation is wrong because it says in
I'm not talking
Arabic.
about a translation. I'm talking about the fact that you have a verse that mentions a star. It doesn't mention any location, and then you say it mentions this specific star in that location. How do you get from A to B?
Well, because it's it didn't mention a specific star. You need the location if you were referring to a specific star. Okay, so in this case, he doesn't mention.
Which is what you're doing. You said the Quran mentions this specific star.
Yes,
and I'm asking you, if the verse doesn't mention a specific star, it doesn't even mention a location, it doesn't mention a name, how do you get from that to the Quran mentioning a specific star in a specific location with a specific name? Why didn't the Quran mention any of that?
Well, I didn't make this claim. I make this claim. I make a claim that a kind of star was discovered, not a specific star.
Yeah, there's nothing in this verse that even remotely resembles
there's nothing
the
in
characteristics of
the
a
verse
neutron
that-
star.
So
yeah,
this is really
Yes,
odd.
Yes,
so
because
so from my understanding of the Quran, the specific verse that you're talking about, while lexically it is singular, it's not that the word, and I couldn't even hope to pronounce it. But while lexically it's singular, it's not implying any one particular star, but stars in the generic sense. That the fact that it's essentially saying that because there are stars in the sky, and those stars are illuminated, and those stars don't fall out of the sky, they don't disappear, they don't wander off and vanish, that they're constant, that there must be something holding them in place and maintaining their illumination and their consistency, and that from that assumption is that there is a being or something that is holding them there. And so essentially what the surah is, what this particular surah is stating, is that it looks like this, and there is consistency, and or you could say even order to it. So therefore, there's something maintaining that, and that thing is Allah.
And,
Is
no,
what
and
the
it's
story is
also
basically
wrong
stating.
because stars are not consistent. We
Well,
see
they're
stars
they're consistent. I mean,
die.
obviously, stellar rotation would be, you know, we're talking about when this thing was written. So yeah, there is some variation there, and the stars do kind of move because stellar progression. But from their perspective, they're looking up there. Like if you look at the North Star, in the very small, it takes like 6,000 years for that thing for us to get a new North Star. So from when they're looking at it, they say, "Oh, the stars seem to they see the same patterns every single day." And so therefore the stars don't the stars don't move. They're constantly there. So it's what is holding them in place. So it's basically just offering up Allah as a reason as to why the sky in the limited perception of time that they had that this was written, they're looking up and saying, well, the stars are there, they're consistent, they're illuminated, they don't like vanish. So what is keeping them consistent? And that thing that's keeping them consistent is Allah. Is that essentially that's what this surah is stating?
No, let me make my point very clear. I'm not talking about the locations, and I'm talking about a specific kind of stars. It's called the neutrino star. Because in Arabic, the word tariq means knocking. Okay, it translates to the knocking one.
It means what? It means
knocking,
what?
knocking.
Knocking, knock. Who's there?
Yeah.
I'm going online trying to find anything about this, and this is really weird. I see some like source saying that the piercing star scientists lately discovered that they are pulsating, and then it goes into the verse, but there's no relation, right? It's just like, oh, scientific miracle, let's go.
No, because the knocking, he named it the knocking one. So knocking one
why didn't he name it the neutron star? Didn't he know?
Well,
I have the translation as the piercing star. This is from the Surah at-Tariq 886 1-17, and it talks about what do you know what so by the heaven and the night visitor, what do you know what the night visitor is? It is the piercing star, but it's not referring to any one particular star. It's saying that the stars that pierce the night, that they are there and they're constant.
No.
It's not talking about any one particular individual star. It's talking about stars in the general sense.
No, verse 1. Read the translation for verse 1.
By the heaven and the night visitor, what do you know what the night visitor is?
Listen.
This is
the word
this is
in
why
Arabic.
I asked Maro.
The word in Arabic.
This is why I asked you to read the verse and translate it for us, because then we would at least know what you are reading.
Okay.
You see how that is helpful? And the fact that you constantly say, well, it's verse this and this, that's great, but we will all be looking at different websites with different translations coming up with different things, and we still wouldn't get what you are reading. So it would really be helpful if you read the verses not in Arabic, but the translation you have for that in English.
Okay. It reads in Arabic was-sama wat-tariq. It translated it for and heaven and the knocking one. The word at-tariq means someone who knocks or are knocking something or person.
Neutron stars don't knock on anything.
Yeah, what do the stars knock on?
Well, this is what the scientists say, that neutrino stars are pulsating this every
pulsating
second
is not
or
knocking. Pulsating is not knocking. What are the stars knocking on? And
dude, this is such a reach. Like, I'm looking at sources that agree with you, and this is such a reach.
Listen, bro. Pulsating or pulsating
is not knocking.
Like, even if it was pulsating, this is such a reach. Like,
yeah, pulsating is not knocking. So how do you get to knocking? What is the star
even if it was
knocking
correct,
on?
dude, it's such a reach, right? Like I'm looking at like it's like 3 lines that are like the star at night. It's the piercing star. Do you not know of this or something like
No,
there's nothing there, dude.
listen. What's the Arabic translation for pulsating?
What is the Arabic translation for pulsating?
Knocking, like a tariq.
Knocking.
The name. Yes, the knocking is pulsating.
So a
Okay,
light
so
that goes a light that goes brighter and less bright. That is a knocking light. What's
no,
the
but
light knocking
because
on?
no, because it's not only light. It's an explosion. Okay.
I'm asking. I'm just sticking with the word pulsating. So pulsating is light that goes from brighter to less bright, back to brighter to less bright. That is pulsating light.
Which
So
technically would
what
be a pulsar.
is the
which
light
technically would be
knocking
a-
on?
It technically would be a pulsar, and it wouldn't be a neutrino or a neutron star because
Yeah.
neutron stars don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So what is the light knocking on? How does knocking come into place?
So
Well-
you're saying though that scientists agree with that claim, right?
no, it's describing the act of knocking. So
I have a question. Maybe that's helpful. So, did scientists find those stars by reading the Quran, or did scientists find those stars by observing the night sky?
I don't think that matters.
No.
But just to clarify, pulsars
It does
are
matter. It
neutron
does matter.
stars.
Hold on. No, TJump. It does matter. Hold
No,
on.
it doesn't.
I'm
It
getting
literally
somewhere. I'm getting somewhere with my line of questioning. Please don't interrupt. So, Maro.
Yes.
Did the scientists read the Quran and then discover the star, or did they observe the night sky and discovered the star, and then some Muslim found a verse that lines up with it, and then 2 and 2, which aren't actually 2 and 2 together?
Yes, the first argument is right. They didn't read the Quran, then describes the star.
So what you did was hindsight, thinking, okay, this might look similar, so it's probably the reason, but the scientists didn't find the star because it was described in the Quran.
Yes, but we find it not similar. We find it fitting the description of the scientists.
So
No, it
do
doesn't.
you accept
There
the
are-
scientists that say that the moon was never split? Because that is something that NASA claims did not happen.
No, this is another point. So we are talking about this point. So let's focus on this one.
It's a simple yes or no.
What I'm
Just
trying,
quick yes or no.
what I'm trying to point out, Maro, is that the scientists didn't discover the stars because the Quran described them. You retrofit the Quran into a finding that science has made.
Yes,
and it's not even a good fit.
Why it's not a good fit?
There's so
Because
much background noise in your mic, Morrow.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there's tons of different kinds of stars that all pulsate. It's not just neutron stars. And
Yeah,
there's stars that flicker in
exactly.
the night sky. They get dimmer and lighter in the night sky. And so saying that it didn't say anything about neutron stars, it didn't say they were made of one type of particle. It didn't say anything specifically relating to neutron stars whatsoever. It just says
Maro,
there's
can you
lights that
mute
flicker.
when you're not speaking, because the background noise is awful.
Okay.
Go ahead,
So
TJump.
Muhammad looking at the sky and seeing that some lights flicker and saying, "Oh, look, a dimming star," is not a prediction of a neutron star. For him to predict a neutron star, he'd have to literally say, "This is a neutron, and there's a star made of only these," and he did not say that. So no, there's nothing in the Quran that predicts neutron stars. Neutron stars are pulsars.
Yeah.
Pulsars are neutron stars.
I really want to know if you
Binary star systems also pulsate, which points to 2 different stars, which is also not mentioned in that particular verse that you're reading.
I mean, I really want to know how consistent his view is, right? Because he's saying that he accepts the scientific findings there for that verse. So do you accept the scientific findings that disagree with Quran 54, verse 1 to 10, that both say that the moon was never split and that the Noah's flood never happened? Do you accept both the scientific findings on those?
Well, I can't find a scientific paper on this topic. You know,
Then you're not looking hard enough.
No, if you
So
if
you
you
don't
provide
accept the scientific consensus in regards to Quran 54, 1 to 10?
if you would provide a scientific paper on the moon never split it.
Yeah, NASA said the moon never split. That's a claim that NASA made, who is probably the most advanced organization in regards to space, besides maybe like Elon Musk's what are the space?
SpaceX is not more advanced than NASA. What?
Probably not. Probably not. But I'm just saying.
Yes, there are tons of scientific papers that display the origin of the moon and how it became the way it was and the shape it was and the distances was. Absolutely, all of them reject the idea that it split in half because that would completely change the physics. The way it got the way it was has nothing to do with any kind of splitting. There's no splitting.
Okay, so I need to read this paper. Not just
origin
some.
Of the moon?
Of course.
Not just some scientists working at NASA and said that the moon never split. I need to read his paper and read his
Origin of
evidence
the Moon,
for
Harvard
such
University courses.
So I need to
You haven't
read
read any
his
papers
evidence.
on neutrino stars because you didn't know what you were talking about. You just accept it because it coheres with the Quran, and then when the consensus disagrees with the Quran, you reject it and you say, I haven't seen the evidence. But you haven't even seen the evidence for the other one, which is why you don't know it's not the same.
No, because I know the scientists are describing the neutrino star, and it fits the description exactly. So
no, it doesn't.
It's not the same, dude. That's what we're saying.
So there's a binary star system. So now it describes two different things. So the Quran is too vague. Is that what you're saying?
No,
because the verse could apply to different stars and not to the one that you mentioned.
No, because the Quran mentions a knocking star, and
which is a binary star. Which is a binary star system, which also pulsates.
There are thousands and thousands of different kinds of stars that all pulsate. They all do that. Most of them do that.
There, I gave you a source on the origin of the moon.
You can look up at the night sky and see the stars pulsating any day you want, or any evening you want to.
Okay, so
it's just an observation that they could have made back then, and see pulsating stars, and then put those into the Quran. It's not a new discovery.
No,
let's just
that we've known.
Let's just
before science.
References
the moment
a supernova,
people started looking up at the sky, they saw that. So how's this special?
Can we just just really quickly, can we I don't know, this doesn't even if Morrow was correct and the Quran somehow accurately described a specific kind of star, right? Astronomy was not, that old in the 1400s. I mean, we know that Eratosthenes discovered the Earth was a globe 3,000 years before the Quran was ever written, right? So these sort of groundbreaking discoveries did happen prior to the necessary technological advancements to confirm them. But it's not like it would convince any of us, even if the Quran did have a passage that accurately described the neutron star, that this must be God inspired then, because there's other instances in the Quran where they get things wrong, scientifically speaking. Yeah. This isn't very distinct from what 7th century people would have understood in the first place. Yeah, the star is twinkling. We can all see twinkling stars in the sky. But even if it were the case that this was an accurate representation of a neutron star specifically, I don't see how that would get us to God exists. Just because a guy wrote in a book
some information that was not accessible to the time period. Blinking is they had accessible blinking. They could see blinking stars. That's not rare. If they literally said neutrons, that'd be impressive.
Well, okay,
And they describe
blinking.
what it means to be a neutron star. Yeah.
Okay, blinking is something, and piercing, because he described it in the third verse in the piercing star. So piercing means something goes through something. Okay, so something piercing something. So
Okay.
you cannot
as
say
in light piercing, the dark, which is what every star does, not only pulsating stars. So
Also
again,
very common poetic language.
nothing specific.
no, because listen, the scientists saying is gamma rays are piercing through matter. Okay, so
Yes,
they are
gamma
describing.
rays come from literally every star. So again, nothing specific. You're
No,
trying to
but when you
retrofit. You're trying to retrofit something, and make it specific to one single kind of star when that is not the case.
well, because it talks about knocking and piercing at the same star, you cannot find.
And it probably is talking about light piercing the dark. So what?
No, it's shining. If you are saying shining, is not piercing.
Okay, so tell me the verse.
This semantic
tell me
nonsense
the
is not getting us anywhere.
semantics, yeah.
Nobody's
Yeah,
convinced.
And
Can
despite
we
the
please
fact,
move on?
despite the fact that
Please move
knocking,
on,
despite
please.
the fact that it hasn't been brought up that knocking is determined by sound, that you hear knocking.
Yeah, we can easily get
That's
through
knocking,
this.
and that
Can we not-
that stars are visual. That humans can't hear stars. Okay,
Yeah,
knocking is something that is audio, not.
Excuse me,
So,
Maro. Were you? Did you have a link to share? If you could post it in the Heathen Hangout. There's some people asking, and also a couple of people said they liked your background noise.
And I have a specific question for you, Maro. I have a specific question for you because you keep coming up with things. So, what's the verse in the Quran that mentions gamma rays specifically?
It's the third verse. It says the piercing star.
Gamma rays.
So
it says gamma rays.
It says a piercing star. It's piercing.
Yeah. So let's get to the verse that mentions. No. Let's get to the verse that mentions gamma rays specifically.
I'm telling you, piercing entails something is piercing.
Yes. If I have a toothpick and I pierce my skin, that's also piercing. You are talking about gamma rays. You said it's mentioned in the Quran, so please provide the verse where it specifically mentions gamma rays. Not something that can be explained by a toothpick and skin, because that's also piercing.
All forms of radiation are piercing. Neutrinos are piercing. All forms of light can go past through your skin. Like if you hold your hand up, you can see light through your skin. All forms of light are piercing.
No.
I'm reading this in English, and I'm thinking supernova. They saw supernova, and then they're like,
"Please move on."
Yeah, like this is ridiculous.
I think Peter is correct on this. That it's another case of taking contemporary science and then fitting the Quran to it. So trying to go back and be like, they obviously meant this because this is what we now know to be true. So they meant when the Quran was written.
No,
there's a name for it. The Texas sharpshooter fallacy. You got an impact and then you paint the bullseye around it. That is literally what you're doing, Maro.
No, the equation in this. Listen, bro. The equation in these three verses is telling you about a kind of star that's knocking.
No, it isn't. That's what we're trying to point out. It isn't. It's literally. You can literally apply that to billions of stars and billions of different stars. We just pointed that out.
No, bro.
So
there's no star.
Ultimately, I don't think we can go any further. I don't think that we can go any further with it. We still have people who have their hands up. And so for the sake of time, I think we may have to move on. But Maro, unfortunately, what it appears to be, at least I think to the majority of us, is that you are essentially going back and you're saying you're taking contemporary science and then you are molding it to, or you're molding the Quran to fit what we now know to be true. So I think it's time that we have to move on there. It's not convincing, maybe convincing to you, but we've demonstrated the flaw in that reasoning. So
I'm willing to bet $1,000 right now that Morrow does not believe in God because this particular passage describes a neutron star.
What about the expansion of the universe? It's
We're not
Quran
going on to
says-
a different topic. You've wasted our time long enough with this star nonsense. If you thought that the expansion of the universe was described in the Quran and that this was stronger evidence, you would have started with that, but you didn't. So we're gonna move on.
Thank you for coming up. We do appreciate
Thanks,
your time.
Morrow.
Let's go back to Zero. He says that his audio problems are fixed.
Okay.
Main screen turn on. How are you?
All right.
Going on,
Zero, you're up again, man.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah,
you can, in fact.
We get signal.
What you got for us today?
You've got for us the Kalam cosmological argument, is that right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to start really quickly here and say that the problem that I have with the Kalam cosmological argument is that it doesn't have a reference to a god, but if you can connect those dots as part of your presentation, then I'll be very interested.
Connected to like
it might be helpful if you state your version of the Kalam because there are different versions. So state yours so we can address yours specifically and not a general.
Well, there's different versions of the cosmological argument, but
yeah, let's start by letting him give the argument. Go ahead, give the argument. What is your argument?
Yeah, I'm Christian, but I'm arguing for deism.
Okay, what's the argument?
The universe known as everything must have a cause. The universe cannot have caused itself.
Wait, go back, hold up. You said the universe known as everything? That was your first premise?
Yeah, I'm defining the universe as everything.
Would that
why must the universe have a cause?
Wait, so if you're defining the universe as everything, that includes God?
No, I'm defining the universe.
Okay, we need to step back and just perhaps let Zeroing complete the argument, and then we can address the premises.
Okay, yeah, the universe known as everything must have a cause. The universe cannot have caused itself. Yeah, since the universe could not have caused itself, there must be an external cause, which is timeless, causeless, eternal, because time is within the universe. A timeless, causeless, eternal being must be God, and this being must be intelligent because a non-intelligent being cannot propel itself, it must be acted on. And since it's timeless, causeless, eternal, and intelligent, it must be God.
So
the universe is everything. Then how do you get to something that is part of
guys,
everything?
whoa, there's way too many people trying to jump on this
One
at
at a time,
once.
guys. Come on.
Unreal. Okay. Zero. Let me ask you a question, man. When you say the universe, why do you believe that requires a cause? What's your argument that it requires a cause?
Because in order for the universe to begin to exist, in order for the universe to exist, it cannot have caused itself because then it would have to exist before.
Well, we're not saying that it caused itself. We're asking why does it require a cause?
Why does it require a cause? Why does the universe require a cause?
Yeah, why does it require a cause?
It could be uncaused. It's uncaused thing. Universe is uncaused. What's the problem with that?
Because at some point it must have begun to exist.
Why? How do you know that?
Why must it have done that?
Because its existence, it is matter. Matter cannot be created.
So your argument that matter can't be created, so therefore an intelligent, disembodied mind created matter. What?
Actually,
ignoring everything else.
I'm still confused by one other flaw. If the universe is everything that exists, then what exists that isn't part of that everything?
God, he exists outside of everything. He's external.
So
that doesn't make any sense.
If God exists, then he's part of everything that exists, correct?
I would rather define it like God. Like I defined him as eternal, timeless, and causeless.
Yeah,
you started out your argument with the universe.
Oh my goodness!
Everything
Way
that
too many people
exists,
talking
and
at once.
then there's everything that exists plus another thing that exists that isn't part of the everything. So everything isn't everything. Everything is everything minus one thing. It doesn't line up.
Yeah, because I'm defining God as external. He's external.
Okay, okay. That's
he
fine.
doesn't.
I'm
He
not
doesn't
worried about.
exist.
Okay, Peter. Obviously, when
God
Zero
doesn't
says everything
exist.
that exists, he's referring to all physical reality.
I'm
They're
just
saying it's
pointing
clear
out
that
the
he
flaw
said
in his
he said
I'm
that
just pointing out the
matter
flaw in
can
his
be
argument.
created. He said that
Yeah,
matter
yes,
can be
we
created from
understand
what's
that, but
been
what
created.
I'm trying to do is start at premise one. Premise one is the universe must have had a cause. So I'm starting there at the first premise. So I want zero. I want you to substantiate why it is the case that the universe must have a cause.
Because the law of conservation of energy, or the law of conservation of mass, states that you cannot create something from nothing. Energy cannot be created.
Okay, if the universe, if there was
Doesn't
never a
say
state of affairs where the universe didn't exist, then it wasn't created from nothing. It just always was.
I repeat
Well,
that.
And the laws
If,
you're
if
mentioning
there was a state
only
of affairs,
apply to
hold on, Peter. If there was a state of affairs, or if there was never a state of affairs wherein the universe did not exist, meaning that it has always been here in some form or another, then there's no violation of any of these entropic principles.
no, and the laws you're mentioning are only
Peter, please
applicable
let him
in
respond.
our known universe. In our known universe, not in anything else.
Hey, we gotta let him respond.
Okay, so are you implying that the universe could have been eternal?
There's nothing to suggest that it couldn't have been, so you're arguing that it must be the case necessarily that the universe has a cause. I am positing an alternative explanation, right? Can you demonstrate to me why it is impossible that the universe is acausal?
Because essentially, like, if the universe did not have a cause, as you were saying, or is your like offering, then like what would be like the causal link? I suppose
There
Well,
wouldn't be. It
there's
would be
not one. That's the
acausal.
point. Well, here's the problem, Zero. Like cause and effect, the way that we observe that within our local experience of reality, that isn't like some law that imposes itself on the universe. That is a principle that we are able to deduce from the interactions of extant things, right? But the problem that you're immediately going to run into when you try to make the argument that the universe was caused is that causation is a relationship between two things. Is that there was a state of affairs.
You're cutting out, Xerxes.
The universe did not exist, and that God, whatever you define that to be, somehow facilitated its existence without affecting anything. That's not a causal relationship. That's not causality in any way that we would be able to coherently understand it. So you're taking a principle or process that we observe in reality, changing it to a way that's completely unrecognizable, and then demanding that the rules be applied the same, when you're necessarily changing them already. If the universe did not exist at some point, God couldn't have affected anything to create the universe. So whatever process God used to facilitate the existence of the universe would not have been causation. So any inductive argument you use from this point forward relating to causation is going to intrinsically be fallacious, because you're going to have to change the rules when it comes to the universe, because it's not going to apply the same way that it does to all the things that we observe within the universe.
Okay, I never said that God like created something, took something and then created the universe. Why is it impossible that God could have simply, like, since I'm defining the universe as like physical, correct? God could have simply created everything, which includes like the law of conservation of energy, the law of conservation of mass, which would mean he
Okay,
could.
my point, Zero, is that if God creates these things, he is creating them out of nothing, which is not causality as we understand it, nor can we even conceive of that kind of a process. It would be incoherent to us, even if we were to watch it happen. It would be indistinguishable from God just being there and the universe popping into existence, right? You have to make an argument as to why God would be the efficient cause there. Otherwise, it's not coherent, because when we look at causality in our local experience, we have a multitude of different causes. You have your efficient cause, which you think is what God is for the universe, and that's the initiator or the actor that starts the cause and effect relationship. But when we observe causality in our local experience, we also have a material cause, which is the medium out of which the cause and effect relationship is made. So if I were to give you an analogy, take a table, for instance, right? The efficient cause would be the actor that is creating the table, so the carpenter or the act of carpentry. The material cause would be the wood, glue, lacquer, and nails that the table is made of. So the carpenter reassembles all of these things into the table. And then the formal cause would be the table itself. And then the final cause would be whatever the carpenter created the table for, but that one's not entirely relevant to what we're talking about here. So what you are arguing is that God is the efficient cause and the universe is the formal cause, but you're excluding the material cause. You want to say that God just created the universe out of absolutely nothing. He just did it somehow. which is not a mechanic that any of us can comprehend. It's utterly devoid of content or meaning compared to how we presently understand causality. So you're not arguing for causality here. When I ask you why did the universe require a cause, I'm asking you for the efficient and the material cause of the universe, and you just want to give me the efficient cause. You're trying to argue that you can hit a home run without a ball, but you can't hit a home run without a bat. So please explain to me how the universe can be causal if there was ever a state of affairs where it didn't exist.
Way too much technical language there. I don't know if you followed that. So why does the universe need to be created at all? Why can't it be eternal? Like God? Why can't it be better than God?
Because it could not have always existed.
Why?
Because if it always existed, meaning if it existed for an infinite amount of time, there would be an infinite amount of time between the moment, like there would be an infinite amount of time before this current moment.
So?
Which means we have gotten to this moment.
No, I do have a question for you, Zeroing. You're saying it's one God that created this?
I kind of want to go down this line of reasoning first before you go off on a side.
Sure, okay, TJump. Go ahead.
So yes, there can be an infinite past and we can still reach the point of right now. So saying that there's an infinite past doesn't mean we can't get to the present moment. There's no reason to think that because there's infinite past moments that we could never get to the present moment.
Wait, why?
Because there's an infinite number of things between 1 and 2, but we still get to 2. So like there's an infinite number of points like on the edge of a circle, but we can still get to the edge of the circle. So infinite is a set. It's a complete set. So if you like say 0.99999, there's infinitely many nines there. But how does it get to 1? It means 1. It is the complete set before this moment. So if you say infinite, what you're saying is the complete set before this moment. So if there's an infinite amount of time before this moment, and you still get to this moment.
So you brought up 1 and 2. Yeah, there's an infinite amount of numbers between 1 and 2.
Yeah.
However, in order to get to 2, you'd have to like 2 is essentially like inaccessible if you're going by 1.999, 1.9. Like if you're going by that.
You're always going to be at some number. So imagine if you start counting at 1 is 1.000001. Well, how did you get to 1.00001? There's infinitely many numbers before that. Well, you had to start counting somewhere. There has to be a number with a start. So even if there's an infinite past and the past started infinitely in the past, we're there. We're at the present moment. We're at the counting moment. So there has to be a present moment. Even if there's an infinite past, there's going to always be at least one present moment. And we're in it.
Okay, so are you claiming that? Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. That because that there can be an infinite amount of like past, but we can still reach the present because of like it can still happen. I guess I'm not like I didn't follow exactly what you said, but I can understand like the logic behind it.
Yeah, so if there's an infinite past, at some point in the past, sometime it was the present. So if you're saying you can't get to the present moment, what you're saying is that the present moment is before now. It's like a million years, a billion years before now. And so how could we ever get from that present moment to this present moment? But that means there's already a present moment. There has to be a present moment at some point. And that one has infinite much time before it too. So there's always going to be a present moment somewhere. We're in it.
But like, okay, so what about before? What about before? Like before we exist, essentially. Like, how would that be considered the present moment?
What was present isn't based on our consciousness. It's based on reality. So reality is the present moment, whatever is currently happening in reality.
I'm not talking about our consciousness. Existence is like fact.
Right. So like whatever exists at any point in time, that is the present moment.
We are a part of this universe or this cosmos, and it doesn't matter whether we're here or not. We see people come and go throughout our lives, and the universe carries on. I'm curious, zeroing about the argument you're putting forward, because it sounded like you're saying that there's one deity created it all. Have you got reason to think that it's only one and not a group of multiple deities that did it? Like, why would one argument be more compelling than the other in this case?
Why would there be multiple deities? God can create other deities. There can be a God that creates them. Wow, are you saying they could exist at all at the same moment?
Well, so you're saying that our cosmos or our universe was created by one deity, and I'm asking how you know for certain that it wasn't created by a group of deities, multiple deities working together, instead of just one deity doing it all on their own.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's more more you have to go into if you claim that there's more than one deity that's doing it all.
Okay, but how do you? But I mean, is there something that we can look at to know for certain that it was indeed only one deity that created this universe and not multiple deities?
There's nothing for sure, but it's simpler, more reasonable to say it was one deity.
Oh, okay, so what you're doing is you're favoring the explanation that sounds simpler. Is that correct?
What's even simpler is to not even consider a god. That's even simpler.
Occam's
You're not
razor.
going with that.
Go ahead, King Xerxes.
Yeah, it's called Occam's razor when you favor the simplest explanation. If there's lesser assumed variables, the explanation with the lesser assumed variables. Now, again, this actually only applies to a paradigm when you have two equally valid explanations for a particular phenomenon, but one of them has lesser assumptions than the other. An Occam's razor is predicated that the explanation with the least amount of assumptions is going to be the more likely explanation. But the problem here is that when it comes to the origins of the universe, anything we could posit about the origins of the universe would be an assumption because we just simply don't know. We have plenty of physical models to explain how certain origins or catalysts might have occurred, but what we don't have is any precedent for something that exists that doesn't bear any of the same characteristics as the universe or as existence the way we observe it, and somehow facilitated a state of affairs, a transition in state of affairs wherein the universe did not exist to a state of affairs wherein the universe did exist. We have no evidence whatsoever that there was ever such a state of affairs where the universe didn't exist, or that the universe could have arrived from a state of non-existence like that. It's just incoherent to us. So you have hundreds of assumptions for any kind of God creating the universe, whereas we don't assume anything when we just posit that perhaps the universe wasn't created at all, other than maybe the universe wasn't created. That's our singular assumption.
I gotta go. Thanks, guys. Randall, try giving the intro at the end. See if that helps with any of the boost things. I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Thank you, TJump. Appreciate your time here and your suggestions.
So Zero, I want to really narrow this argument down because the conventional presentation of the Kalam cosmological argument is as follows: everything which begins to exist as a cause, the universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. But you started out with a completely different premise in that the universe must have a cause. That's begging the question. You need to provide an argument for why the universe must have a cause. The problem with infinity that you pointed out, which is similar to the infinite hotel rooms, the infinite train track, would apply just as equally to a God who exists for all eternity. Because this deity is a mind, as you said, it's a conscious thinking mind. So its thoughts would be infinitely progressing prior to arriving at the decision to create the universe. So it would have an infinite amount of thoughts to traverse prior to the thought where he creates the universe.
But God is different as he is eternal, he is timeless.
Well, that's just special pleading, right? So to say that something is timeless is basically the same thing as saying it doesn't exist. Time is a measurement of change, of sequence, of progress. A mind is non-quiescent. You defined a mind as having the capacity to make decisions. Right? Decisions are acts. They require sequence or change. They require a transition between states of affairs. There was a moment when God was not creating the universe, and then there was a moment where he was creating the universe. There was a moment where God was not desiring to create the universe, and then there was a moment where he was.
Yeah, but how is that? How exactly is that relevant? Could you explain that?
Because that means that God is temporal. So the argument that you made about an infinite past prohibiting an infinite universe would also prohibit an infinite God. God could not exist eternally if he's a mind. Minds are constant progressions of internal sequence. So there would be an infinite amount of sequences, cognitive sequences, thoughts, prior to the thought that God arrives at to create the universe. Just like there would be an infinite amount of time, moments in the past prior to arriving at this moment. So the argument would apply just the same. And if you're willing to abandon that critique when it comes to God, you would have to also be willing to abandon it for the universe.
Yeah, but if I don't think that God has to have points in like his thinking for him to create something. Like for example, if I say that God is eternal, like you said, that he has to be temporal. He can't be timeless.
If he's a mind, yeah.
Because he has progression in his thinking.
Yeah. Conscious thought is an ongoing process. It's never quiescent. It's never static.
So if God was out, what if God was outside of time? Like, what if God is outside?
Then he would just be frozen.
No, because his thoughts.
He wouldn't have the capacity to do anything because to act requires time. It requires a linear procession of events.
Zero, the sequence of thoughts, like Xerxes said, the state of not desiring to create the earth, and then the state of desiring to create the earth. One must come before the other. So there was a point in time, if God exists, there was a point in time when it did create everything, but before that, there was the desire to create, and then it created. But before the desire to create was there was no desire to create. This chain of the sequence of thoughts, this demonstrates that the mind that you're calling God is non-quiescent. Okay, which means that for these to take place, there is a sequence. That sequence is temporal because one occurs after the other. So if it was non-temporal, there would be no sequence because there would be no after this moment, after this moment, after this thought, after this thought, after this thought. There would be no chain because the chain wouldn't be possible because there would be no temporal state, which means that God would essentially be stuck in one place.
Yeah, a timeless state of affairs is kind of like a snapshot of existence, just a frozen, changeless state of affairs. A state of affairs that's changeless cannot change by definition. That's just a contradiction in the logical law of identity. So if God himself is changeless, then he can't change. And he would never produce anything or make any decisions because he'd always remained exactly as he is. And there would never be any transition in states of affairs. He would never transition from a state of affairs wherein he's the only thing that exists to a state of affairs wherein the universe exists. And he would have no capacity to facilitate that transition either, because he would have to act in order to facilitate that transition. But if he's eternal and changeless, he can't act.
And what becomes problematic about the zero is that you can constantly push it so that you can, or basically you eventually just wind up explaining that God doesn't operate by any means that is understood, or doesn't operate or even exist by any means that is understood by humans. That the fundamental aspects of its own existence, the fundamental aspects of its thought processes, the fundamental aspects of how it comes to decisions or decides things or feels things, whatever, none of it can even, that human beings can't even conceive of that. So you've taken God, and in order to get around the logical entailments of your argument, you've defined it into a category that is literally beyond the scope of human understanding. So like that, none of it could be possibly tested, or even it's just beyond us. So far beyond us that we could never hope to do it. We can never hope to understand it. If that's the case, why should we believe that this thing exists? Because you've literally defined it completely out of existence in order to kind of snake it around the logical entailments that would defeat it. You've defined it completely off the board.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done. Thanks for the discussion. That was interesting.
Okay. Have a good day.
You too.
So we've got Liberatus next in queue. I'm inviting you up right now. How's it going today?
Can you
What's
guys
your
hear me?
argument for us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
just
you. What do you
muted
got for
yourself.
us?
Okay, so this is about the existence of God. I mean, the question, right?
Yeah. Do you have an
Okay.
argument that God exists?
Do you believe in a God? If you do, what God and why do you believe in it?
So, my idea, I mean, it's not really an idea. It's like, I don't believe that if a God exists, I don't think that he came down to Earth and, like, he told some people some things like, write this on a book or something. I think that's very illogical because if it's an almighty God, why would it like choose humanity? Like, we're not so special. We're just another species in the universe. We don't even know if there's anything outside of our Earth, like something like us. So it confuses me because I don't really understand how can people believe in that, you know? But
Well, the concepts in themselves, the way I understand, the way my it's been explained to me throughout my education, is that the concepts of gods harkens all the way back to we're talking like to primitive man, in that there were phenomena in nature that at one point humans had no like no way of understanding what these were. So eventually gods became the way to explain things that we did not have ready explanations for. And it was questions like, where does the wind come from, or where does the lightning come from, or what makes the sun rise, or what makes the moon appear at night, or why do bad things happen to good people, why do bad people sometimes get away with things, why does there appear to be no justice. These questions ultimately, we look for answers because the unexplained, the unknown, is very untenable to the human mind. The brain itself, like the physical brain, like it does not like information. It does not like information or say puzzles with holes in it. So the brain will try to construct a narrative to its best ability so it can make something cohesive. So as a part of that, to try and fill in the gaps, the brain will come up with stuff to kind of fill in what we don't know, and trying to explain things. So because when you explain something and you have a reason, like it's like, okay, so where does the lightning come from? I have no idea. When you explain something and you provide what appears to be a decent or a reason for why a thing occurs, it lets you be less afraid of it. It allows you to have a kind of like a kind of asserted control over it. So where does lightning come from? We don't know what causes it. We have no idea. It just shows up and it's scary and it sets things on fire and it looks dangerous and it's loud and whatever. Well, if we explain it or if we try to assert an explanation for it, now we can understand it and we can be less afraid of it because we set parameters around it. And early on, primitive human beings, gods were those explanations. They provided the answers. But as time has gone on, as our understanding of reality has improved, as our technology has improved, we come to understand that those primitive explanations, that things that we attributed to gods, don't suss out. We understand that lightning, we understand the mechanism behind lightning, we understand where the wind comes from, we understand what causes the waves and sunrise and sunset, stellar progression and the solar system and so on and so forth. So gods aren't necessary anymore. Okay? But there will always be questions that we don't have answers for. In fact, if you go by like the incompleteness theorems, there is information out there that we will never possess. So there will always be a question mark somewhere. And as long as there is a question mark, that will never answer, there will always be room to stick a god in that slot. So it's just human behavior, looking for that answer. And so as long as that question mark is there, we can always fit God in that slot. The question then becomes, is it the intellectually honest response to put God in that slot? And that's ultimately the question I think is most important, is like, why are you putting God in that slot? Is it because there's no other answers, because you can't conceive of something else, or because it makes you feel better? or is it because it legitimately mechanistically explains what we are observing? And wherever you fall on that, I think is what's important. So yeah, you can believe in whatever you believe in, but why do you believe in it? And how does that kind of dictate how you operate in your daily life and around other people? Because you share this world with other people. So I think people, it was a primitive concept that kind of went along with us.
I like that point of view. I think figuring out how the world functions around us is very important. And it actually reminds me that in the past, religion was actually suppressing knowledge. Like they were trying to control it. I at least as far as I can remember properly, yes. And it's nice. It's important to understand how things work. But I kind of want to go a little bit back to the God thing. So I believe, I guess I kind of believe in God in a sense, but maybe a bit differently. So let's say, let's hypothetically put it this way: God created this universe. Okay, so where is God? Well, in my perspective, he's not anywhere, but he is everywhere. So he's not a person. He doesn't have gender. We are part of him in a way. It's like we exist in something that is kind of like it is either him. We either live in God, or he actually created the universe. He's roaming freely around the universe. And honestly, I don't think anyone can prove that God exists. Like honestly, it doesn't matter how many times people come up with scriptures from anything from any book of any religion. Like no one can prove the existence of God until God shows up in our faces, I guess.
Are you Liberatus? Are you familiar with the term pandeism?
Not really, no. Sorry.
So pandeism is an idea it's fairly recent. It's somewhat recent. Where the idea was that God at one point in time was, all powerful, all knowing, all everything like this, but it expended itself in creation. So the universe in and of itself and everything that it entails is still technically God, but God no longer possesses those attributes because God utilized itself to make the universe. And essentially, it kind of like, whether you want to say it transformed itself into it or it used whatever composes it to make the energy that composes it to make the universe. But it's this idea that the universe is God, so pantheism, but it came from one particular entity, so pandeism. So it doesn't interact with us. It's not all know. So currently, right now, God is the universe, and it's not interacting with us. It's not all knowing. It's not all powerful, but it once was beforehand and used all that power knowledge to basically turn itself into the universe in and of itself. So it's a somewhat new concept, but I have spoken with some pandeisms or pandeists that kind of embrace that. Would you say you might fall into that category?
Well, yeah, I guess I can say so, and I can add that I also believe that everyone has the potential to become God. Why do I say this? This is a little bit crazy, but so I believe I believe in the soul, and because of that, to me, like the soul is untapped potential. Like our true selves are like in the soul, and we don't like we lost that knowledge. We don't no longer know that we are the soul because we have been living in bodies for so long that we completely forgot that we were actually once souls. And since the body can, like when we die, all the memories are gone. And yeah, like I don't really want to go about too much on reincarnation and stuff, but so let's say we are a soul and God's allowed us, or let's say the soul is like a sparkle of God, has the essence of God, which means that every soul can become God in the future. If let's say that that's actually possible, okay? Because it might not be. But like
we're getting to an awful lot of assumptions now. You say we
Yeah,
forgot
sorry.
that we are a soul, but yet you are here remembering that you have a soul. We have no evidence that a soul even exists.
Yeah, that's
Can you
true.
define what you mean when you say soul, and what's your evidence that that even exists?
So to me, a soul is a body. It's like a body. It's not physical. It's a different form of matter, and we can transport our consciousness to the soul, kind of like, let's
What's the
say,
evidence? What's the evidence for that?
there's no evidence for that actually, because it hasn't been tested.
So if there's no evidence for it, how did you come up with it? You just made it up?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. It's I guess we make up some things, um, because we want to believe in something beyond. You know, it's
Well, the idea that
We make up lots of things, but we
it's pretty
don't
much
think
understood
it's
that the concept of
real
a
after we
soul
made it up.
it's pretty much understood that the concept of the soul was pretty much conjured or imagined in response to the idea that we're here, we're conscious beings, we're aware of ourselves, and we don't want to die. So the very idea that we will one day never exist, that we will cease to exist, and that all things about us will no longer exist is scary. That's an existential fear that people have, is like, well, I'm here and I matter and I have values and I have thoughts and I have emotions and and all these things about me, but one day none of that will exist. I will die and it will all just vanish. Okay, just blink and it's gone. So, but it's so important. It's so important to me, and that's a scary thing, thinking about non-existence. Okay, when in actuality, it's no different than returning to a state of before you were born. So you didn't exist, then you were born, then you died, then you ceased to exist anymore. Well, not existing is scary. That's a scary thought. So people want to think that they will continue on, that their life experiences mean something, that their life experiences will carry on, that it wasn't just all like flash in the pan, here you are, now you're gone. So the idea that something beyond, so you look at this like, well, what gives us consciousness? What gives rise to thought? Where does this come from? This strive to survive and know, and this curiosity. Where does it all come from? And that from that is born this notion that there is something within us that may carry on, this kind of like motivational thing, that when we die, all of a sudden it's gone. So what left? And what is that thing, that animating thing? And so this, in this very poetic kind of description of life, is the idea that there's this thing that comes from somewhere else, this soul, for lack of a better term, and that where does the soul go? So the soul go after you die, in different areas of thought or different areas of religion will determine, they'll conclude different things, like it goes on to the next life, or it goes to an afterlife, or it goes to nothingness, or whatever. But ultimately, there's no evidence to support that. There's nothing to, contemporary neuroscience pretty much, wrecks
JL,
mind-body dualism.
JL, that might not be the soul that he's proposing. So I think it would help if he defines his particular soul and how he got to it, because he already said that he made it up.
So I mean, it's not entirely made up, but so a soul is, like I said, it's a body. In actuality, the soul has no form. The soul is just like a ball or something. Actually has no. So
Then
it's
it's a body that's not a body.
no. Yeah, I mean, I said the soul is. It can take a form, but like its nature is not like it's.
How do you know this? How do you know this?
I mean, like I say, it's. I take it from reading mythology and like philosophical stuff, and I try to reach my own conclusion, like have my own idea of what it is, because I'm not satisfied with other people's conclusions. I'm like, I mean, yeah, I don't really believe that, so I'm gonna make my own thing. And this,
hang on a second, Liberatus, because what you basically described is I reject reality and substitute my own. If another person's, or if another individual's, or another experts, or whatever, if they are in that field and they come to a conclusion based with evidence that is demonstrable, and if there's evidence for it, then why would you reject that evidence if you don't like the conclusion?
And why come up with something for which there is no evidence?
I mean, I know it's weird, but I guess it's copium because I want to believe that I'm more than just a body. I want to be more than just that. I want to.
The fact that you want that, does that have any bearing on what is real and what isn't?
I'm not
If
entirely
I
sure.
want, if I at this point want to have a very big chocolate ice cream, does it then magically appear?
No, no.
I think the
Same thing
important
for
thing
your
is like if you
same
don't,
thing for your soul.
it's why is it problematic that you okay? So anyway, why would it be problematic if you don't continue on? If this is all there is, and life ends, you cease to exist, and that's it. Because it seems to be that life continuing on after you die is more problematic because it lessens what you do here. That if you do end and your life ends and that's pretty much it, and then that's it, you're gone, lights out, then what you do here is more, it's doubly important because this is the one you've got. You happen to be alive. You are the presentation of what was born. So you're either going to do something with it or you're not. So are you going to waste this kind of opportunity that you've gotten, or are you just going to rest on your laurels and hope that there's something after?
Well,
And
I believe in both. Like, just because I believe there's something afterwards, it's not an excuse for me not to try hard in this life. So of course it's important to leave a mark that's something that I've done that benefits the world. And even if there's nothing afterwards, like I'm not too worried. Like even if it's game over after.
Liberatus, I'm still stuck on the one thing that you haven't answered yet. You keep saying, I want this to be real. Why should anything become real just because you want it to be?
It's not I want it to become real. I believe it to be real. I believe it to be real. Like I guess it's
what are
kind of
your reasons? Okay. What are your reasons to believe that a soul is real?
because we're not normal. Like I mean, we're not normal. Sorry, we're not like other animals.
Sure, we are.
We think
we are.
It. I mean, I'm trying.
Think.
We think differently. We're more complex beings, and I think there's something behind that.
How did you determine how did you determine that we are more complex?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's that. Oh no, the way we think is complex. I mean, complex to us, but there are arguments for other species on the planet communicating in more complex ways than we do. That all evidence indicates that cetaceans alone, whales, dolphins, that entire group of animals, that cetaceans alone have a deeply more profoundly complex method of communication than human beings could ever hope to have. But that's only because their method of communication has evolved for water. So it's involved to their environment. That the selective pressures, the positive selective pressures that determined what their ability to communicate would be to their efficiency, that's what it turned out to be. But they have to convey as much information as about the world as we do. So their emotional range and their communicative range is far more complex than human beings are. So, and human beings' ability to communicate is more complex than, or let's say Homo sapiens was more complex than Homo Neanderthal. And they were more complex than the ones before them. And the other in our ape cousins, chimpanzees and gorillas. We just happen to evolve in this particular state because we can make talky word noises. But that's just our ability to communicate, and it's our ability to reason and rationalize our environments. But when it comes to like our physical structures, our bodies, we are not the fastest. We are not the strongest. We are not the most adept at survival beyond using tools that can help us to survive. In fact, a human being on its own, just with its two hands out there in the wilderness is at a really huge disadvantage. So, no, we just happen to evolve in one particular way. We're strong in one particular niche. But in other niches, we are terrible. You throw a human in the ocean, they're awful. and all of their thinking will not help them at all. So you understand it's very much the sentient water puddle. The water puddle looks around and says, "Man, this hole fits me just right, so perfectly. It must have been made for me." When actually, no, the water filled the hole. So we evolved into our niche. There's nothing special about us. This just happens to be the way we evolved. That's it.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said complex. Maybe more complete. We can do like a substantial more. Like, hold on. We can walk. We can swim. We can fly. I mean, we can't literally fly. We can use planes to fly. But like, we do things that some animals struggle to do. But I think the most important
birds can walk, swim,
yeah, they can
and
walk.
fly,
Yeah, but
and don't need airplanes.
True. But I think the most important aspect of us is our intellect. I think we are really intelligent, a real intelligent species.
Birds can solve problems.
Yeah, this is irrelevant because it's just a result of evolution.
Yeah.
It's just a result of positive selection pressures. That's all it is.
I understand. It's okay, fine, understandable. But
I still want to get back to why do you believe that a soul exists? Because we're going into all kinds of rabbit holes, but you posed that a soul is real, and my question to you was, what is your evidence for it? The fact that we're intelligent, the fact that we can do things that other animals can't, has no bearing on whether or not a soul exists.
Well, yes, but
you don't even know if a soul exists, that animals don't have a soul.
My point was that we go beyond just what we normally do. Like, we have the ability to actually
So
go
what?
beyond what
So
we
what?
understand.
How is that evidence for a soul?
Well, it's not really evidence for a soul. I think real evidence of a soul is we seeing
So
one soul in front of us.
let's get back to my question. You pose that a soul exists, and my question was, and that was what led us to all of this, which is completely useless to my question. What is the evidence for a soul? So let's not get into how complex we are and what we can and cannot do. Let's get to the evidence for a soul.
We are alive and we are conscious. That's one thing, I guess.
We're still going back to things we can do,
but
which
that's
has no bearing on the fact.
I can't.
It has no bearing. It has no bearing on the fact whether or not a soul exists.
I can't really prove that a soul exists.
Okay, so that's important. You can't really prove that a soul exists. So hang on.
But why do you believe it?
So yeah,
It's
so
like
why?
no one can prove that God exists. I can.
But so no. But so why would you know? But if you can't test for it, you can't. There's no predictive model that employs it. It has no mechanistic explanation for anything. There's no evidence for it whatsoever. And you just can see you can't demonstrate that this thing exists. Why would you believe in it?
Because I want to believe, I guess.
Why?
Because
hang on, Peter,
why is
what you want?
Peter, hang on, let him answer. Why would you want to, Liberatus?
Okay.
I want to believe because, like I said, I believe we can go beyond, and the only way to go beyond, life and death is by not living in the body. It's by living in a different body or in something else. Imagine we could put our consciousness in the robot. For example,
the only reason you believe in a soul is because you don't like the idea of dying at some point. You want to live forever. That's the only reason why you believe in a soul.
No, not really. I don't mind dying. It's just I believe we
So
can.
what do you mean? What do you mean
Peter,
when you say? What do you mean? Yeah, I'm trying to clarify. No.
Seriously, stop interrupting him. He was right in the middle of a thought.
I'm trying to get.
He was right in the middle of a thought.
So
you got to stop interrupting
hold
him.
on. I need to clarify this. What do you mean then with going beyond? Beyond what?
Beyond life and death. That's what I mean. living beyond.
You just said that. You just said it wasn't about beyond life. And when I asked you what you mean by beyond, you said it's going beyond life. So which
Yes,
is it?
but I can choose to live or die. I know it's a little bit strange. Why? Oh my god.
Liberatus.
I don't think you understand.
Just because this, I think we're coming up on a stopping point.
Fine,
I
right?
think that we are coming up on a good stopping point. I think that we're coming up on a good stopping point. I think what we've pretty much ascertained is that Liberatus, that the concept of a soul, that that the thing that there's a thing of you that exists afterwards that carries you on after death, provides a psychological, essentially it provides a psychological utility against the fear of death and the fear of non-existence. Is that there is an existential fear that everything you are will one day cease to be, that there will be no you, and that's a scary. That's an existential fear, and I get that, and that the idea of a soul or a god or an afterlife or something beyond this, or for the ability for our consciousness to project beyond our living bodies, that this provides some comfort there. Okay, and that's fine as long as you're able to articulate that just because you want to believe in a thing because you believe in a thing because it makes you feel better doesn't necessarily mean that it is true. And that's good. That's the intellectually honest way of approaching this. Is as long as you're not running around saying this is absolutely true, this is the way it is, that becomes problematic. If you want to believe in it, that's fine, even if there is no evidence for it. But just ensure that you recognize you can't run around saying that this is the way it is because it makes you feel better. You follow me on that?
Here's the thing, JL. Here's the thing that I have a problem with, because I don't think it's fine. Because if you're going to hold on to that idea, and this idea becomes really, really important to you, and the day you find out that your idea isn't real, it could have a serious impact on your life. So the fact that you believe in something just because you want it to be true is a dangerous belief. It could be a dangerous belief. It could impact your life in a very, very negative way, which is why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking, why it is so important to you to want to believe something and then pretty much making it up and thinking that it's real. Because it could hamper you, it could damage you.
I'm used to having my beliefs shattered. I've believed in different things throughout my life. So
which is what happens if you start believing in things for which there is no good evidence.
And that's fine. That's awesome actually. I like that because truth is really important to me. And if I believe something not to be true, then I'm down with leaving it behind and just grabbing the truth.
That's healthy.
Okay, but now look at it the other way. If truth is important to you, then why would you start believing in something before you have determined whether or not it's true?
Well, because I guess I coped. Like, I just believed it, like, at face value. I didn't ask any questions. I didn't think about it. I just accepted.
Is it because it was comfortable? Did it bring you comfort?
Yeah, I guess it's because of comfort. Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. It provides a psychological utility. It provides a psychological utility, which is fine. And as long as you can be intellectually honest about it, and you're willing and you are willing to entertain new evidence and change your position in the advent of that new evidence, should it warrant it, then that's the only thing I would say is the most important. It is the most important thing. Can you be intellectually honest about what you believe and about incoming and about new information coming in, new evidence coming in? And it sounds to me like you are. If you're willing to do that, so you'll entertain something as long as it's there. But if evidence comes along that completely defeats it, then you'd be willing to let it go and embrace new evidence, which is pretty much the best place that you can be. So if it does provide some utility for you, I don't want to be the one that strips that away from you. You need to be the one that sheds that when you're ready to shed that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
all I'm saying is don't put all your eggs into one basket. And the reason I say this is because I have had conversations with people who were very fundamentalist Christians, grew up in a very fundamentalist Christian home, and at some point lost their belief in God, which to them then meant that they lost their entire identity and struggled with that to the point where they were suicidal at some point because they had no clue how to deal with this new reality. This is why I think that believing in something that you can't demonstrate to be real can be dangerous. It's not saying that it is always the case, but it can be.
It can
And
be,
this is
but
why
that's why it's
should
important.
always.
That's why it's important for us to have support structures, to have people around us that we can
Exactly.
talk to and places that we can go, so that we don't just suddenly find ourselves alone in this new kind of paradigm that we're trying to digest,
Well,
by ourselves.
And in this case, that support structure was taken away because these people were fed the lie that you can't talk to an atheist because an atheist is doing the devil's work, and so that support structure was already taken away. When you then stop believing, you find yourself without any support structure, and that is the dangerous part. So as long as you can at least talk about your ideas, liberatis, and try and see whether or not they're correct. And if you don't have big problems with abandoning an idea after finding out that there's no good evidence for it, then I would agree it's fine to believe in it if it gives you some kind of relief or some kind of support to get through life. Just don't rely on it 100% because it then could work against you.
Yeah, I agree. I think I think many people will also benefit from something like that because I've seen a lot of I've met some religious people and they're kind of fanatic about it. And
Mhm.
I think if their belief on religion will shatter, I think they as a person will shatter. And like you say, that's dangerous.
I've seen it happen.
Oh, well, I haven't, fortunately. But yeah.
I'm going to just suggest as an alternative point of view, because we have sort of three different points of view slightly on, what is or isn't fine to believe. I would recommend Liberatus that you take a look at someone named William Clifford. Clifford wrote about the ethics of belief. It sparked a whole debate about that. And some people don't think there can be an ethic of belief and that belief is just compelled. Like whatever you're going to believe is just deterministic. And so there's no such thing as like choosing to believe. But the more nuanced position is called doxastic intentionalism. Doxastic is like, a state of belief or non-belief. And intentionalism is the idea that when you set about to believe in a certain way, for instance, if you joined a cult which told you that, whatever it says in the book is epistemically justified and should be believed, you could have a conversation before you even read that book about whether that is a good way to form beliefs, right? Like, I don't even need to look in the contents of the book to have a conversation with you before you embark on that way of believing. You say, this may not be a good way of forming beliefs. And if you think about it like a breathalyzer and a drunk driver, it's like if your friend thinks that it's okay to drive home drunk, you could have a conversation with them before they try it out about why that's probably not a well-formed belief, the fact that they're probably drunk at the time and aren't forming their beliefs in a fully reasonable and responsible way. And it's a real eye-opener. I would check out William Clifford and read The Ethics of Belief.
Okay, thanks for the input. Also, I think that's it. So I'm just gonna. I have to go. So I want to thank you for accepting me here and talking to me. Maybe I'll show up some other time.
Liberatus, everybody is welcome here, and we accept everybody. So thank you for taking your time to join us and speak with us.
Yeah.
Thank you, bud.
For coming up. We appreciate it.
It was a good conversation, so
Have a
please
great
come
one.
back.
We've got an interesting guest coming up. Goldie, I invited you up. So,
Well,
hey Goldie, so do you think you can convince us a God exists today?
I actually was more wanting to be informed. That's why I came up. I wanted to be informed on something. So my question for you,
what can we elucidate?
So my question for you is, you see on the server, we always have debates, on capitalism, socialism, Trump, Biden, conservative, liberal, who cares? But I feel like the most useless thing that you can possibly do is debate religion. It's a personal thing. It's a spiritual thing. It's a thing that some people use as a tool to aspire to be better versions of themselves, to be more ambitious. So what do you guys get out of every Sunday trying to tell people that their God doesn't exist or their thing isn't true? I mean, what's in it?
Easy answer. It's because a lot of religious people try to put their morals, their beliefs on us through legislation, through pretty much everywhere in society. So yes, this is a good topic to talk about, because if religious people would just stick to their homes and practice their religion within their own four walls, then we wouldn't have a problem. But that's not how things go.
So,
Okay, so what country-
also, sorry, Goldie, there's a point that you made about us always saying that deities don't exist. In fact, that's not the intention of this stream, and many of us are in fact not making that claim. We're just looking for the evidence. Now, what is it that is satisfying about this is the chance to interact with people who are willing to present their arguments. And what I really like about this is that people are presenting their views in such a variety of ways. And so we're getting a lot of nice exposure. And I think people in the audience, there's a lot of people who are tuned in on Discord and on our live YouTube stream. So people are interested in this. And we do get good feedback from people telling me, atheists as well, telling they find it quite fascinating hearing arguments from theists, from religious people, and it's helping them to round out their understanding of the viewpoint. And what this does is communication with people is important, because that way it helps us all to, I think, arrive at a better understanding of each other, and that's part of what this is about as well.
Okay. I'd actually go on to say that, like I do on my channel, irrational beliefs tend to lead to irrational behaviors. And those irrational behaviors can infringe upon the freedoms and the rights of people that those individuals share space with. So, like the situation we currently, like, for example, just as a brief example, like what's going on with the Supreme Court right now, what's going on in a lot of states. This is religious ideology that is infringing upon secular legislation.
Well, to be fair, let me respond to that really quick. I don't think it has anything to do with wanting someone in somebody's life to prosper. I mean, I'm sorry to let you know, but if someone was going to go kill you and I said, well, that's probably not the right thing to do, that's not religious. That's just morality. I mean, if you want to think someone going to kill you, if you want to be killed, I mean, that's up to you. I mean, do you want to die? Or do you want to say, oh, well, that's a religious situation, let's just die? Come on, that's not a good way to look at that.
The miscarriage is
in the United States of America.
Hold on,
Peter, I don't want to talk about you. Peter, just stop. You interrupt everybody, Peter. You're not going to interrupt me. Okay.
Here's the
deal. In the United States,
I'm just saying because I still have a voice.
Peter, let him finish. Peter, let him finish.
You're either going to have
I think Goldie and I have bumped into each other before.
No, sir. No, sir. Peter, settle yourself down, okay? It's not the Peter.
Are you related to Dr.
So my question is, in the United States, where do you see? Okay, I don't think using Roe v. Wade is a good example. Where do you see religion constantly being implemented in legislation in today? Because I feel that it's frowned upon and it does not happen at all in the United States of America.
The abortion bans are religiously motivated.
We don't want people dying. Has nothing to do with religion. I think everybody deserves a chance. Everybody deserves a shot to be better.
Legally and scientifically.
As Ronald Reagan once said,
Benjamin,
everybody that
you're wrong on this.
You're wrong on this.
Everybody that Benjamin, you are wrong on this. Legally and scientifically, a fetus is not a person.
Do you enjoy your life?
Benjamin, legally
Do you
and
enjoy your life?
scientifically,
Do
legally
you
and
enjoy your life?
scientifically,
No,
an
I'm not
embryo.
trolling. I'm asking a question.
Benjamin,
Do you enjoy
Benjamin,
living?
Benjamin,
Do
do
you
not
enjoy
just
living? Answer
Benjamin.
the
I'm
question.
I'll move you straight back to the audience.
Well, then you lose. If you move me,
No, I
me
don't.
because
No,
I
I
asked you that
don't. No, I
question, you
don't. Because
lost.
I'll finish. No, I don't. Because I'll finish
Then
explaining
you'll
it
just
to the
talk over me
audience.
because you're.
I don't feel
Okay.
like
Talk over
abortion
me.
is on
So
topic.
Benjamin,
Do you
Benjamin,
enjoy
I
living?
brought up
I'm
Benjamin.
going to
I
address it
brought
too.
up one simple example.
I just want to know if you like
Of
life.
religious. I brought up one simple example of religious ideology influencing legislation. The
Uh-huh.
ideology behind abortion bans is completely and totally religious in scope.
Can I ask you a question
Because
though? My
it is not
response to your
legal. It
statement.
is not
I had a
legal. It is.
question. If
I'm
you're going to
explaining
ask a
some.
question,
Benjamin, I'm explaining
let me
something.
respond.
I'm
Let me
explaining
respond.
something.
Well, guess
No,
what? You don't need
I've
to.
not finished
Answer
explaining
my
this.
question. Do you
I've
enjoy
not
your
finished
life?
explaining
Do you
this.
enjoy your
Taco,
life?
can you mute him
Benjamin,
until JL is finished,
Peter, you
Benjamin,
should be muted right now, Peter. You should be
Benjamin,
muted.
I have
Okay.
not finished explaining this.
One at a
Okay.
time. Stop interrupting each other. If somebody's talking, stop interrupting them, and vice versa.
Well, they're being
So Ben-
homophobic right now.
No, I'm not.
Nobody is. Stop it.
No,
Okay.
that's a false accusation.
And by the way, anti-LGBTQ legislation is also religious in ideology. Is also religiously motivated. So, but going back to abortion,
Yeah, I just want my kids to be safe in the bathroom.
a fetus or an embryo, okay, is not legally a person, nor is it scientifically a person by definition.
Okay, but it is legally a person if
nor
a
is it
pregnant woman
nor
is
is
murdered.
it biblically
It is
a
legally
person.
no,
Peter.
stop. It is legally a person though if a pregnant woman is murdered, then it's 2 counts of murder. So you can't use the legal term because it goes both ways. That's you already lost. Here's my question: it's a yes or no. Do you enjoy your life? That's all I want to know.
Yes, I enjoy my
Well,
life.
guess what? What if
Past
somebody
the whole
aborted you? Well,
legalistic
thank God.
fallacy.
Thank
Okay,
God
hang on
you-
a sec, Benjamin.
Yes,
Your
sir.
question is irrelevant because if my mother had aborted me, then I would have no concept of what
Okay,
life
so
is.
be appreciative.
This is an emotional appeal, Benjamin.
No, it's not. Thank you.
It is
thank
an
God that
emotional
you weren't
appeal.
aborted, eh? Thank God
This is an
you weren't aborted.
emotional appeal. Benjamin,
God
this is
you
an
weren't
emotional
aborted.
appeal, and it holds no bearing.
You need to emotionally appeal yourself into some priorities and some good morals.
You can go ahead and bounce him now because he's being dishonest.
Actually,
At this point.
Randolph wanted to say something.
I had one quick question
He's
for
full of
him.
shit.
And I didn't pick him.
I had one quick question for him. I think he's Sunflower. I've bumped into him multiple times. He's just here to derail the conversation. That's all he does.
Also, the argument that if you're alive and you enjoy it, therefore you ought never interfere with creating any life is absurd, because that would require unactualized goods to be obligatory, in which case everyone would be obliged to germinate every single sperm and egg in their body to maximize the total number of possible lives that could exist. Right?
That you'd essentially be outlawing masturbation.
I have seen the meme live starts at masturbation. Stop killing people.
He left because he couldn't take the argument. But okay, we've got.
Hang on, I did not get a taco.
What's the Randolph?
Yeah. So I'll just say that the anti-abortion approach that's being pushed there is by Benjamin is it is in effect a pro-slavery position because it forces pregnant people to take their pregnancies to term is the end result, and that's very bad for society.
Yeah, there's an even
for a lot of
funnier,
reasons.
there's an even funnier connection to slavery than the violation of women's bodily autonomy and like forcing pregnancy and forcing birth. So it's also the case that before the defeat of their legislative agenda, the Protestants in the United States of America were pro-choice and were against Catholics, who they heavily criticized for being pro-life. Then what happened was that the Protestants who were trying to ban black people from attending their schools failed in their segregation legal challenges. And their whole legislative agenda to try to get people to vote for them politically collapsed. And so what they did is they searched for a new issue. And they proposed, hey, why don't we just take the Catholic issue that we've been making fun of and pretend we believe in it? And we can rile up our base and get them to believe. You can find about a dozen articles about the history of this. The history of Protestant pro-life is just that of switching from segregation to taking a Catholic issue they used to make fun of.
That's interesting that the Protestants used to be pro-life, which I guess is more consistent with the Holy Bible anyway. The Book of Numbers. The Book of Numbers having the Book of Numbers having a prescription for causing a miscarriage, I guess, or terminating a pregnancy. So by abortion, but. I think it's very important that personal sovereignty over bodily autonomy is most important and needs to apply equally to everybody. So to say somebody has this has a pregnancy suddenly is losing some of their rights is offensive, is a violation of our freedoms, and it can't be permitted. What this amounts to is that if somebody wants to abort a pregnancy, then that's their right, and they shouldn't have to explain it to anybody. And that's my view on this. And this is something that is very important to our freedoms. So I'm sure that our guest who is just on may have some things to say about this in response to what I'm saying here, because I know for certain they probably disagree, but and I'd be willing to hear that if everybody else was okay with that, but otherwise we should probably move on to our next guest.
Otherwise, I admit that getting into the abortion thing is a bit murkier. I should have gone. The one that's more cut and dry is anti-LGBTQ legislation, which is by definition religiously motivated, because there is nothing outside of religion that designates that homosexuality or bisexuality or trans or any of these areas are negative for society or harmful or whatever. So trying to outlaw these things and make same-sex marriage illegal and to reduce the rights for same-sex spouses or their privileges or their coverages or whatever, all of that is religiously motivated. That is pure and total religious ideology that's motivating those. So this whole like one man, one woman bullshit, yeah, that's all religious crap that is influencing legislation, that is curtailing the rights of a particularly large demographic, or an understood growing demographic here in the world itself. So not to mention you go to countries where these people are literally hunted and killed for being who they are. Yeah, that's definitely it. So I should have gone that route. Abortion's a bit murkier, but still religiously motivated.
Yeah, and those all have foundations of strong, hateful bigotry, and the legislation based from that is derived from that foundation, it perpetuates that bigotry, makes it even worse.
Let's see who's next.
So we've got Hawkeye Roots, who's been moving up and down, and then Acid, and then a handful more. But Hawkeye Roots, I just invited you up. Feel free to come on up.
Hi.
Hey, Hawkeye, what's going on?
I have a video to share.
Wait,
really
Bon Voyage was supposed to be next.
There's sorry, I apologize, Hawkeye. There's really no way for you to share a video on this. So,
but why? You said I could.
Hawkeye Roots, you could post it into the Heathen Hangout chat if it's a link to a YouTube video or something. That would be fine.
Yeah, that'll work. Was that it?
Yeah.
Or you just wanted to share a video?
Yeah.
Perfect.
What's the video about?
Oh, you want to pull him back up?
Now, if he's just going to, share a video, that's pretty much what we wanted to do. But Xerxes, who was next?
Bon
Xerxes
Voyage.
wanted Bon Voyage. Or Bon
Yeah, he wants to
Voyage.
make a moral argument for God.
I'm curious as to how you roll with the Euthyphro dilemma.
Yeah, so it's nice to see everyone here. I enjoy all these conversations and respect everyone here. So, but I was just curious. So I listen a lot, and my main critique in generally the I guess I'm not sure if y'all are agnostic or whatnot, but is that I don't see where you guys get the foundation of your ethics from. So like that's foundable. So like if I'm gonna, for example, if I'm gonna convince someone that it's wrong to murder, so I'll pose my argument with a question. If you guys are gonna convince someone it's wrong to murder, what would y'all answer? How would y'all answer that?
It's circumstantial. It's
What would
subjective.
y'all value that answer?
It's circumstantial. It's subjective to the individual and the circumstances.
Okay, so that's a really good point. So that's a really good logos answer. Like that's a really good answer if you're trying to look at it in a scientific, in a objective, in a bullet point way. But there's another issue, I think, which is the ethos behind your words. So when you speak, are you saying that to give meaning and value to someone? Or are you speaking to just give a logos answer to it? Because they're separate, right? If I go to you and I'm trying to explain the beauty of a poem, you could say a poem is just words and rhyme schemes, and you can say chemicals in the brain and just this is how you react. You could also say there's a beauty and a grandeur in the poem that actually gives a beauty and a there's a magnificence that's implied behind it that I think is really important. So
that's purely subjective.
Yeah,
though.
it's purely
no,
subjective.
no,
You
but
can
there's
find
a
it
word.
beautiful, but I
Yeah.
might not.
Well, I agree with that, but the point I'm making is there's a structure of grandeur that you're not addressing.
What structure of grandeur?
So why do you enjoy music?
I enjoy some music, not all music.
Yeah. So the music you enjoy, you actually have a built-in structure to enjoy personalized music, right? So there's certain
No, I
things
have
that you enjoy.
I have a biological structure that takes in sound, and then over time, I have associated particular sounds and particular rhythms with certain emotions and certain reactions or certain like situations in my life. So over time, my brain has developed neural pathways that associate particular songs with particular events or particular memories or particular sensations, and that those pretty much those help to determine which ones I like, which ones I really don't like, and so on and so forth. My musical taste is pretty eclectic, but there's some things that I really, really don't like. But it's all purely subjective. This is subjective to each individual.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I'll grant that, but I think we're not diving deep enough because you're sticking with the logos. You're not sticking with the ethos.
Is there somewhere
meaning? So I like to explain that. I like to explain that, and I'm not trying to interrupt you. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay, I'm just curious.
The ethos. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Please. You don't talk.
No, I was saying it was like because you said that you think that we're not diving deep enough. Is there somewhere deeper to dive beyond this?
Yeah, that is a good question, and the answer there's two answers, okay, but I think one answer works better in life, and it makes the car run faster. Let's pretend you're a car. So I'm gonna say the two answers. So one, you could say this: there's nothing objective, logos, logical about because we're talking about putting God and ethos and meaning and passion and grandeur in the world because there's no reason to have that because it's all chemicals, right? So those chemicals are unfounded because they're based on subjective experience. Subjective experience only lasts your lifetime, which is 7 years. But I would say the inclination to have God is actually an errant built-in structure. We're actually made, and I don't personally believe in evolution. So you guys would probably make arguments for that. I'm telling you from a non-evolutionary standpoint that we were actually built to have God in the formula to have the car run the best, which means we need God to actually have value and ethos.
There's a problem with that when you said the most efficient thing. I see where you're coming from. While I would disagree, I don't want to get lost in the reeds. Evolution is a fact. Evolution is demonstrated. We've observed it, and so on and so forth. I don't know why you reject it, but that's beside the point. The problem is when
I
you're
can
talking
talk about that, but I don't think that's the point.
You're talking about efficiency, okay?
Also, if you're talking, sorry, go ahead.
The most efficient thing when we're trying to explain things or understand things are that which provide mechanistic explanations. Okay, evolution.
I wouldn't. Sorry.
The process by evolution, it does because when there is a precise mechanistic explanation for a thing, it allows us to better understand it. It allows us to compartmentalize it. It allows us to apply it to other things, and it has more utility. Okay, so saying that God did it has no mechanistic explanation, and in fact, it literally stops inquiry and ceases it. So the problem
I'm actually not
saying that God did it is not the most efficient. In fact, it is the laziest and least efficient because all it does is.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I keep on interrupting. I want to respond, but you're saying a lot of stuff. You're good.
No, that's okay. So it's like that's what I'm saying. It's like God provide the concept of a God provides no mechanistic explanation for anything.
I'm curious.
So, and I agree with that.
I'm curious. You mentioned.
Let him respond. Go ahead, Bond.
It's okay. I know there's multiple people, so I like hearing everyone just as a whole, and I respond.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
writing
I'm
this stuff
curious.
down too. So.
I'm curious. You said we were built. What's your evidence for that we were built, and where were we built, and who built us?
Yeah. So okay. So let me.
Can I just point out these are red herrings to his initial argument?
Yeah. So and so I guess building is more of a core importance. So I'll talk about that for a moment. So when I say we're built, is in from what it's how we function. So there's really two options, right? We're built or not built. And because I believe in God, obviously we have to be built. So I'm speaking in my terms. But if I'm speaking your terms and we're not built, then you could say like functionality. So structure and functionality.
That wasn't my question. That wasn't my question.
I know. I'm saying.
So
Well,
the
I'm
topic.
just telling you what I mean.
Hold on. The topic is: does a god or a goddess exist, and can you convince us? If you come up and then try and poke holes in what we believe is real and isn't real, that's not going to convince us. So why not come up with what you believe and trying to convince us that what you believe is actually true?
Yeah, I was trying to answer your question. I wasn't trying to like.
I'd like to focus on the morality part of the argument that he was making.
Okay, I'm very curious because evolutionary game theory pretty much helps us. Pretty much explains that. And of course, then you have the Euthyphro dilemma that your morality is subjective. I myself am a moral relativist. I think it's the only intellectually honest position to have. Morality is completely, totally subjective. That there's nothing that, depending upon the circumstances, depending upon the situation, morality is completely and totally subjective.
Yeah, I want to say, by the way, I actually respect that, and your ideology is actually why I am Christian. So your ideology is actually why I'm Christian, is because of moral relativism. But I respect.
Yeah,
your
well,
intellectual
the problem
position.
is,
So just
bon
to let you
voyage,
know.
that Christianity doesn't get you out of that problem.
Yeah, so I can explain how it does, but I think but I respect
let's go through that, because that's the argument that you came to present, that morality is indicative of the existence of a god, particularly the Christian God. So I would like to journey through that. I've sort of been waiting my turn here, just making sure everybody got their piece in. But on the topic of morality, right? One of the first things you asked us when you came in here is murder wrong? So let me ask you two questions so we can understand what we're talking about here. When you say murder, what are you referring to?
Okay, so murder. I think when it comes down to it, murder is it's killing someone. It's killing someone immorally when it comes down to it. And
that's just a
immorality
circular
is
argument.
so dependent. I know, but immorality is so dependent on the scenario that I like when I speak. I like giving like one situation and then we kind of dive in on that situation because it's such a broad. Murder is such a broad thing. So like,
well,
for example,
I would define murder as the unlawful premeditated termination of another human life without justification. So, such as self-defense, war, or perhaps the death penalty.
Yeah, I would. That's a good thing we could talk about. So then I would disagree because if it's dependent on the law, then your moral foundation is inherently flawed because the law can actually be a horrible thing. Right?
Yeah. So never said that my morality was dependent on the law. I said the definition of murder is dependent on the law. I could consider it moral to murder if murder included an instance like self-defense. So if the word murder just incorporated all homicide, then there would be instances where murder is moral. But if we were to exclude those sorts of situations, such as self-defense or war or the death penalty, then it would be a different topic. But we both agree that it is not necessarily the case that just terminating the life of another person is immoral. That there's a situational context to that. Okay,
I agree.
That's moral relativism. The other thing to consider here is that when you say immoral, what are you meaning by that? What are you describing about the act of murder when you tell me that it's immoral?
Yeah. So that's actually when it comes down to it, that's the point, because there's two answers to that question. I'm a moral relativist. Well, it's my subjective experience and my views on X, Y, Z. If I'm a
No,
Christian,
false.
then it's God's. Okay, and we can talk about that, but that's just my perspective. And then if it's you're a Christian, then it's, well, God, the creator of all things, who has authority, has said that killing someone who is inherently valuable, built within them.
Okay, so your definition of, so when you say an act or behavior is immoral, what you mean by that is that this is an act or behavior which the God of Christianity tells you not to do. Is that accurate? Bon voyage. Oh, this is a joke. Did I just disconnect from the internet again?
Oh no, you're here. I think
Okay.
he's just
I disconnected. I thought I disconnected because I've been disconnecting all day long, so I thought it'd happen again. Bon, are you there?
No, he's not responding. I don't hear him saying anything. Maybe he just needs a second to get back.
He's been raptured.
Until Bond comes back. Okay, so you want to just explain it to me, Xerxes? I'll try to take the devil's advocate position, pretend I'm Bond, and keep explaining it to me.
Right. So the JL brought up the Euthyphro dilemma, which is a common argument used against Christian moral systems, wherein you ask the question: are things good merely because God commands them, or does God command things because they are good? And effectively, what this does is it erects a dichotomy, wherein either morality is just completely arbitrary and therefore definitionally subjective, in the instance where God commands morality. So things are good just merely because God commands them, wherein the definition of good is, or morality, is relegated merely to that which corresponds to the edicts of God. Well, the edicts of God are just in accordance to his own whim or desire, so then morality would be arbitrary. Whatever God decides in the moment to be moral is moral, just because God decided that thing. The other alternative is that God is aware of some objective standard of morality, and he is merely relaying that to us, but all that does is expose theism as altogether unnecessary for morality, and it relegates God to a celestial mailman.
Okay, now he disconnected. No, go
Yeah,
ahead.
he
Oh, he's back,
may
though.
have been.
Bond, you're back?
He may have.
My internet just crashed for no reason.
Okay, well,
no problem. We're still on the subject. Go ahead.
Let's try it then.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, so
So
Bond,
I'm sorry. I'm
when you
sorry.
say
Can we
that an
recap
act
a little
is, yeah, so when you say an act is immoral, what you mean by that is this is a behavior or act which does not correspond to the edict of God, specifically the Christian God that you believe in.
Yes, partially. I'd also say it, because God is the creator of reality, it doesn't correspond with reality. So, because I wouldn't believe in a God that goes against what reality, right, and the natural.
Okay, well, God
not the
terminates
natural,
life
but
all
the
the
moral
time,
order of
according to the
things.
Bible. So, clearly terminating life is not an act or deed which is against God's behavior. Let me just correct the Euthyphro dilemma. We'll see which one you say. Is it the case that morality is such that things are moral because God commands them, or does God command things because they're moral?
God made people in his image, and he is a moral God, so we're a moral God. So,
Well, what does it mean to say that God is moral? What are you describing about God when you say that he's moral?
Well, the best way I think to describe it would be God is inherently good, and his
Yeah, what
will
does
is
that
good.
mean?
And I know
When you
I'm
say
just
God
saying
is good, what are you describing about God? Say again?
His character.
Yeah, what about
Same
his
as a
character?
person.
What is the distinction between a good character and a bad character?
Well, okay, yeah. So because God is good inherently, and you can not, you know what? I think this is a better way. I'm gonna actually, because God is good inherently, and everything
Well,
that
bon
opposes
voyage,
them,
if your definition
by
of good is
definition,
that
is
which
bad.
corresponds to the nature or edict of God, then when you say God is good, all you're saying is that God is himself, which is uninformative.
Yeah. Well, no, that's a good point. It's in Scripture, it's called "I am who I am." He's an errand of his own being. So I
Yeah,
guess
but
you would call that
the
a
words we're
contradiction if you're
using here
using
have certain
logos.
connotations. So when I use the word good, in a moral context, what I'm usually describing is a behavior or action which promotes human well-being, health, or happiness, or diminishes unnecessary suffering or harm, or does both. So in my conception, if I were to say God is good, I would be saying that God is a being who acts in such a way as to promote human well-being, health, or happiness, or diminish unnecessary suffering or harm, or do both.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would be describing about God if I say that he's good. It doesn't appear to be the case that you are describing anything about God when you say that he's good. because the word good in your worldview is tautologically defined as that which conforms to the nature or edict of God, in which case all you're saying is that God is himself. So God
Well,
could
I
act in
think
such a way that is detrimental to human well-being, health, or happiness, or does impose unnecessary suffering or harm, and that would just be good by definition.
Well, that I think the issue is that you're using a human definition for God who made humans.
There are
Because
only
what's
human
happening is
definitions of
well, I know
words.
no, because and that's true in the sense of in your observable logos thinking, where it's really like limited to here. But when you're thinking of God and divine, this is the unique thing about divine revelation is the definitions are actually go beyond the human standpoint. So when you're dealing with God, who knows all things from small to large, he's acting microly to macroly. That is completely different and a different. Not only is it a different perspective, it's a different role than the human perspective. So what you're doing, because it won't work, what you're going to do is never going to work. Is if you try and put human morality and human morality structure, and you soulize that humanness and you put it on God, he's not going to qualify because you're dealing with something that goes beyond your actual natural ability. Because you're dealing with
Bon
supernatural,
voyage, that's
also
why I'm
supernatural
asking you to
morality.
provide a definition of this word that is coherent. So when you say the words good or moral, we'll assume that for the purposes of this argument, the words good and moral mean the same thing. When we're talking about moral good, it just means moral. So we're just going to use the word moral. When you say X behavior is moral, what are you describing about that behavior?
Okay, so there's multiple levels of thinking. Okay, so if we're going to the very core of that, it would
I'm
it would
asking you
mean
for a
going.
definition of good
Yeah,
or
well,
moral.
I know I'm answering. I'm answering because it's one answer, but there's multiple levels of the answer. So I'm going to try and point multiple levels because it's a complicated issue. Because when you
And
say
here we find
is
ourselves in
it
an
good,
MCS or staircase painting.
well, what I'd say is if I'm defining good for you, the first thing I'd say is it goes with your conscience, right? There's a level of thinking where your conscience is an essential role in your morality, because God says in Scripture that your conscience is the one that will damn you and the one that will convict you. So your conscience is one of the first moral things. Secondly, morality, your good has to do with the human level. It has to do with how do others evaluate you and how do others respect you. Are they right? Are they wrong? Then you go to the government, and you keep on
Bon
going down.
voyage.
The
Okay.
eventual authority but I'm saying when you go down to the definition of good, eventually, if you keep on doing if you go down the same logical
Definitions
train,
are
you're
not
going to get
truth
to God.
propositions.
Well,
They're
I'm saying,
descriptions. What
well,
does
I'm
it mean to
saying,
call an act moral?
what does it mean for people to act moral?
No, what does it mean to describe a particular action or behavior as moral?
There's so many words that would describe that. I could say God honoring. I could say, it includes well-being. I could say, it includes you could say it's right on a reality standpoint. Like
Okay,
I don't
that's
know. Like those are all definitions. Like which one are you trying to get to?
no. I want your definition. I've given my definition, okay, and my
And
definition
I've
tends
given
to
you three.
reflect what people think. No, you. So when I ask what do you mean, what are you describing about a particular action or behavior when you call it moral? What I'm trying to get you to provide for me is what do you think distinguishes an act of morality from an act of immorality? Or put another way, what are the symptoms of a behavior in order to diagnose it as moral as opposed to immoral? So when I say a particular action or behavior is moral, what I mean by that is very clear. This is an action or behavior which promotes human well-being, health, or happiness, or diminishes unnecessary suffering or harm. And you can apply this definition to pretty much any basic moral concept, and it tends to reflect what people are thinking quite well. Now, in your worldview, you have a problem. This is the Euthyphro dilemma. You can either say that things are good because God commands them, meaning that just by definition, anything which is commanded by God is good, because that's all we mean by the word good, is that God commanded it. The other alternative is that God is commanding things because they are intrinsically good, meaning that there is some extant standard of morality that God is merely aware of and is relaying to us, which would expose theism as unnecessary
Yeah,
for objective morality altogether,
yeah.
and
Which is
relegate
why
God to a
I'm not
celestial
saying.
mailman.
Yeah, and I've never said the second one. So my
That's
only
fine. I didn't
proposition. I
say
know,
that
but
you
I
did,
like to.
Bon
I know. I
Voyage.
like to respond. I know. I'm not. I'm just saying. My proposition is that actual morality with ethos. You're talking about logos over it. You keep on talking about logic and reason. I'm talking about grandeur and meaning and ethos, literally by definition. So the ethos structure cannot be founded on logos. You have to found on something that has meaning interpersonally, metaphysically, deeper than your own perception in a sense. So you and
Okay.
my only point is,
Bon
if you want
voyage,
to have
this
a
response is
morality
meaningless.
that is intrinsic, well, okay, fine. But I'm saying my proposition is that God actually brings structure to good.
Can you
Your
define
good
metaphysics?
No, hold on. No, he doesn't. This is the point I'm getting at. When you inject God into this, you do not solve the subjectivity problem, because you either have a situation wherein God is just subjectively deciding what is good or bad. He just tells us things that he wants us to do. And then you get into the ought from the is problem, and I think that's what you're struggling with, because there's two different conversations happening here. One is, what do we mean when we say a particular action is good or bad? But the other connotation is that when I tell you a particular action is moral, I'm saying that you ought do that thing, which isn't necessarily the case, although in conventional discussion it would be. If I say that murder is wrong, I'm also saying you ought not murder, right? But that's assuming that a person, that's assuming that a person possesses the same values as I do. One of my values being the promotion of human well-being, health, and happiness. So if a person values human well-being, health, and happiness, and wants to promote human well-being and health and happiness, they ought not murder. Now, in your worldview, if God is the one that decrees moral edicts, right, he just provides these moral prescriptions, and he says don't murder, why ought we not murder in your worldview?
Yeah, because your worldview is you. My worldview goes beyond me, so I have a responsibility.
That doesn't matter.
Do that. Yes.
Why
Okay.
do you have any
There's
obligation
our
to do what God
disagreement.
tells
No,
you to
there's
do?
our disagreement. You don't feel like there's an obligation. I feel like there is an obligation. That's literally
What
that's
is the
actually my point.
obligation? Why ought you do this thing?
So why do you listen to your father when he tells you to take out the trash?
Well,
just answer that question. I'm not even like
when I was a teenager, the reason I listened to my father is because he would punish me if I didn't.
He has authority, right? It's authority. He has authority and he has power over you, and he has the right, because he made you and he's raised you, to do X, Y, and Z. And if you don't, naturally, there's going to be consequences.
Well,
that is
okay, bingo, right there. Hold on. Stop.
My point.
Stop. Bon, that's the point right there. Okay, what you've just done is provide a rational ought for doing what God tells you to do, which is no different than any any other moral system. In my moral system, if you want X, you ought do Y. If you want to actualize a state of affairs that is a happy, healthy, cooperative, flourishing society, then you ought not murder, rape, and steal, and those sorts of things. Okay? In your worldview, if you don't want to go to hell or be punished by God, then you ought do what God tells you to do. It's no different. We're in the exact same boat.
I actually didn't say that. No, I'd be very careful. I actually didn't say that. I was trying to give you a correlation between I was going to give you a line of reasoning, but if you want,
so if God was not going to punish me for doing things, Bon, hold on. I'm going to clear this up right now. Bon, I want to clear this up right now. If it were the case that I was not going to suffer any consequences for not listening to God, why ought I listen to God?
And there's no reason to, right? Because
exactly.
If
there's no consequences,
but you're missing something. That means that person doesn't have authority. If you're not able to be punished for something, they don't by
is irrelevant
have
here.
authority. Yes, it is.
So, the authority is not
My whole
relevant
argument
here.
is authority. My whole argument is
divine
ethos,
command theory,
meaning,
okay, which is
obligation,
repugnant, but
responsibility.
But Bon, this is first of all, this is intrinsically repugnant because all you're arguing is that might makes right. So there's no actual moral value to any of the things God tells us to do. It's just do them or be punished. Okay, but every other moral system operates the same way.
You're missing. Look, this is what you're doing. You're staying in one line. I'm trying to bring in multiple lines. You're only staying at one, which is interesting.
Bon, because you're derailing from the point here. Bon, I am trying to highlight the problem of the Christian moral system here.
But
okay, you seem to think, Bon, stop. For fuck's sake, stop.
I like to
stop, Bon. Okay, you're not getting the point here. Okay, even if a God exists, even if it is the case that he has all this authority and he created the universe and he tells us, okay, I want you to do this, this, and this, and this, and this. All right, he gives us these 10 commandments, for example. Okay, all of that is the case. That is the case about reality. But that cannot get you to what ought be the case. You cannot bridge the gap between God tells us that that murder is wrong to we shouldn't murder. The only way to bridge that gap is to provide a rational actualization. If you want to actualize a state of affairs wherein you go to heaven, or you please God, or you do what God tells you to do, then you ought to do what God tells you to do. But if you don't want to actualize any of those circumstances, then you ought not do what God tells you to do. And your moral system is victim to the same problem every other moral system is. The is to the ought fallacy. That's the problem. You cannot articulate why I ought to do what
So
God
you're
tells me to
saying
do outside of presenting some consequence for not doing so.
no? Okay, so no, and I don't. I want to pause for a sec. When I respond to that, because I actually can bring up each one of your points, and I think give a pretty good argument against them, but not interrupt me, because I really was in the middle of talking multiple times, and I really respect you. I just really want to be able to talk. Is that okay? Just not just be like, can you give me 2 minutes, even like a timer for 2 minutes? Is that okay?
I'm starting the timer. Go.
Okay, so first of all, there's multiple reasons on why we have an obligation. It's not just if we go to if I sin, then I'm going to hell. Because I was giving you that was a reason I was giving you an argument for authority, but there's another authority isn't the whole picture because there's another obligation, which is you naturally are selfish. I'm naturally selfish, and if you're naturally selfish, you want the best. Generally speaking, you want the best for yourself. Generally more than others, unfortunately. But one of the main things about Christianity is that it actually gives you the best self and for the people around you. They actually are directly correlated. So, besides the authority of if
I'll be
I
back in
do
just
X,
a
then
moment. I have to go do something really quickly, but I'll be back in like
okay,
5 minutes.
okay, thank you.
You want to continue with
okay,
us? We can try to
yeah.
pick it
So
up with you. Yeah.
I'm curious
yeah, but
from what you said. Christianity will give us the best. How did you
yeah.
Wait a
determine
minute,
that?
Peter. It's his timer. The timer's still
Oh,
going.
sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah, yeah. You
sorry,
take your
sorry.
2 minutes, and we'll listen. And if Xerxes comes back and we want to bring him up to speed or whatever, we can try to do that. But go ahead.
Yeah, but second point is it's besides authority, which is you do X, then Y is going to happen. If you do Y, Z is going to happen, or whatever. And that's not completely right, but whatever. And then the second thing is you also have it's actually works. So if you rationalize and you want the best, and you want motivation, and you want ethos, and you want pathos behind your thinking, then naturally you want something that goes beyond you and your mind, and your even in one sense your will, because you know you're flawed. We all know, because I can promise you, if I ask anyone of these questions, everyone this question, they're gonna fail. Who has not done something that they know is wrong for themselves? I'm not talking about God's moral law. I'm talking about their own. Everyone's broken. So naturally, you know you're flawed and your moral law is flawed. So you have to go to something that you know isn't flawed, which is a eternal loving God.
Well, hang on a second.
I
Hang on a
think the
second.
third.
Well, hang on. No,
I'm sorry.
Bond.
I'm
Bond.
really quick. This is my last point.
Oh,
And I love you can critique
okay.
this all you want afterwards. I'm all ears. But my third and last thing, I think there's a lot of when I go and I live and when I speak to people interpersonally, there's so many unanswered questions with saying that like God doesn't exist, and you have a like you guys are saying you need to think a certain way because I have my experience on it because that's what moral relativism is. You're lacking so much grandeur and beauty and meaning and drive behind what you're saying, and your only obligation is this world and your feelings about it. I don't think that'll get you that far. So critique me all ears. I'm all ears.
I'm still okay. So, what's the grandeur of God? Because that's the part that I don't see. I think
Well,
the
the biggest
God that
issue here is that
hold on. I wasn't finished. I think the God that I have been introduced to, pretty much every God that people have introduced to me, is 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 n- not better than I am. Every single time I've concluded that I'm the better one. I'm the more moral one. I'm the more compassionate one. Um, so what
Yeah.
God are you proposing that seems to be better?
Yeah. So I'm going to answer that question. I just want to give a quick follow up. I actually want to say I'm actually equally against moral relativism as I am against Buddhism or any. I'm not actually arguing that does God exist, because even if you have God but you don't have a structure behind God, God is completely meaningless and there's no point making that argument. So I'm going a little deeper. I think I'm actually defending
You're
specifically the
arguing for a
biblical.
God. You're arguing for a God
I know.
that you don't care whether or not he exists.
No, I do exist. He does exist. I'm going a step deeper and saying this God exists, not just a God exists.
Well,
So
that's a positive claim that has to be backed up. But here's
yeah,
the
and that's yeah, and
so
that's my
Bon Voyage. Here's the
No,
here's the
but
big
he
here's the
asked the
big
question.
problem.
He asked the question. I'm sorry, Joe. He asked the question. I really want to respond to it, and I'm all ears again. But he asked, why would you believe in the Christian God? And here's my instinctive answer when people ask me this: what God do you know has taken one of the worst possible punishments in all of God's wrath in His face, or what you don't even consider a sin because you're so into your own morality that you don't even realize
Are
that
we
when you do
are we
bad
talking
things,
about the
you're
minor
breaking the God's law.
inconvenience? Are we talking about the minor inconvenience that Jesus suffered from supposedly by relinquishing
Tortured,
3
yeah.
days? 3 days?
Yeah, he got tortured for 3 days being a perfect man.
Well, I don't accept that actually happened. So
That's fair. No, that's you know
so
what?
and
I like that.
even
It's
if
too good to be true.
hold on, and even if it happened, it was something that was put into place by God in order to have an escape out of the rules that he set himself. So whatever he did to Jesus and how he set up everything to get into motion for Jesus to be suffering, that's not up to me. That's up to God. And if you think that that is in any way, shape, or form moral, then I don't know where to start. I mean, let's say
hang on a
no,
sec, hang on a
no,
sec,
no, no, no.
Peter,
I'm not
Peter,
finished. I'm not
no,
finished.
Peter,
I'm not finished. No,
Peter,
I'm
you
not
are
finished.
you
No,
are going down a
JL,
different path.
hold
You
on.
know, Peter,
JL,
stop.
please.
Guys, stop! Come on,
Peter,
Please let
you are
me
going down.
finish.
You are going down a path that is rabbit trailing away from what Bon Voyage is trying to say,
Please,
and I don't want to get too far away
let
from
me.
it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Please
dude.
let me finish.
Peter,
Please let me.
you are rabbit
No,
trailing
please.
away from what Bon Voyage is trying to say, and I want to address his direct
I have
argument.
been quiet for
And I
most
want
of the
to address
guests.
his direct argument, okay? And I'm going to do that. So, Bon Voyage, here is the major problem with what you've
Hold
got and
on.
what you have
I
presented.
thought we weren't supposed to talk over each other.
I'm
was
jumping in
going
I'm jumping in there
somewhere.
because
Guys,
Peter.
okay,
I am
stop.
trying to
was
keep
going
All right, so
somewhere
Peter,
with-
finish up, and then JL, go. Stop over
Yeah,
talking each other, please.
because this doesn't help. I mean, I can agree that
Finish
you have
what
a
you're
different
saying.
opinion, but at least let me finish. So, when we're talking about this perfectly good God that puts something into place where someone else is punished for things that other people do, that is completely immoral. And if that is a God that you want to impose on us, I'd like you to explain how you think this is moral.
Yeah. So 2 things. One, I'm not trying to impose anything. I'm simply trying to. This is like I'm not trying to like force you to think in a certain way. I'm telling you my conviction, and you have the choice to respond to it or not. Like it's a proclamation. It's not a. I'm not trying to like shove a needle up your ass or
Okay.
anything. But secondly, the moral. I think you're looking at this in the wrong angle because you're right in a sense, but you're also missing the big picture, which is why you're wrong. So, like the reality is Jesus didn't die. It's all part of his eternal plan. But if you look at it like God made this to happen so he could kill himself so he can show his love, then you're using human terms and you're not looking at the right angle. I think the way that the Bible presents itself and the way the Bible puts emphasis on this issue, it says that we are sinners, we are evil. That's a fact that's not like, and actually you can actually use logos for that. You can actually look and observe how flawed you are in your own actions. You can actually use your own conscience, and your own conscience brings you down to the ground. And then you look at
I'm
the
back.
world and you see the same thing. And then hi Xerneas. And then you actually look at the world and you see the same thing, and then you say, you know, if I'm being intellectually honest with myself, I'm going to use intellect for this moment for the sake of argument, then I definitely don't deserve anything good once I die. I don't definitely deserve anything good now because I'm inherently flawed. So someone dying for my evil, because naturally, if you speed someone and you deserve a fine, then naturally someone needs to pay it. It is a debt that is automatically
pay it.
built on someone, and so either
I
you
pay
pay
for
it
my own
or
mistakes.
someone else does.
Yeah,
Either you pay it or someone else does.
Hold on, how is
I'm all ears
anyone
again.
else paying for my mistakes doing anything good? How does that make me better?
Sorry, repeat that one more time.
We've got maximum 10 minutes left, and we're going to end the stream, just so everybody knows.
Okay, so
thanks.
would it be okay?
how does anyone else paying for my mistakes make me better?
It doesn't make you better at all.
Okay.
Actually.
So why is it put in place?
Because what's happening is this is the best way to describe it. It's not like you become a super good person. It's that once Jesus dies and resurrects, he's taken your sin. You become Christian, and then you realize how bad you are. And
He's paying
no,
for
look,
my
man,
mistakes.
come on, man.
That
Come on,
is
I'm
what I
trying to answer
said.
your question. I'm trying to answer your question. So, and you're using like you want to use your terms, so let me use mine for a moment. So he is paying for your mistakes, and then once he pays for your mistakes, you realize that someone just died for you and gave you a gift. Now, if someone gives you a gift, you naturally.
I didn't. Hold on. No,
Dude, no, I'm
I'm
not
not.
talking
No,
about you. It's
no,
the
I'm
plural
not letting you get away with
Okay.
that because you're implying something that I don't do. I don't think Jesus paid for my mistakes.
You don't have
I don't
to.
think. I don't.
You is
I don't
plural.
think.
Okay.
I don't think. No, don't put
I'm talking
words
about the
into my.
plural you.
Don't put words into my mouth. Jesus did not die for me. Did not die for my sins. I will own up to all of my own actions. And if I made a mistake, it is up to me to correct that mistake. I can't brush anything off on the fact that some guy in some book who we don't even know actually existed supposedly paid for my sins or sins that he wasn't aware of. So, no, I'm still asking you how that is going to make me how that is going
May
to
I
make
please go
me
back to the
better.
argument I was having before I had to leave? Because we're
Okay.
short on time, and this.
I'm sorry, my mind's all over the place. I don't know if I want to respond to that, but if I leave that unnoticed, it looks bad for my argument. But I can move on. But I just want to say I have more to say, but I don't control this meeting, so whoever wants to talk. I'm just saying.
Well, now that I'm back, I mean,
I will.
I wanted to hammer down on the whole morality issue because what we were talking about earlier, I mean, if you want to go this route with the the whole resurrection, first of all, I agree with Peter. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense that somehow the torture and murder of an innocent man atoned for my transgressions, whatever they may be. I've never done anything that warrants the death penalty, at least not one that would be not in a way that's even remotely rational.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
And I know I interrupted you, but I want to be respectful.
What have I ever done that warrants the death penalty?
Yeah, so for humans, nothing. For God, everything.
So then your God is a monster, since he wants to kill everybody for anything.
No, the difference is the law is imperfect. God is perfect. The law, when you break the law, there's a temporary.
That's just meaningless.
There's a temporary. Fine, you can call it meaningless. I'm just telling you this is
no, but
biblical.
Bon voyage. I mean, it's literally meaningless. You can't even articulate the meaning behind it when I challenge you on it.
No, I'm willing to look. I'm willing to talk, but I'm trying to respond to something you said. I'm giving you my honest point of view, and so whether you agree with that or not, it's fine. But when you sin against man, there's a temporary level of sin that doesn't go that far because man doesn't go that far. But when you sin against God, you're actually sinning. Your sins echo in eternity because of His glory, which is He made the earth for His glory, and you're actually directly going against it, and Himself, who is good. So you're actually doing a lot more. You're doing a lot more.
Voyage,
no, you can respond once I'm done. I'm almost done. You're doing a lot more than you realize when you're sinning against the president, for example, than when you sin against your parents. When you lie against the president, naturally, you're gonna get it's a pretty big deal if you just spit in his face and lie to him. But if you spit in his face and lie to your mom, there's gonna be a big different level. So when you're talking about God, the level even goes even higher.
Okay, spitting in the face of the president doesn't warrant the death penalty.
Because I agree in a sense, but the point I'm making is that you're spitting in the face of God goes even higher than the death penalty because
I'm not
death
spitting
is
in God's
temporary,
face.
but God is eternal. Yes, biblically you are.
We would need a face.
I want to. This is the exact same thing I went over.
That, by the way,
the same thing I did with Tangelo. This is not a system of ethics or morality. This is extortion and slavery is all this is. you believe in a being of infinite sovereign power who knows all future events and linear processions of time, knows everything that was ever going to happen prior to him instantiating the universe, including the moral failure of his creations, which he must have preordained because it was part of his plan, as you said earlier, that this sacrifice of himself to himself would be necessary, but it wouldn't even work unless we actively believed that it happened. So this is not a system of moral accountability or righteousness or holiness. You keep using words like perfect and moral to describe your God, but nothing that this being appears to do or accomplish is even remotely in the ballpark of that. You have to redefine these words in such a way that they don't mean the things that we usually use them to mean. Right? When you say moral, you don't mean anything that has real world consequences. You don't mean anything that has any stake or bearing on the way that we interact with and treat each other here on Earth. Stop. I'm not done. You don't mean anything by these words. It's completely tautological, and it is devoid of a referent. When you say God is good, all you mean is God is himself. And that could incorporate God being a sadistic, capricious, tyrannical monster who just wants to impose suffering on a scope and scale that would embarrass even the most ambitious psychopaths. Okay, Bon Voyage. Did your God know everything in advance? Bon Voyage. Did your God know everything in advance? Yes or no?
Are you going to interrupt me, or am I going to be able to talk? Because you just made a whole.
I was the one talking. You're the one interrupting me right now. You're the one interrupting me right now. So I'm going to ask you a direct question. Does God know all future events in advance? Yes or no?
Hey, Exernius, I'm gonna. You're about to interrupt me because I'm gonna predict it. So, but I actually want to respond to what you were saying previously because you just did something that I think is really intellectually dishonest.
We can close out. I'm done with him. He doesn't want to answer the question directly.
No,
well,
I do.
Okay, the biggest issue
here.
I'm done. There's no point in continuing this.
Hang on a second. Bon Voyage. The biggest problem here, the number one issue here, is that you're not actively listening to what Xerxes is saying. Xerxes was posing something that you didn't listen to that led to the question that he was asking. Okay, you didn't listen to that. You were only waiting for your turn to speak. Secondly, the biggest issue, and the one thing that I don't want us to derail off of is that everything that you're predicating on, all of your terminology, the way you're using particular terms, specifically when you talk about human beings being flawed or human beings being broken, all of these are in the scope that this being that you're talking about actually exists. Okay, which you have made the positive claim that God exists. And you have yet to demonstrate how you know it to be true. You have yet to give any or supply any evidence for why this thing exists. And that's what we have been waiting for. I didn't want to get off on any other rabbit trails because the Euthyphro dilemma eliminates the possibility of objective morality being a thing. Morality is only subjective to humans, or it's subjective to God. Okay, so it's either we decide or God decides. And if God exists, then it's arbitrary to God. And if God doesn't exist, it's arbitrary to us. That's the point. You never addressed this. You haven't supplied any evidence that this thing actually exists. You've only appealed to the emotional need that you want to look for something grander, of which you can't demonstrate that there is anything grander, which goes back to the very first question that I asked you. Is there anything more to dive into? Just because you have an emotional sensation that there is something more, or you want to glean more from it, doesn't mean that there is anything more there. Okay? So when you're speaking substantively, you need to base your arguments on what is understood and not your proprietary definitions if your God actually exists.
Okay. Am I allowed to respond to this?
Did you listen to anything I just said?
Yes, I did, and I'd like to respond to, because you guys both just said 2 paragraphs and said thousands of things that it's hard to respond to all of it. I know I'll be able to. But I actually do want to respond to all of it because I like speaking about specific things and not. And I think you guys both did something intellectually dishonest, in my opinion, is you tried to summarize my whole thing. Everything I said, you tried to summarize in your own terms. Because I could say the exact same thing in my terms, and it actually sounds great because that's what I'm saying. But
no, it's say, not example, in our own terms, Bond.
Great. I usually don't do this because it's generally not appropriate for the circumstance, but I'm going to do it now because what you just said was not just bafflingly inane. It was outright stupid and dishonest. Go fuck yourself.
You guys.
Go fuck yourself, dude. We've tried desperately to give you to give coherent definitions. You don't get to sit there and claim that you had that you have better words to use for the things like that. That's absolutely ridiculous. Okay, the whole time we've been arguing with him, we've been trying to get him to give a coherent definition of the words that he uses, and he refuses repeatedly to do that. I can give a definition of what it means. When I say a particular action or behavior is moral or immoral, I can tell you exactly what I mean by that. Don't have to hesitate or filibuster at all.
He was going, God is good because God is good, and morality exists, or things are good because God declares they're good. So you're right; it's arbitrary.
Where does it even come from?
He was saying that
this notion that God is good. Good compared to what? If God is the only thing and there is nothing else, then what is good? So what is it juxtaposed against?
He was saying that God is morally perfect, and then when I ask him what it means for something to be moral, he says godly. So when he says that God's morally perfect, what does it mean to be morally perfect? It means to have the moral character of God. And why is having the moral character of God morally perfect? Well, because God is morally perfect. Duh.
That's where I wanted to get back to. I wanted to get back to the fact that his entire thing is begging the question. That the whole thing is circular on his end and logically fallacious. And he's made the positive claim that this thing exists, and yet did not back that up as to why, because everything is predicated on the existence of the thing. Even the way he's using specific terminology, like human beings are like broken, fundamentally flawed, and like this. What by what metric? By what metric is this? By comparison to your God, which you have yet to actually demonstrate, or by comparison to something else? So what are we flawed against? And I'm just, that's where that was the heart of the argument. I didn't want to rabbit trail away.
Well, I mean, we can sum this up with a tight little syllogism. Premise one: a morally perfect, omnipotent being would create a state of affairs that's morally perfect. Premise two: our state of affairs is not morally perfect according to the Christian worldview. Conclusion: therefore, a morally perfect, omnipotent being did not create our state of affairs.
How can a perfect being create imperfectly? Or how if
exactly, that's the point. Like this is just like Christian apologetics is literally just trying to convince us that a perfect God devoid of creative limitations or restrictions would create an imperfect, broken state of affairs that would result in the overwhelming majority of his cognitive creations being punished in conscious eternal torture and fire. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I don't think Bon Voyage especially, but most Christians don't sit there and think about this for more than a few fucking seconds. Right? I mean, they have their ad hoc reasonings, their little sound bites that they get off apologetic websites, but they don't sit there and plug this in and actually go through the motions with it. Okay, when we talk about morality and the behavior of goodness and what it means to treat each other, if your system of morality is completely divorced from real world consequences, if it has no bearing on the way that we treat each other in a physical, real way, what fucking good is it? What do we get from a moral system that reflects the nature of a God who insists on hiding himself?
Yeah, the thing that I like to say is that a perfect being could never settle for imperfection. So either God is not perfect or he doesn't exist.
Well, I think we've come to the end of this for today. Thank you. That last conversation was a real taxing one, wasn't it?
Definitely got heated there.
Sorry? Most conversations with Christians about morality will get heated because, I mean, it's Christianity, really. I mean, we're talking about a God that actively participated in a multitude of different genocides and sides. Killed children on like as a hobby. I mean, and then as a way of getting us out of our moral folly, decides to incarnate himself as a human and sacrifice himself to himself via the horrific murder and torture of an innocent man. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, if there is a system out there that is less moral than Christianity, I haven't heard of it.
I guess Islam might be a contender.
No, because at least Islam's consistent.
Well,
Muslims go right for the throat. They go right to divine command theory.
Oh, okay, yeah. I know. I was just debating with a Muslim on Friday, so I did run into some of that. So, I guess did anybody have any final thoughts before we start closing things down here?
Oh, this was an interesting one this week.
was for sure. So everybody who came, thank you for listening on streams on the server. Anybody in the streams, go to the bottom left-hand corner of your screen on Discord, hit add a server, hit join, and then type in the HTTPS, whatever it says on there, and then /politics. That's how you join the server. Super easy to do. Just follow the directions on join server on there. Everybody in the server right now, politics server, there's a ton of links with everybody's YouTubes. Make sure you follow everybody here. Anybody want to say anything?
IX, have you got anything final thoughts?
Yeah, I would recommend everybody check out Clifford and Doxastic, Intentionalism and the Ethics of Belief, because all of these discussions are fun. It's in a good spirit that we like test each other's beliefs and have discussions and take sometimes devil's advocate positions, or just like explore positions that are far outside of our own current positions. But at the end of the day, I think it's important not to be on the fence of just, well, if I can't prove something absolutely, then I'll just believe the alternative. Or, oh, if it makes me feel good, then I'll just stick to believing in it. I think there actually are consequences to forming your beliefs in a irresponsible way. And Clifford shows that the ship owner who sails the ship, which could sink, and they know it's likely to sink, on faith, is just like the modern drunk driver who drives even though they know they're likely to crash and kill people. Just because they go through a bunch of stoplights with no one hitting them doesn't mean they did the right thing. They did the wrong thing by forming an unethical belief in the first place.
Okay, Jack Burton. You got any deliveries from the Pork Chop Express for us?
Yeah, on that note, good to yourselves and each other. Barry Springer? Nobody? Nothing? All right.
JL Warren, any final thoughts here?
Yeah. So this, like I said, this was an interesting one. So it was a little oddball this week, but that's the fun of doing these and doing it live and bringing up people and hearing what they have to say. Like I say, to anybody out there who didn't pop up, I'm glad y'all stuck around and listened. These conversations really are more for the individuals who are listening to hear other things that other positions that they haven't heard before, and we do this for them so that they can take as much information as possible to come to the best conclusion of it, as the evidence warrants. So thank you all to everybody that came in and listened in. Thank you to everybody that popped up. In a couple of weeks, it's going to be interesting, and we're going to do it again. It's going to be fun. If you want to hear more of this stuff and see some of the content that I create, check out my channel Bridge the Divide on YouTube. It's youtube.com/JLWarren, and hope to see you over there. Otherwise, be safe, be excellent to each other, and we'll see you next time.
And the links to all these all of these panel members' YouTube channels and whatnot are also in the YouTube video description. Peter, your final thoughts?
Yeah, I'm still disappointed that we don't get a lot of people who will actually try to convince us. That the people that come up will try and figure out ways to shoot holes in what we're already convinced of, which I don't think is really productive, because that's not going to get you to what you would want us to believe. If you think that there's a good evidence or if there are good reasons to believe in a God, then start from there and don't try and find or poke holes in other people's belief systems, because that's not going to get you anywhere, for the exact same reason that it wouldn't get us anywhere if we did that to you. We believe things based on evidence, and if people want to have more conversations, they're more than happy to come on my channel. We take about an hour and a half for every individual guest, so if you want to have a good conversation, feel free to contact me. Otherwise, I would like to point people to Jackson Wheat's channel, where we are finishing up the history of the world. We've gone through the Mesozoic, the Paleozoic, and so we're finishing up. We've got, I think, 1 or 2 episodes left. And then we're going to switch over to a book from 1967 that has the most current positions on young Earth creationism. Not even kidding. There's nothing new, because everything's in this book. and we're going to review the book and tell you why it's wrong.
Thank you, Peter. And I guess Taco, you may have a few final words, and then I'll close things off.
You guys all rock. Thank you all for coming. Viewers, panel, you guys are all awesome. TJump, I know you're not here anymore, but you might hear this later. You rock, man. Thanks for coming. Next week we should have some other cool guests too. So yeah, just we look forward to seeing everybody again next week. Like next
Okay.
2 weeks. Not next week.
Next week?
Yeah, next fortnight. Yeah, one fortnight.
2 weeks from now.
Yeah,
So,
2 weeks.
May 29th.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody.
Really like this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Really, as Taco and everybody else here has been saying, we really appreciate you taking an interest in all these conversations. They are overall a lot of fun and very interesting because people are bringing up different points of view. And the most important aspect of this is that we're hopefully gaining better understandings of each other, as there are very different viewpoints that are brought to the forefront here. So again, your support and interest is so greatly appreciated, and we hope to see you all in 2 weeks, a fortnight from now. As for people in the audience who've been waiting to join in, we're very sorry that we've run out of time here, but we hope that you will join us 2 weeks from now. And in the meantime, if you want to write your ideas down, and then you can still have it clear in your mind when you're talking to us in 2 weeks, we'd greatly appreciate that as well. Thank you, everybody, and have a great rest of the weekend.
Hey, Jack.
Bye,
We really shook the pillars of heaven, didn't we? And may the
wings of liberty never lose a feather.
Lose a feather. Yes.
All right.
And one final note. Sorry, one final note. A special thank you to the Politics Discord for hosting these for us, and people can get to that by going to www.discord.gg/politics. These conversations are also being streamed live and archived on my YouTube channel at www.youtube.com/Randolph Richardson, and that's Randolph spelled with an F, not a PH. No matter what autocorrect tells you. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in, and we'll see you in 2 weeks.
I'm closing down the stage now. Feel free to chat and Hangout, though, and make sure you guys click those links.
Bye.